fuck is OBS a game? Wow. You see that shit? You said, look at this. Use this cut. Let's playing. Yes, it's actually a game. Fucking. When I try to move it, it can't pile. I don't want OBS as a game, bro. I want other stuff. I mean other stuff than OBS as a game. How the hell is an OBS a game? You know. I don't know how the fuck OBS was like my game. Anyways, you know what that means? All the mods 10.
Weezy out of here.
What if work today is
Worried about hacks? DDO.
Giveaways. You've probably heard about them.
Giveaway.
I know I've even participated in them. Now, the problem is that these giveaways, they tend to be extremely unfair. And I don't mean the YouTube giveaway where they say, like, follow on Twitter.
don't like my latest
Leave a comment. No. I'm talking about the referral giveaway. So basically, when you sign up to one of these giveaways, they tell you to do a bunch of stuff to get points. For example, follow me, you get 50 points. Follow my TikTok, you get 50 points. Instagram, whatever. Then the more points you have, the higher the chance you have of winning the giveaway. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, what's this? Referral. So if you send this link to a friend and they open it and sign up, you get points for it. And it's a lot more points than you would get from doing any of the other things. Like, look at this. He has 50,000 points. They have so much more than everyone else because they know people. They do referrals. And that's just not fair for everyone. So I had an idea. What if I cheated? Now you might ask yourself, how do you actually cheat at one of these contests? Basically, when you open these things, it asks you for your name and an email address. And then when you sign up using that, it's going to send you an email to that email address. And once you verify it using that link, it gives you the points. And now you're probably thinking, wait, wouldn't cheating mean that I need to have thousands of mail addresses to just open the referral links for me? Well, yes, but actually, all an email actually is a website, otherwise called a domain, separated by an @ and then the actual email address. So if I were, for example, buy a domain like KeenBrosa.com, every single possible email combination under that domain is mine. So then all I have to do is just register a bunch of these which means that all I have to do is register a ton of these referral accounts under this email address and then use a program to read that email, click on the verification link, and then I have infinite points. So yeah, that's the plan. Now it's time to actually do it. So the first part of this bot, the one that creates all of the accounts with the referral link, wasn't actually very difficult to do. Actually, none of this is very difficult to do. Or is it? I have to create a bunch of accounts and then reverse engineer what's actually happening behind the scenes as I do. And once that's done, I have a program that I can just run that will create random information using my referral link. Okay, so now if I go to my email, there it is. So now all that's left is to create the software that's going to actually receive all of these emails and then open this specific link, which is going to give me the points. Hello, it has been a few days. So I completed the program that lets me automatically read any content from a mail that gets sent to my specific domain. And by modifying that code a bit, which by the way is available on GitHub, after a little bit of Regix magic, which basically means finding text in a little bit of a special way, I'm able to automatically find the verification link for any account and then open that verification link. Which means that now if I were to create a brand new account using the verification link, it's going to automatically verify the account using the mail server and I get the points for it. So now it's time to create a new account, call it Kian, and then let the account generator go brrr. And there you go. It took a while, which goes to show just how rigged this is, because even while cheating, it took a long time, but finally, after a long time, I beat Scotty. But am I satisfied? No, I don't want just first place. I want the entire leaderboard. So I'm gonna do it again. I created a bunch of copies of the Kian account, Kian 2, 3, 4, 5, and after a couple of minutes, which was actually around an hour, the entire top spot leaderboard is officially mine. Now at this point, am I satisfied? Well, no. Just breaking a single contest isn't really enough to get anything to happen, so I'm thinking, what if I more contests? And what better place to find unfair contests than Twitter? It's always Twitter. So I went on Twitter and looked for more of these contests, which wasn't very difficult because there's a lot of these, just very unfortunate for them. It's repetitive at this point. I created a bunch of accounts, got all of the leaderboards with my accounts, and yeah, now I have the top leaderboards on like 4 different giveaways. Is there a moral to the story? Well, no, I just like breaking stuff.
What is the most offensive username? Is it Nut in My Earhole? 15 is old enough? Adolf A-OK? This is a question I've been thinking about for over 20 years. It all started while playing Super Smash Bros. Melee. In Melee, you only have 4 characters in your name, so your options are quite limited. And at the time, the names I came up with were what you'd expect from a 12-year-old. Gems such as AIDS, MILF, But my buddy John came up with the best username, which was Jews? What made the name even better was we all used to go to a tournament at a local card shop. The venue had this huge projector in the middle of it that we used to play our matches on. And of course, John decides to use the Jews tag. Not even a minute into his match, the TO comes over and tells him to change it. In which my buddy John replies, what are you, anti-Semitic? So that's how it began, but as I got older, I got wiser and more creative. I knew eventually I had to get an Xbox, and when I did...
You got an Xbox. Well, like Roblox just does nothing. Roblox does not give you a little refund. Instead, they just ban it, do nothing. Yeah, Roblox is like, ooh, this item got banned. Cool, we're doing nothing about you. You want a refund? Just sue us. You can't.
Você tá no canal, super som gamer. Esse cara
Yeah, shitty.
In the past decade, Roblox has become one of the biggest game platforms in the entire world. Many games have been made here, and few have seen incredible success. What happens when a Roblox game nails almost every single aspect perfectly? You get this. Grow a Garden has one of the craziest success stories in the history of gaming, not even just on Roblox, and it's not getting nearly as much attention as it should be. In Grow a Garden, you grow a garden. You plant seeds to grow crops, and these crops differ in value depending on their mutations and size. These factors can be changed or boosted by weather conditions, pets, and certain obtainable items. You sell these crops to fund the production of better crops with better mutations and increased sizes. You then take these crops and do whatever you want with them. Sell them, trade them, or use them to flex on other players. That is the entire game, and there is no ending. The game is so bare bones, yet it's so popular that entire internet cafes in the Philippines are jam-packed, full of people cheering for the latest update, alongside 11 million other people. What the hell is going on? Let's go back just a little bit. You have the original creator. They decided to make Grow a Garden, and they finished it in 3 days. The game released, and it actually took off a little bit. Very early on, it reached over 1,000 concurrent players. This is great for a game release, but it's not up there with the greats just yet. Someone very significant happened to notice this game. Jansen Madsen, or Jandal on Roblox, discovered this game and took over management, with the owner retaining 50% of their game. Dubig Studios also came in and claimed a smaller percentage alongside Splitting Point. Why would they go all in on this game that had just released? The kinds of games that Jandal has a ton of experience with are very specific. They're clickable, engaging, and according to his website, mind tantalizing? Roblox games work very similarly to YouTube videos. A good way to guarantee success is to make them as clickable as possible and as engaging as possible. Jandal has been on Roblox for a while and knows how to spot a successful Roblox game before it explodes. I'm guessing that's exactly why he got his hands on Grow a Garden. Around April 10th, his studio released the first update, and the player count was already in the 5 digits. 10 days later, the game was at 6 digits. Within 3 weeks, Grow a Garden went from 1,000 players to over 300,000. Fast forward to May 17th. Grow a Garden is about to have its first breakthrough idea for updates. They released a new pet that you could only get while being in the game right before it updated. This sense of urgency was enough for 5 million people to get on. The previous player count record was utterly smashed by almost double. At this point, it was one of the most popular games, not just on Roblox, but in the entire world. And then 1 week later, they decided that 5 million was child's play. 9 million people showed up to help break the world record for the most people doing the Monster Mash dance at once. And just when you thought... In the past decade, Roblox has become one of the biggest game platforms in the entire world. Many games have been made here, and few have seen incredible success. What happens when a Roblox game nails almost every single aspect perfectly? You get... And that distinction is very necessary. To Roblox developers, Grow a Garden was a stroke of genius that they wish they had thought of. But to a normal person who doesn't indulge in simulators or games of that type, and even people who don't play Roblox at all, this game just isn't good. It's quite literally just a mindless clicking game. If you can even call it a game at all. It hits all of your dopamine receptors, but it doesn't provide gameplay that challenges you or makes you think. You're doing a lot less than you think you are. The only reason Grow a Garden can work and become this popular is because the modern Roblox landscape is full of children who don't have attention spans anymore, and they need the most simple yet engaging games possible. When parents say that their kids are wasting their lives away with video games, this is a situation where that actually applies, where it actually makes sense. This game will not benefit you in any way, shape, or form. A fighting game can help you develop better reaction time and dexterity, for example. But all Grow a Garden will do is give you a temporary dopamine high, and once that goes away, what...
Cool. So I don't know how the fuck they decided to ban it. Yo, Cone. Yo, Cone. I'm playing on Go. It's for some resources. You know what I named? You know why is that name? You wanna know why? Welcome to grow some seeds for some resources. The map that I'm gonna play on. Yes, it's a... Ouch. It's a map. It's not like it's not like a map. You. Yeah. Welcome to Grow a Garden, but Minecraft. Yep, that's Grow a Garden shit, but instead of it being useless, it'd be useful stuff. Oh yeah, don't mind the shaders on Minecraft. Welcome to Grow Some Seeds for Resources, also known as ATM9. Yep, ATM9, also known as Automods 9. To the sky. ATM9 TTS is kinda weird. my opinion. You know, it's just a grind. All ATM9 is grind, get seeds. Seeds. Mystical Agriculture added so much stuff. Yo cone, yo cone. Yo. Dirt seeds. That's how you make a dirt seed, by the way. What's this? Ability bottle? Strength? Yes, sir. I know it's useless, but now I have strength forever. And first things first, we're gonna collect everything. We'll collect this, these stuffs. That's ATM. Taps and gaze. Everyone. Construct thing once. Get away to eternities. How many places? Endermen? Slimes? Get away of the Emerald Grove? This thing? Get away of the Hellish Fortress. Yeah, this is useful. Let me just save it. Yo, the sink of the sink. Yeah, I really want a sleep film also. Wait, that's EMC? What the hell's an EMC? Yeah. It's a sleep film for cheap. Anyways, don't mind me, I have a lot of strength, so that means I can more attacking. Hey, it's time to eat out some ways. What is happening? The second. And alright. Yo, cone. I'm not done. To be honest, I hate the direwolf. I hate other maps because it gives too much freedom. Look, this is County Cottage. First off, you get too rich. Anarchy. Yep. Normal skyblock. Wait. Fuck. Yo, finally. Gonna play some Anarchy. Name. How do you spell Naruhito? Naruhito. I just typed it myself. Alright, so let's just paste this in. hold up, quickly. First things first. I want my computer to survive, so shaders disabled. Apply. No, no. Yeah, I'm dumb. Anyways, let's throw everything out. Cool. I got jumping ropes. I got 4 saplings. We're gonna go. Okay, yo, come look at me. Wait, is that a quest for Project E? Oh yeah, Project E. A villager? All deep. It's time to die. Die. Determined to die. Infinite mana. Power. Pressure. Press. Unblock or creative pressure. Spellbook. Power. Soul. Jaw. This thing. Get legendary. And I can just get 99. Wait. The final quest wants all of that. It says, but why? I don't care. It's useful. Okay, Project E. What he wants us to. So this is Project E. We need Darkness Star, which is Obsidian Iron. This thing. Dragon. Mana Steel. Mana Pool. And then like so much EMC shit. Okay, that's how it is. Alright, let's continue, I guess. From gaming to gaming review. Okay, let's go gaming. Gaming. I like how I just have it for its strength. Also, I'm twerking right now. Okay, cool. My tweak. You're gambling. Oh, yeah, see you even more saplings in. I need Minecraft logs. Yeah, Minecraft logs. Next, I need this thing so I get. Anyways, so we're gonna make a crafting table on a stick. So we make this and this, and then we get a table on a stick. Then we put it the crafting table on a stick slot. So it's Control G, right? Yeah. Hook. There's a bone cook, which you can get bones from. How do you get bones from bone seeds, right? Yeah. Bone seeds. How to get bone seeds? Yeah, soul shells? What? Oh. Oh, you get arrows, bones, or that's cool. Let's go, guys. Can be, look at this. Or just chunk skeleton. Or possess vision. Or getting how. Well, I was like. I go by to make dog with a skeleton. Bones. Bone meal. Cool. Yo, your cool shirt is not cool. Yeah, it's like a shirt that me being dumb can make. Oh, pants. Oh, where's his pants? One. No, pick up phone. No, it's calling, pick up phone. It's calling, pick up phone. It's calling, pick up the phone. It's calling, pick up the phone. Oh, noise is calling, pick up the phone. Noise is calling, pick up the phone. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Come on. Alright, cool. And my entire tree is infested. I got your last thing. And first things first, let's make a bed. I don't have a crafting table, but thankfully I have a crafting table. We can use wool slabs. Pepino. Yo, I can make white slabs of dirt. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Noise is calling, pick up the phone. Yo, I love cores, dude. Yeah. Glass block. Wait. 38 million pesos. Shit. Golden egg. Boys is rolling, kick a crown, noise is kick up the phone, pick up the phone. Come on. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Alright, cool, I got green waste. I got stank. After we put cobble, we only want cobble, so I don't want granite. I don't want blackstone. I was touching the grass. Sweet grass. Control shift key and we will shift. We got I'm bored already, so let's use another clicker. Auto. I don't want all scavenger. Alright, let's press P and now let's just cobble. Alright, cool. We now have enough to make some furnaces, which is only useful end. What?
Narrator, narrator off.
I don't want a narrator talking. Noise is calling, pick up phone. Oh, Noise is coming. Get the fucking phone. On. Noise is coming. We got 40 dusts in gambling. I got a flint. I got a pickle feet. I got my cool shears. Dude, it's funny. Why is it that rainbow? I don't want to hide this. Hello, my dude. Really, I need to make another cock. You kidding me? Can't get so much dirt right now. I didn't mean to place my bed. Carry on. Cheval qui est Oh hell no! Got a plastic bee. Yo, we got the image for show.
Oh, this precious thing is almost done.
Yo, Pepperman, I got something for you.
Not now, let me finish it first.
Oh, come on, this thing will blow your mind.
What is it? Oh!
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
The N-word! You know what the N-word is? No. It's the nuclear word. The N-word is it? No. The N-word! You know what the N-word is? No. It's the nuclear word.
Huh? Teacher?
You're not an apple. Nice. One time. Bob the Bunny. Which tripping? Not from arrows. Just it's supposed to do even more tasks such as cooking. Oh, hey, the tree looks kind of funny. I don't know why. Yoko, I don't know why, but the tree looks kind of funny. The tree's kind of funny. Yoko, look at my life. I think the tree's kind of funny. I think the tree's kind of funny. You know, I think the tree's funny. Funny tree. Look at the funny tree. The nuclear world. God, I'm getting hungry now. I'm losing hunger faster than my life. I guess we got it. So now that we have a minute in the night. Yo, Tom, do you like that I can make a fucking flint pickaxe? Flint pickaxes are real, by the way. Yeah, they're actually real. Really? Dirty. God. I really want food fucking now. Darwin, rare version week. Stone cut on a stick. No, my favorite is stone cut on a stick. No, making fucking food right now, cause god damn. Anyways, we did meshes, so the meshes, how to mesh. This will play and you just click here. Then get even more string. Yeah, I love my crafting table on a stick. Eating stuff on. That tastes delicious. Oopsie, I made too many sticks, I guess. Anyways, my base is funny. What is that? Yo, Colin, let me build simulator. Building simulator. Thank you, go for he stuck my head. Oh my god, my music was stuck in my head. This fuck here around me. Yo, come look at my base. Yo, come look at my base. You think it's good? I call my finished cooking meat. That ain't even a stack. That's an entire stack and even more. There's like more than stack. Okay. Funny. I'm wishing now we gotta go. Go. Mining away. Such a long day. Such a balling all the mining away. Bow to that bomb.
Oops, you have to put the CD
Up your ass.
If you want to overthrow the US government, all you have to do is wait. Because right now, there are 11 days each year that the US recognizes as federal holidays. The first 4 were codified in 1870, but since then we've accumulated 7 more. That's a rate of exactly 1 new federal holiday every 14 years. At that rate, by the year 6980, every single day will be a federal holiday and government employees will have every day off. In this video, I say the word the 10 times. I use the letter E 124 times. I use the letter J only once. But there's one letter, only one, that I never use at all. Can you figure out what it is? No, you quiet zippy fox. It's not the usual suspects. Also, I say the word deified 4 times in this video. To be deified means to be made into a god. But is to create a god to be a god yourself? Does it go both ways? Well, deified, reversed, is still deified. Cabbage. Deified, reversed, is still deified. Cabbage.
This is a wooden slab, but it's not. It's actually a stone slab, but in disguise. You've probably seen it in the creative mode block menu, and they call it the petrified oak slab. But why? What's the need for a single type of wood slab that acts like stone? Well, there's a very specific reason why it exists that dates back to over 10 years ago. So let's take a deep look into the history of the wooden slab that's actually stone. The story of this block begins in February of 2011. Notch released the Beta 1.3 update and brought with it new types of slabs, including cobblestone, sandstone, and wood slabs. You see, from the very beginning, wooden slabs were actually stone slabs. And here's why. At the time, Minecraft had an ID system that assigned a number to every block and item in the game. Air was 0, stone was 1, grass was 2, etc. Stone slabs used the ID number 44. So what Notch did when he added those extra slabs was he added an extra data value to the stone slab to specify them. So 44.0 was stone, 44.1 was sandstone, and 44.2 was wood. And here's where we run into an issue. That main block ID of 44 can only be specified for one material type, in this case, stone. Modification of the extra data values with a different material type wasn't possible with the system. So presumably, to save time and to not have to add a whole extra block ID just for wood slabs, the main ID for stone slabs was used instead. And not to mention the other limitations slabs had at the time. There was only one variant of wood slab that was available, that being oak, regardless of there being 2 other tree types in the game. They also took double the amount of resources to craft, and they couldn't be placed upside down. But despite all this, wooden slabs actually had one very useful advantage. They didn't burn. At the expense of having to collect double the amount of wood, one could build his entire house out of wooden slabs and make it fireproof. Wooden slabs were also more blast resistant than regular wood, so it certainly helped keep the creepers at bay. Slabs stayed like this for a good chunk of Minecraft's history, until around a year later, when official patch 1.3 was released. New wooden slabs were added for every variant of wood that existed at the time. This update also finally fixed the issue of wood slabs acting like stone. But here's the thing. The way it was fixed was by simply adding a new block ID specifically for wooden slabs. So what happened to the old one? Well, it was never actually removed. Let's say you played a Minecraft world before the 1.3 update and had a bunch of these wood slabs. When you updated your world, you would actually be able to keep the old slabs and use them like normal. The only caveat is that they couldn't be crafted anymore. I remember playing on a server back in the day, and I noticed this change when it updated to 1.3. When I crafted new wooden slabs, they didn't stack with the ones that I previously made. This actually created a special market for these slabs that can't be made anymore. But in my opinion, the Anarchy server 2b2t is the prime example of this. This server has updated through almost every major version of Minecraft, so there are certainly many of these special slabs still in existence on the server. I even did a live stream back in 2018 looking for them. I never ended up finding any that were actually placed, but luckily, someone who was watching my stream found me and dropped me one. Whoa, but wait a sec, that isn't a wooden slab. It's a giant pink block. The simple explanation for that is that at some point in time, the item texture for this block was removed from the game, likely on accident. However, it's still placed and acted like it should. Nowadays, I literally have shulkers and shulkers of duped so-called alpha slabs, which is the slang term that 2b2t players call these things. But wouldn't it be pretty cool to find a genuine build from the narrow time period when these slabs were craftable? Well, here it is. These are the ruins of a house made from alpha slabs, likely built in 2011 or 2012. It's just crazy to me to see something built in Minecraft that's almost 10 years old, and parts of it still exist on a server that has no rules, probably because you couldn't even light it on fire. Now, I'm not done with the story of these slabs yet. Minecraft patch 1.12.2, which is what 2b2t is coincidentally running, was the last version of Minecraft to utilize numeral block IDs. But when 1.13 was in development, the block ID system was being replaced with string names. So the developers had a choice: remove these slabs from the game entirely, or give them a new life with a new name. And luckily, they chose the latter. Meet the appropriately named petrified oak slab. To this very day, the original variation of wood slabs added by Notch in 2011 can still be used in the same way. You can even upgrade your Minecraft world from older versions that had these slabs to the latest version of Minecraft, and they will work just fine. So that's the story of the wooden slab that's actually stone.
The petrified oak slab. I like how I'm just anyways, first thing first, it's yeet. Yeet. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's go sailing. Nice. Okay. More.
What the fuck? You know how much I hate your noise, but it's kinda strange to see you silent.
Oh damn, I was silent as over 10 seconds!
It's kinda strange to see you silent.
Oh damn, I was silent as over 10 seconds!
son.
Oh.
What's he gonna say? I really like watching these people because they're Roblox players, so what do you expect? Look, he's back again. It's the same character. What's he gonna say? Pop Smoke. You've got this. Good job! How's it taking so long to type it? Yellow. Green. You know what's crazy about me? They give you the items, but as soon as you equip them, they actually buy it. Surprisingly, he's getting most of them right. What are they saying? Tiger! Whoa! Come on, Lacuna. Lacuna? Superhero, you're not getting over there, bro. Trust. Oh, we actually guessed this. Purple. You actually got it. Has she figured out what tiger is yet? Does she know? Chat, does she know what tiger is? Alright, well, we complete the colours one. I mean, I'd do it, but the guy did it for me. There's no way she... That's not sad, bro. Which one is this again? Is she...
Roblox player.
That's not sad, bro. Which one is this again? I forgot. I don't know. Come on, Lollipop. 3424. Why? She couldn't pick up that username, bro. Joy. She's giving up. She's giving up. I'm quick at this note. For some reason, this game consistently doesn't accept the correct words. Joy was the right thing. It wasn't the right thing, though. I don't know. It says it right here. The Gemini. Hey, this is the right one. No. But she's actually giving up. That's it. The game's over for her. She didn't leave. All right, Lollipop. Come on. It's not difficult. Why did it work? Why did it work? What the fuck? She just got sent back to the Shadow Realm. Oh, a free trail. Yeah. Guys, remember when Rainbow just meant a rainbow? Oh my god, Maya, I got it. Maya or Maya? No. Come on, Maya, you got this. You can spell orange. Bro, there's no way. What is that? Wait! Comment section, help me understand what this actually means. I think this guy over here is carrying. The colours one is the easiest one. I'll go for the colours one. Maya over here. Potoka. Ooh, why does it blink? Ooh, Roblox! Unneeded feature. Did they really know what no yellow is? What is she saying? I want to get over there. Let me kill myself. I'm back here. What? Cannot leave. Scared. Bro, this game is so monetized now. A lot of them can't seem to figure out what tiger is. They keep putting stuff like, where is it? Tigger. You fucking stupid diamond. Well, there's part of the text that says it wrong here. I think you're stupid. Wait, I'm that lion. Bro, this game is so stupid. You gotta rejoin the entire game just to fucking please off. I'll trust in you, Drew. What are you doing, bro? Drew, you got this. You just gotta pick which one you want to do. Alright, straight to the easiest one. What are you gonna say? It's 3 letters. You didn't type anything. You just walked into it. What even is this? I don't like this. Okay. Which one's she gonna pick? Come on, Lucas, you got this. He can't figure out, guys. He got too stressed out. He couldn't figure out what 1 plus 1 is. Look at this! Off she goes. I love these Roblox players, bro. They're like AI. Stop trying to make me buy things. Alright, Janice, what is this? Do we know? Do we know what this is? Don't look at me like I know the answer, bro. I don't want to. Gabri. You couldn't have just put Gabri, no. Alright, come on. What is this? He really can't figure it out. This question is too much. This is like asking your child what 50 times 2 is. No, this is too much. He's stuck. He's in an infinite loop. Where is he? Hello, Gabri! Nope, that's it. Why did it do it? He got it right. It did it. Okay, give it another try. That took you a total of 1 minute and 32 seconds. Gabri, you got this. All you gotta do is do it again. Bro. He did it. Yeah, he did it.
Okay, can you guess who The Rock is, Gabri?
No, the dog one clearly isn't working. He can't do it. He's stressing out. Look at him. With his Linux talks, he's looking around. He's like, do you know? What is that? He's going back home, guys. You really can't decide on what he's doing, can he? Oh my god, wait. I think we've got a child that actually knows. Do you know? Why is this avatar, bro? Alright, don't say Poco 2. What the other guy said. You got this? 1 letter! 1! Singular! You got this. You just gotta remove 1 letter. Yeah! Alright, what are we saying? What we said? Good job. Mango. Diamond aggressive funk. Please don't make this, bro. Do you not know? Come on. You can't leave until you've done it. Yeah, don't look at me, bro. I'm the one spectating here. Come on, it's so easy. Is it? Alright, let me help you out. Nope. Okay, you got it for me. Thank God. Alright, Yogo. Go on. Your turn. You don't know. It's a pear. It's a pear.
Pear?
You got this, bro. I can imagine with these like children, it's like, you know the SpongeBob Cox turning brain gif? Yeah, it's on screen. Good job. Alright, now what is this? Why does it take them so long? Okay, that one's breaking. No! Okay, she's flying for it now. Okay, who the fuck put Coke in her? Yeah, she's doing fine. She's got this. This one is in the back. Now all you gotta do is complete the Yeah, you did it! Good job! Guys, an actually smart child. A smart child. Good enough. Alright, what's going on here, guys? Oh, look, it's my friend Gabri again. Does nobody know? UK. Did bro really just put the UK? Bro, okay, there you go. Oh, this guy knows. He's not a child. He knows. Let me out. I'm leaving. Let me out. Why isn't this game let you just leave, bro? Oh, never mind. I'm actually like dumb. There's a big return button. I think as the generations go, children get dumber. It's not a good way either. I think they actually get dumber. Why is this game let you just leave, bro? This game is so stupid. You got to rejoin the entire game.
Roblox. Let's see the shitty ass game. Guess simulator. Wait, why is there fucking stages? Wow, it's an entire game. TikTok. Wow, it's put right here. Minecraft, Nike. Umami. Pepsi. It's Goldfish? Is it Goldfish? YouTube. Android. Fire? Fire? No. Well, don't know, so I'm gonna. Can I glitch to the wall? No, really, can I actually glitch to the wall? I got like one of 3 models. Fire? And I use more shit. Yeah, I know what gets a dumbass logos. And logo quiz. Easy Roblox. Easy logo quiz.
Just a fucking quiz off. Under. Yeah, you did it. Take some salt. I can't, bro. Come on. It's literally, it's 4 letters. It's 4 letters. Come on, man. Why didn't it work? Why did it? I'm actually gonna crash out, bro. Do you think the developer of this game designed it so it would purposely do it wrong? Like, bro, come on. Which one the most popular one seems to be the colours. I think it's because they're really dumb. Bro, do you mean skip gift? What does this mean, bro? I don't care. Alright, Yarrow. Dip 3037, the next worthy contender. What is this flag? Use. Bro, put use. Bro. I'm pretty sure that's China, right? Yes, thank you for letting us out. Is he gonna get it though? Yeah, he got it easy. I think. Use.
Fucking America is now used.
Have you ever gone to one of my... Okay, bro, we get it. I've used this intro like 15 times now. You know what's happening. Reacting to cringe comments on my previous cringe comments video. I got these 2 idiots with me. Leg out.
Oh, wait, Mr.
See, this is the first thing I said.
That's Mr. You guys gonna activate. You don't want to see that.
Oh, there's another hello here.
Hello? No, they're playing.
No, okay. We Indonesian always draw penis in every car windows. That had dust on it. Well, some of them...
Like an X.
No.
Yo, I'm 46. This is a great video. I'm 46 and I laugh seeing this video.
I'm having, like, this is the duality of comments. This is a great video. I'm 46 and I laugh seeing this video. And then the one right below it, I'm having a heart attack reading these comments. People who Sigma and gay.
No.
Like it.
No.
I like it, Edward.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
The only thing you need to know, laughing, cry, you can be.
This guy's Mr. Motivational Guy.
I ate a propane tank in this video.
Yo, wait, the same guy who keeps commenting on people. Look at this.
Oh, yes. Avatar Roblox thing. Yo, you wanna play more gambling? Play more gambling. Places. Well, I'm going to play games. Wow. The game does not work. Oh god. Oh god. Let's go. Best game. Bomb! Yo, I'm playing the best game right now. Look at my life. My car! Ah! I got my car back! Oh god, this guy's not flying this! Oh, we just fell. Oh, let's go kill them. Yo, come on, I'm playing the best game right now. Yo, waarom ik dat draai? Oh. I see what you're placing. Oh. Alright, time to jump off. Fucking duel again. They want you to play buildable stuff and no gaming and boop. Boobak. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Yo, I'm a US soldier. Let's take some stuff. Let's take everything. Alright, let's take the Thompson 5 and just shoot. I'm killing the tigers. Oh, hold up, let's use the MP5. Wow, I love MP5. What the hell is just jaw? Yo, catapult. Oh. Oh. No. No. I was supposed to say I hate duel, but instead I said I hate duel. Yo, penguin. Oh, who the fuck is Dalek? God, the game is lagging. Wait, how many humanoids are spawning? No, I'm asking how many humanoids.
Evil!
If you clicked on this video, you're probably wondering, why am I going to delete this video in 24 hours? Well, I just did 200k subs, and to celebrate that, I'm going to do a Q&A. Yes, I'm asking you to absolutely flood the comment section with quite literally any question that you want to ask me, but I do have some rules.
Well, there's only one rule, and it's that you can only ask one question per comment, because I can't answer like 7 questions in just one comment, you know? But comment as many questions as you'd like, and they'll have a chance to be in the Q&A vid. Why are you still here?
Go type a question, you only have 24 hours.
Five Minute Crafts is a YouTube channel that uploads a series of 10-minute long craft videos. Now, there is a number of ways that an individual can master artistry and creativity. Study at a university maybe, research the greats of a specific craft, or trek out to the Shaolin Monastery in the hills of China, where they will sit you down, put you into a meditative state, and feed various 5-minute craft videos into your hippocampus until you reach maximum creative aptitude. It's commonly known that 5-Minute Crafts only release highly informative and useful craft tutorials, 29 genius life hacks for everyday situations. Don't you just hate it when you go to the toilet with your jeans on and your phone falls out of your back pocket? Well, don't you worry, you can just do the classic trick of putting your phone in a bag of rice, leave it for a day, and boom, your iOS has magically backdated to 2008. Or what about that moment when you accidentally cross-dress every single morning? Well, this is easily fixable. Just simply consume 18 yogurts in a row and then shove your underwear into each one of the pots for maximum organisation. Or how about when you take one of those atomic radioactive shits that just cakes the toilet bowl and excrement, like a spray of crap, a fecal Jackson Pollock of sorts. Or just spray that shit with some trusty DW40 like it's a squeaky hinge, and the poo will be gone in no time. Or for those pesky stray bits of remaining human waste that cling to the toilet bowl that the weak toilet brush just won't budge, simply take out said toilet brush and strap it to a handrail. That'll clean it up with no issues. A brush upgrade of sorts. But what if your toilet isn't working? You're all out of water and it just won't flush. Well, 5-Minute Crafts has got your back. Just shit in a bag. Having toilet paper troubles? Well, never fear. Just pull that conveniently placed pen out of your hair and use it to hold the toilet paper. Oh yeah, you will need a pen in your hair at all times to perform this life hack. Well, 5-Minute Crafts don't just specialise in toilet and poo-based life hacks. Oh no. 5-Minute Crafts have reportedly been able to sneak any item into any location with maximum agility. It's said that the CIA recruit 5-Minute Crafts to sneak secret American files into the heart of Russia. Take this piece of work, for example. Yum, 18 crazy ways to sneak snacks anywhere you go. Want to sneak a lollipop into the cinema but society is stopping you from achieving your goal? Just simply handcraft a t-shirt with a perfect cutout in which you can place said lollipop. Because as we all know, cinema ushers have no sense of depth perception, and therefore you can sneak right in. Now to you, this may look like you're just simply taping 6 Ritter Sports to your abdomen, but to the untrained eye, to a craft noob, you're an individual with a set of rock-hard abs, and you can waltz right on in. This tactic also works with women, because who wouldn't want to eat a set of marshmallows that have been sliding around your arse? The 5-Minute Crafts channel is basically just find an issue, and then solve that issue in in the most obscure, far-fetched way possible, or just hide a forbidden object in plain sight. I mean, what's the actual point of these strange methods of hiding candy? Strapping a singular Snickers bar onto your tie, or wearing Skittles as a necklace? What's wrong with just simply putting a Snickers bar in your pocket like any normal person? It seems that in all of these 5-minute craft videos, they live in a sovereign state where they get spot searched everywhere they go. I mean, some of these are just so blatantly obvious. Need to subtly sneak candy into class? Well, why not strap 50 snacks onto a remote control car and drive it around class like an RCXD? Do you guys want to secretly sneak snacks into class? Or just simply pull out a mining drill and dig through the earth until you reach China, where you can then simply buy a chocolate bar from one of the markets and then climb back up to the classroom, and success, you have your chocolate bar. I'm not exactly sure who comes up with all of these bizarre craft ideas, but with nearly 70 million subscribers and over 4,000 video uploads, I'm sure they have a vast factory of people just generating 5-minute craft videos that are pumped out onto the channel for endless revenue. Now if you won't mind me, after eating all of that candy that I snuck into class, I need to go and shit in a bag. And with all of that said, goodbye. September 17th, 2013, Rockstar released GTA 5, the latest installment in the Grand Theft Auto franchise and their most ambitious title at the time, featuring a vast open world, a huge list of customizable vehicles, and a fleshed out story that was playable from 3 perspectives. A story that we all know too well. Overall, a great game. But if I asked you to name me the best mission in the GTA 5 story, I'm sure I'd be met with a myriad of answers. The jewel store job, blitz play maybe, the big score of course, well all valid answers, but I'm here to tell you that you're wrong, because the best mission in the GTA 5 story is the 4th mission in the game, Complications. Franklin pays a visit to his workplace at the time, Premium Deluxe Motorsport, where he runs into owner Simeon Yetarian, the corrupt Armenian businessman that sells people cars they can't afford. And as usual, he has a job for Franklin. Apparently, Jimmy DeSanta, Michael's son, jerking off while he plays that fucking game, is late on his payments for the car that he just purchased, and Simeon fears he's going to total the car before he's even paid it off.
I have this bad feeling that he will do more damage to the car than we can get back from him in the exorbitant interest rate payments.
And he wants that goddamn car back.
Just go and get it.
So as Franklin, you have to drive to Michael's house, climb over the gate, knock out the gardener, clamber onto the roof, sneak through the house, and steal the car. But plot twist, Michael is in the car. You get held at gunpoint, drive through the dealership window, beat the living shit out of Simeon, and then the mission ends. Now I'm sure you're probably thinking, why exactly is that the best mission in the game? Well, you see, you may not realise it, but this mission is actually a pivotal turning point in the GTA 5 story. Sure, you unlock Michael as a playable character, but more importantly, when you complete it, you unlock the ability to play tennis and golf.
I hate this fucking game.
PGA Tour 2K21, more like GTA Tour 5. X2 at backspin, oh well I don't mind if I do. Now not only are these games fun and well made, works of art if you will, but they're also prime examples of the games within video games. The word immersion gets thrown around a lot in the gaming industry, especially in regards to open world games. How real the world looks and feels, how alive the world seems, and how the world alone can pull you in and keep you interested. And one thing I always see sweep under the radar when it comes to the topic of immersion is the choice for developers to add side games and activities to their worlds. Sure, it's a small addition, but in my opinion, it goes a long way in making a world more believable. It seems that Rockstar always hit the nail on the head when it comes to interactive side games and activities, whether it's playing basketball on the course of San Andreas, air hockey in the Ballad of Gay Tony, or arm wrestling in GTA 5. And of course, we can't forget in GTA 4 when Roman will always call you up with the iconic line, Nico, it's Roman, let's go bowling. You know what, Roman? I will go bowling, because that shit was fun as fuck.
Nice try. Yeah, baby!
Hey Roman, I got your text.
Hug you while rubbing you against my huge sweaty moves, then kiss your cheeks, and then kiss you on the lips, and then a long...
Can't just skip past GTA 5 cinemas, being able to watch a range of short films.
My wife says I can put a clothespin on her nipple, so here we go.
And of course, the strip club.
Boobies.
And you bet whenever I played this track, any latest a range of 5 things that you could come across could just spam your fingers on the keyboard so your hand moved at hyperspeed. And the fact that you could come across small groups of men playing the odd poker board so your hand moved at hyperspeed. And the fact that you could come across small groups of men playing the odd poker game in the back room of a train station was always such a cool touch in my opinion. And it wasn't like these games were isolated either, snapping your way to another screen. The transition between walking around to playing cards was virtually seamless. Watching Arthur sit down at the table as he was dealt his cards and chips. Plus, the game world would still always be moving around you as you played, making it feel like you were just another passerby stopping for a quick game of poker at the bar, only making it feel more spontaneous and real.
Who's gonna be walking bow-legged tonight?
But Rockstar aren't the only ones. Take the masterpiece of a game that is Watch Dogs 1, where you played as legendary hacker Aiden Pierce. And actually, Ubisoft managed to work some pretty inventive games into Watch Dogs. Chess logic puzzles that were just challenging enough that they were still fun, or an interactive drinking game where you had to out-drink your opponent by moving your analog stick to various points on the screen and press the corresponding button. Seems easy enough, but as you got more and more pissed, the analog stick would become much harder to control, making the game pretty goddamn difficult. And how can I talk about Watch Dogs 1 and not mention poker? But this wasn't just any ordinary poker game. As the big brain hacker you were, you could secretly gain access to the nearby security cameras and sneakily look over the shoulders of your fellow players to see their hands, giving you a major leg up in the game.
You naughty, naughty. You're teasing me, you naughty, naughty.
I remember thinking this was such an inventive addition when I first saw it. Whoever came up with this idea at Ubisoft needs a promotion. Or in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, where after sailing the seas, you could find a number of merchants on the docks that you could play games with, like Checkers or Nine Man's Morris, where I had absolutely no clue how to play the game, so I just randomly moved the pieces around and hoped I'd win. But it was still fun. Even Sleeping Dogs, an open world action game where you played through an ongoing triad dispute in the bustling streets of Hong Kong, featuring a dynamic and extremely fun combat system. But when you weren't beating the fuck out of gang members, you could always wander out to the gambling den in the form of a dingy freighter just off the coast and play a quick game of Mahjong for a small amount of money in the gambling hall, as you heard the ambient sounds of aggressive Chinese voices echoing around the room. Overall, I guess what I'm trying to say is, albeit a small feature game being having on their cow, you play was a fucking cow. And with all of that said, goodbye.
If you don't know where to start...
Over the last 11 years, GTA Online has become the golden child for Rockstar Games due to the insane amount of money it's generated through shark cards. But when it comes to online, Rockstar weren't the only ones to make a bunch of money. Money glitches have become the most popular exploit in the game's history since almost day one, and there are new methods found almost every day. So today, we are going to go through GTA Online's history to find the most damaging and most insane money glitches the game has ever faced, and also figure out how Rockstar went about trying to deal with them. We start this journey off on the same month of the game's launch when the very first money glitch was ever found, which also ended up being the longest lasting money glitch in the game's history, the duplication glitch. This exploit has been the cornerstone to most money glitches that have been found within the game, and the first one was discovered just just 3 weeks after the game's launch on October 25th of 2013. The duplication glitch is exactly what the name implies, duplicating one of your cars so you can keep the original and sell the duplicated one. And the better your car, the more powerful this glitch was. While Rockstar is quick to patch certain methods of this glitch, a new one is found almost immediately, which is why this exploit has been able to last over 11 years, making it easily the longest lasting money glitch in GTA Online. Just a few months later in December of 2013, we had arguably the most destructive period the game has ever seen as far as money exploits go, and it's famously known today as the DNS code exploit. Originally found by prolific modder ECB2, DNS codes allowed people to gain quite literally trillions of dollars in GTA Online almost instantly, and this is during a time where the most expensive item was only 10 million, which was the Type Z. By changing the DNS server in your console settings, you could effectively change all the money values for everything in GTA Online. For example, robbing a convenience store normally gained you about $2,000, but with DNS codes enabled, it would instead make you roughly 1.7 billion, and it was exactly the same for every way of making money in online. As you can probably tell from that comparison alone, this is by far the most monumental money glitch ever found, and is something that a lot of people reminisce on to this day. And the only reason that this was possible in the first place was because Rockstar forgot to encrypt the file they used for all of the game's money values. In fact, this exploit was so bad that Rockstar even disabled shark card sales for a period during the DNS code exploit. About a month later, Rockstar would patch the DNS code exploit and just ban any player that still attempted to use one. Rockstar knew they couldn't allow people to have this much money, so this glitch would go down in history as the first time that Rockstar would try money wiping people's accounts, and they did it quite effectively. However, there were a few smart people who knew that something like this may be happening. A few players used the insane amount of money they had at the time to buy a bunch of maxed out adders so they could sell them after the money wipes had been sent. This would eventually become the meta for all money glitches in the future for those who were worried about losing all their glitch money. But for some glitches on this list, not even that would be enough to get one up on Rockstar. This next glitch is another wild exception in the term of money glitches, and it's the single player to multiplayer glitch. This glitch was a lot more popular in the early days of GTA Online because the steps were a lot easier to do, but now it has since become a prerequisite for most other glitches found later on, like the director mode and online glitch, and even one of the most devastating glitches found in recent years that we will cover in a bit. However, with that said, this glitch was still used to make money, and it was used by bringing other cars from single player into online, which could then be sold. But it had some other major features too. The big feature that makes this glitch different from others is the frozen money method. It was only possible with some methods of this glitch, but because the game had a hard time figuring out if you were in single player or multiplayer, the game would just straight up freeze your online funds, allowing you to buy everything in the game without your money ever leaving your account. But now with those early glitches out of the way, we need to get into the glitches that Rockstar made sure that players wouldn't get away with without being punished. At some point in 2016, modders had discovered a way to create their own money glitch for anyone to use for the first time since DNS codes, and it's one that a lot of you probably remember using, the 10k per kill glitch. When you load into a regular survival mission, usually you only get RP for killing enemies, and then money once the actual mission had been completed. But modders had found a way to make even NPCs drop money in missions as well, and in fact, a ton of it. There were a bunch of different versions of this modded mission, some that dropped 2,000 per enemy, and others that dropped anywhere from up to 10k, but they all worked the exact same. Load into the mission, kill a bunch of enemies, and every single one would drop you a bunch of money. But eventually Rockstar put an end to it, and the money wipes came shortly after, where people were having hundreds of millions of dollars deleted from their account. Going back a few months to February of 2019, a new money glitch was found that caught the entire community by storm that you probably remember, the Lesser Plane glitch. This money glitch allowed you to gain almost $1,000 every 2 seconds, which by itself doesn't sound like that insane of a money glitch, but the best part about this money glitch in particular is that it could be done completely AFK. Once you reach level 45, you could call Lester in order to locate a random plane for you to use. If you use this feature while leaving your garage, the game would get stuck in an endless loop of trying to locate a plane while also refunding your money. Then, for some reason, if you stood near a plane after doing this, the game would register that Lester had located a plane, but also refund your money for this same reason, and it would go through this cycle over and over and over again. This glitch became so popular that you would join lobbies just to find everyone in the lobby sitting in the hangar doing this glitch. People would leave it on overnight or while they were at school or work, and come back to find that they made millions of dollars while doing literally nothing. What I find really funny about this glitch is that data miners had discovered that this glitch had technically been possible to do since the game came out, but it was only made public by a YouTuber named Dash G in 2019. However, the fun did not last that long, as after about 2 weeks and many failed attempts, this exploit was finally patched by making the Request a Plane feature completely free. So, in a way, GTA Online players actually made their lives easier by figuring out this exploit. The problem, however, was that because of how easy this glitch was to do, people knew that the money wipes would be coming soon enough, and so people learned from the DNS exploit that transferring your money into items to sell later is the way to go. But since Rockstar had been down this road before, some people who abused this glitch had their entire accounts reset, showing that Rockstar wasn't playing around with these glitches anymore, and they proved this once again just a year later. In the year of 2020, GTA Online had a huge resurgence of players during COVID, and with that brought a huge resurgence of money glitches as well, as in August of 2020, Rockstar would once again face one of the greatest money glitches found at the time, simply known as the apartment glitch. Sometimes also dubbed the garage glitch, this glitch allowed you to make over $2 million every 5 minutes, and that is not an understatement. By already having 6 properties and replacing your 6th slot with a free property like the Exceptionalist Way Garage, for example, you could then join a new session, and the game would get confused thinking the free garage you just bought was the same price as your most expensive apartment, meaning you could replace it with a less expensive one and be refunded the extra cash. This glitch was extremely easy to do. The process took a couple minutes, and it could be done over and over again, making it easily one of the best money glitches in the game's history. However, with that being said, it means that this exploit almost immediately got put on Rockstar's radar. It was so bad, in fact, that Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar's parent company, actually started copyright striking videos that were posting tutorials of this exploit as an attempt to try and stop the spread of this glitch. And so, when they finally patched the exploit, they held no mercy when it came to handing out punishments. If you had your money wiped from this glitch, you were actually one of the lucky ones, because Rockstar approximately reset the accounts of over 10,000 people who used this glitch. So many, in fact, that a petition was started to get their accounts back, and we all know how effective those are. In hindsight, this makes a lot of sense because of how powerful this glitch really was, but even still, there was one more glitch where Rockstar decided to show absolutely no mercy when it came to people's accounts. I made sure to leave the best money glitch for last, a glitch that, after being found, was able to make people $1 billion within a few minutes, and no, it didn't require a DNS code. It was simply called the Casino Chip Glitch. Now, in GTA Online, the best money glitches are often the easiest ones, and this money glitch was far from it, because it was extremely complicated to set up. But once it was more than worth it. To simplify it a lot, after doing the already mentioned single player to multiplayer glitch, you could instead walk into the casino, and because the casino doesn't exist in single player, the game would once again get confused and freeze your casino funds. Then, by going to the teller, the game would still allow you to exchange your chips into regular money, but because the game was still confused, the chips would stay in your casino, meaning you could exchange them over and over again. But complicated or not, as soon as you had it set up, you could earn up to $200,000 every time you hit the A button. But now, with how crazy this glitch really was at the time, Rockstar came with a game plan this time. Instead of patching the glitch and then money wiping accounts, they decided to send the money wipes out first. And then, if people were found abusing the glitch after they had already been wiped, Rockstar would just hand them an instant account ban. But those weren't the only players to get banned either. If you had abused this glitch to an insane extent, like this one guy who glitched over 4 billion, then once again, you were hit with almost an immediate account ban. And because of how powerful this glitch was, a lot of people were past the point of no return, so a lot of bans were being handed out. In fact, because of how many people were being banned, the topic made headlines from some news sites, and Rockstar even released a statement about it on their support page. And after the glitch was finally patched and about 10,000 account resets, money wipes, and even bans, the most devastating money glitch in GTA Online's history had finally come to an end. About a month ago, I received this email. I'm Robert from the Ultra Games team. Our company is developing a game called Paradise, which aims to rival GTA 6. You can check out a sneak peek here.
Welcome to the city of limitless possibilities, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the Paradise.
Everything about this game looks so good that it's almost too good to be true, and that's exactly the point. This game is without a doubt a massive scam. Myself and the other users of the Paradise Scam Discord have broken this video up into 3 parts, going over the trailers, the website, and the company Ultra Games. And we will prove to you that this game is after nothing more than your money and personal information. If you're watching this video, I would assume that you are at least familiar with the trailer. But if not, here is some simple context. Just over a month ago, this trailer dropped for a new game called Paradise, being developed by Ultra Games Limited, which promises to be a direct rival to GTA 6. This is a tall feat for any company, but especially for one that doesn't exist. But I'm getting ahead of myself a little, because first, we need to cover what all the hype has been about. The trailer that now has over 350,000 views and rising. So strap in and let's take a look at some of these major red flags. Before we even start the trailer, you can go down to the description, which reads, "It is a game that combines elements of GTA and Sims." First of all, everyone should know that it is highly illegal to use another game to promote your own, and this is done intentionally by Paradise to get the attention of all GTA fans. Then, when starting the trailer, you can see an Epic Games logo. Cyberboy, my friend and fellow GTA YouTuber, has reached out to Epic Games, and they have confirmed that they have no idea what Paradise is, and certainly are not partnered with them in any way. And if you need more evidence that they're lying about being partnered with Epic, if you take a look at the Paradise trailer on the Epic Games Store, they removed the Epic Games logo, meaning they know they wouldn't get away with this if they wanted their game listed. And remember this, because it is something that Paradise brings up more than once. We aren't even 1 second into the trailer yet, and things are not looking good for Paradise already.
Voyager peut-être. We'll buy you some land. Look at this. Now you gotta pay some cash with Alice Earth. Actually, I'm gonna continue playing ATM 9, but first I gotta piss. No, where's my mother? Huh? Okay, tell me the deal. How much time? Oh, same time. Wow, it sounds like, yeah, the one thing where you have to make 15 floors. Yeah. Try to make it in one day. Wait. No. No. No.
There you are.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. I hear you make some pretty good burgers.
Just the finest in town.
Yeah, well, I'll be the judge of that. So you got your ingredients lined up there? Impress me.
I will. Okay, what do I do now?
It smells fantastic.
Ooh, you're gonna love it. Okay.
I add lettuce.
A little mayo. There we go.
No, we're not going pickles. We're going onions. No sauce too.
Perfect. A perfect classic burger coming right here.
We'll see about that. Not bad. It's not rocking my world or anything, but right. Great, pretty damn good. Very good burger. Not the best. But I can see why you have your reputation.
Thank you.
Very good, Jack.
Thank you, thank you. You guys rock!
Yo, this video would have to make a burger with keys. Boards. Burger keyboard.
Let me go!
Yeah.
You stupid!
Dumb thing. This is dumb.
You stupid
What the fuck? And I got fentanyl. I don't even know what the fuck a fentanyl is. Just bought. Ouch. Wait. Did I lost my fucking gavel? Yo, Antonio, peces idioso.
You stupid! You stupid!
1 minute. Alright, how much? Many videos? You should upload this music. Who's out here?
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive
Fancy cars. Everybody wants to be a superstar.
Get a lot of money, might not see them more.
Why?
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fuck fancy bras. Everybody wanna be
A superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sneak into the products.
Drinking at the murder. What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. Put a mansion on the car, I'm parking in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 gun. Bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures.
Yo, look at my life. Look at my life. Can I have a car? Can I have a stone into a stone brick? What? Anyways, I click the secret buttons, and now if I hold shift, okay, cool, I saw it. Everybody want to be a superstar. Get a lot of money, have fancy cars. Everybody want to be a superstar. Get a lot of money, say no more.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them more. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fuck fancy bras. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sneaking to the models, yeah. Drinking at the matter, yeah. What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. Put a mansion on the car, I'm parking in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 gun.
Yo, Glock.
Down the middle, 9 figures. Packed the head out on the jet when the first came up. Money brought pain before the fame, I was painless. Shit ain't the same, you get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave, and you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like shit strange. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. I think that be triple with a US bride. Back to back nails, need an extra garage. Lamborghini keys, touch screen when it start. Smoking on the exotic, you can smell when it's hard. Blicky, blicky, put an extendo on the FN with me. Let me spread in the head, now it's sticky, sticky. We just came out from the dead, now I'm shit. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Wait, the chapter.
I got bitches in the back and on the side of me.
The one who just butching up.
I just want to smoke him cause he shot at me. Cash out in them all is worth a quarter key. Red gang, so we get a lot of keys. Ran to the God in my Rosie. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them more. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fuck fancy bras. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars.
Lario.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them more.
Yo, how many bands?
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sticking to the models, yeah. Drinking at the matter, yeah. What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. Put a mansion on the car and park it in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 thumb.
Don't tell me that my $5 that I wasted on one little plugin will get all fucking deleted. I wish I could sue Roblox Studio, but I hope we can sue fucking Roblox, but no, you can't, because fucking patents suck ass. Don't mind me, I'm just going here to test to see all my plugins. Okay, don't mind me. I think it's fake. Okay. Which attachment? I think it's lying.
Bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures. I put the head out on the jet when the first came, but money brought pain before the fame. I was painless. Shit ain't the same. You get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave and you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like
Loyo. You want to be a superstar? Get a lot of money, like fancy cars. Everybody wants to be a superstar. US boy.
Let me spread in the head, now sticky, sticky. We just came up from the dead, now I'm shit. Yeah. Rose gold diamonds in my mouth when I smile, bitch. I just walked into the spot and changed the climate. I got bitches in the bag and on the side of me. He didn't bring me out my rest, so now he gotta leave. I just wanna smoke him cause he shot at me. Cash out in the mall is worth a quarter key.
I didn't know Among Us.
A lot of keys. Ran to the God in my rosy.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them all. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money for fancy bras. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them all. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money for fancy bras. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sticking to the models, yeah. Drinking at the matter, yeah. What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. Put a mansion on the car and park it in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 thumb. Bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures. I packed the head out on the jet when the first came, but money brought pain before the fame. I was painless. Shit ain't the same. You get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave and you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like shit strange. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar.
Hold up. Yeah. Hold up. US boy.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
Oh shit, I'm gonna get copyrighted.
Gangnam Style. Oppan Gangnam Style.
I'm gonna get copyrighted over this. Cool.
Rose gold diamonds in my mouth when I smile, bitch.
Yo, this music is very good. Hold up.
Is your
Déchaînez-vous avec les...
Bobak. Yeah, fine. Yo, I think this thing is good to make another meme. With AI. Well, let's see what the AI thinks. Oh. Whoa! Anna is down! I can't do that, can I? Oh my god.
I love Sangai.
Wow, brother AI is still thinking, huh? Oh my god.
Hey, Nath Dunico. You're such a low-energy noob. Even my Trump Tower has higher stats than your Fortnite skills. When Cone Guy taunting.
Yeah. Yeah.
When Cone Guy taunting. Commit taunt from Pizza Tower. Commit taunt from Pizza Tower. Commit taunt from Pizza Tower. HTTPS www.youtube.com/watch?the=1 away.
Oh my god. Oh, ich habe Stroh. More D's.
You know, as Paul does.
What? It's stuck. Holy shit! We made it get stuck. Oh no, I'm still Oh, what is this? There. Alright, cool. Let's get a lot of andesite. Let's get a lot of cobble. Whoops. Whoops. Again. Yeah, I suck.
$30, $20, retard. 30, 20,
10,
retard.
I don't watch fucking movies.
This be the last fucking game. Where the cars below the tree. This is fucking bad. You, the house causing this. People are position is facing our problem. Yes, this beauty to fucking work. Not sure if I should keep this to the ground. We're free to be able to destroy it. The method name is so much more. He went from the heck. 3 efforts to do fight. People sitting in the fight on top of your car. 1 day later, fucking radar. This is where after your car. This happens. You're a big shit. You, are you going to know you're doing this? This one's pretty important, I think.
A fast-paced, exciting environment, but in reality, I'm stuck in this cubicle building super complex stuff that nobody understands or appreciates. If I had a time machine, I would do 2 things. 1, I would tell Harambe to get away from that kid. And 2, I would go back to school to become a civil engineer so I could work outside building stuff everyone admires like bridges and skyscrapers. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out how to build a time machine in JavaScript yet. Now, I would never recommend anybody choose software engineering as a career, but if you do make bad life choices like me, you should be prepared for some really bad things to happen. Like every doctor eventually loses a patient, and every pilot eventually crashes a plane. Likewise, every software engineer will eventually face a merge conflict, and that's not even very bad. In today's video, we'll look at 7 different devastating text messages that no developer ever wants to hear. Speaking of which, I finally started a Discord, so feel free to chat with me over there after this video. We've got some t-shirts and licenses to JetBrains software to give away over there. One of the biggest problems with software engineering is that you don't want your friends and family to find out what you do. The reason is you'll get messages like this from your uncle or old roommate asking if you want to build an app together. It will consist of a very dumb idea that's impossibly complex to execute, like Uber but for horses, or TikTok without the Chinese, with a $500 budget. Messages like this are so painful because software
just hear TikTok for the Chinese.
Engineers are usually introverts who have a hard time saying no. What you'll want to do is respond and say, hey, that's an awesome idea. I would love to build it for you, but my rate is $300 an hour. What they'll likely do is come back with a counteroffer of $0 per hour, but 10% equity in the company, which will eventually be worth billions. That's pretty much checkmate.
Trust speaks for itself.
I would just recommend accepting the offer and building the app to get them to go away. Now, when you're not building apps for friends and family, you should be working on your own side projects. And in doing that, you'll likely use the cloud like AWS. One of the worst messages you can receive is a cloud billing alert like, hey, it's AWS. Your $25 budget has been exceeded by $2.3 million. Maybe you clicked the wrong button or accidentally created an infinite loop, but the important thing here is not to panic. The easiest solution is to just stop using AWS and pretend nothing ever happened. If Jeff ever sends his guys after you, just tell them your account got hacked. That may or may not work, and if it doesn't, you can at least find comfort in knowing there are many other homeless people out there who simply forgot to turn off an EC2 instance. Another dreaded catastrophic thing a developer doesn't want to hear is that a production database has been dropped accidentally, along with all of your company's data that was worth billions of dollars. You just made the simple mistake of dropping prod instead of dev. When something like this happens, it's absolutely terrifying, but hopefully you have backups that are able to restore it back to its original state. If not,
now would be a good time to start looking for a new job. Dropping a database is incredibly easy and can be accomplished with a single line of code. You can use this knowledge to fight back against the system, as this person did here, by weaponizing SQL injection against speed cameras. Dropping a database is bad, but at least it's over quickly. Many developers suffer a worse fate, like this guy who got a message from his boss assigning him to a legacy AngularJS version 1 codebase that needs to be migrated to Angular 14. Sadly, the previous developer died of old age and was the only one who had any idea how anything in this codebase worked. He knew exactly how to keep his job by creating an overly complex codebase without any comments or documentation, and now it's your turn to update it.
Fuck my life.
This job will take more skill and ingenuity than building a nuclear submarine, and when you finally finish the job in a few years, no one will even notice or care, because by that time it'll be time to migrate your legacy codebase into the hot new JavaScript framework of 2025. Speaking of which, something a web developer never wants to hear is that a new, better JavaScript framework has been invented. When you learn a JavaScript framework, you join a tribe, and that means everything outside that tribe is dangerous and terrible. Now, normally you can create an echo chamber to convince yourself that your chosen framework is absolutely 100% the best in every use case. However, at some point, you may be convinced that a better framework does in fact exist. When that day comes, you'll need to turn your back on your tribe and lose many friends in the process. And it's not exactly easy to make new friends when you're a software engineer.
Can't sit here.
But one of the most annoying things that can happen to you is when a non-technical person, like a client or marketing expert, asks you to make one small change to an already finished product. Like, let's just move this navbar from the top over to the side here. It should be an easy change for you to make. You don't not want to look like a 10x developer, so you go ahead and do it, but it takes like 20 hours and modifications and 100 different HTML and CSS files. Then as soon as you configure work, that same person will come back and say, you know what, I think I liked it better the first way. Let's go ahead and change it back. It's no secret that the most important skill of a software engineer is being able to Google things effectively. That means one of the worst things that can happen to you is running into a problem that nobody else has already solved for you. It's painful enough when 0 results come back on Google with your error message, but an even worse thing can happen. You might search an error and get a single result on an obscure forum from 10 years ago and find some dude going through the exact same problem as you. As you scroll down, hoping for a well-documented and detailed solution, you find that all he posted was fixed, all good now, and now you have to figure out the problem all by yourself. Being the Chad that you are, you get to work, and as soon as you're about to solve the problem, you get a notification that it's time for your daily stand-up meeting. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next. Many years ago in a story I just made up, I was architecting some highly scalable infrastructure when a staff engineer walked into my cubicle and said,
"Hey buddy, that's a cute VS Code theme you've got there."
"Oh, thanks. It's a synthwave with power mode enabled." Before I could explain more though, he cut me off and said,
"You see that bug on line 234, right?"
I said, "No, that's impossible, sir. We have 100% test coverage on this code."
"Well, I'm gonna pull it up in NeoVim on my Arch desktop, and I'll send you a PR for that."
5 minutes later, I get a notification in Slack that the PR came through. All tests are passing, with 469 lines of code removed, and just one commit message that read,
"Optimize suboptimal code."
I then looked out the window and saw him driving away in his Tesla. It was at that moment that I realized I had been flexed upon. If you're a programmer who's feeling down, one of the best ways to boost your ego is to flex on other developers. For programmers, there's only 2 states of being: imposter syndrome or superiority complex. In today's video, you'll learn how to become the best programmer the world has ever seen in your own mind, by looking at 10 practical ways to flex on your friends and colleagues. First up, we've got the complexity flex. The world's greatest programmer once said, "An idiot admires complexity, a genius admires simplicity." Luckily, most people are not geniuses.
Think of how stupid the average person is, and then realize half of them are stupider than that.
So what you can do is take something simple, like a perfectly functional JavaScript function, then add TypeScript to it while preaching the virtues of end-to-end type safety. From there, refactor it into an abstract factory singleton adapter decorator proxy, and when nobody understands that, just tell them they've never seen clean code before and should have read the Gang of Four book, making them think you're some kind of programming god. The CTO who doesn't know how to code will be so impressed that you'll get a huge raise. And that brings us to the money flex. The amount of money you make is exactly tied to the amount of value that you bring to the world. The level 1 money flex is the junior developer making $50K a year who shows off to his old colleagues at Arby's who are only making $45K a year. The dude in the cubicle next to him though did a better job negotiating his salary and makes $225K a year. That dude's got a cousin though who works at Netflix who flexes on him for making $900K a year. That dude's landlord though was one of the first engineers at Uber who has a net worth of 25 mil, who now flexes on social media about being a genius technology investor. but then he gets flexed on by the billionaire crypto bro who made all his money by rug pulling all the level 1 flexers. The circle of life is truly beautiful. If you subscribe to the link in this post, I may get a commission. I'm not quite a billionaire yet, so the way I like to flex is by owning YouTube Premium. As a lazy developer, I'm obsessed with optimizing my time, and by owning Premium, I don't have to watch ads on any YouTube videos, and I can download all the JavaScript tutorials I want to watch offline when I travel. On top of that, it provides access to YouTube Music, so I can listen to Huey Lewis and the News on repeat while I code, which actually saves me money because I don't need to pay for other music streaming services. What's really awesome though is that YouTube has allowed me to offer you 1 month of YouTube Premium for free. I've actually been paying for it myself for years, and it's well worth it if you value your time. But another great way to demonstrate your superior value is with the Vim Flex. When you use Vim, it elevates you to a higher plane of consciousness where you can look down upon the poor lost souls using tools like VS Code, IntelliJ, and Emacs. If you're the real deal, you won't even have a mouse at your computer. Now normally this is the point where I should make a joke about not being able to exit Vim, but I've never really understood those jokes because I don't even know how to exit VS Code. But an even more potent flex is your operating system. If you want to tell people you're rich, go with a Macintosh, and combine it with the Apple Vision Pro to also tell people that you're a clown. Real developers though use Linux. You can impress most people by simply using Ubuntu, but if you really want to impress people, you should pay a bunch of money to IBM to use Red Hat Enterprise Linux. That's pretty baller, but eventually you'll find yourself alone at a urinal. A man will walk in, he'll turn his head and look at you, then say these 3 words. I use Arch, by the way. You'll immediately feel smaller, like your distro is just not as well endowed as you thought. Not to worry though, if you're just getting flexed on by someone who doesn't have a life, who can spend countless hours configuring their OS. Everybody knows that the ultimate distro is Windows, because that tells people that you actually have a life and maybe even a girlfriend outside of programming. But nothing says I don't have a life better than the GitHub flex. If you don't have a GitHub commit history that looks like this, then you're not a real programmer, and you don't care about open source. And your profile should have enough awards and badges on it to make you look like a North Korean general. You can achieve these badges by flexing on other open source projects. The Chainsaw PR Flex is a great way to show the world that you're the top G of JavaScript. What you want to do is find new small projects from young enthusiastic developers, then fork their code and remove every line possible while making sure that all the tests still pass. Then send a vague pull request explaining how you cleaned up the code to use best practices. If you did it properly, the project will soon be abandoned because no programmer can face that amount of flexing.
We're losing him! We're losing him! He's dying!
Now that one is kind of hard to pull off if you're a terrible programmer, but that shouldn't hold you back from flexing anyway. There's an old saying that goes something like, those who can't code become influencers. What you do is pay your $8 to post on X, formerly known as Twitter, then make outrageous hot takes that nobody could possibly agree with. If you give advice that's so egregiously bad, you might even get a reply from Elon Musk himself, which you can then flex about on your YouTube channel. And yes, that is a real tweet. Elon and I are pretty much best friends at this point. Now, you should never take technical advice from someone on Twitter or YouTube, but instead only take advice from people who flex their past experience. If you've ever worked at a FAANG company, it gives you the privilege to start every sentence with, as an ex-Facebook engineer, I recommend that you make X bad decision. Working at a FAANG company is like being in a special club that everyone wants to get into, even though some people say they don't want to because their moral compass is too well calibrated. But in reality, they're just hating because they didn't grind on LeetCode enough. If I ever got a job at FAANG, I would tattoo it on my forehead. If you're not in the club though, another way to flex as a web developer is with your domains. My GoDaddy account is more valuable than my Robinhood account. Domains aren't just for failed side projects, they're investments that you'll one day hand down to your grandkids. Like best-seo-backlink-tool.net is a valuable asset that any developer would love to get their hands on. The ultimate flex a programmer can do though is learn to farm. The programmer who blows up his computer and joins the Amish is invincible to all the flexes we've looked at throughout this video. As he milks his cow and tends to his crops, his identity is no longer tied to these superficial things like code quality, GitHub stars, likes, followers, and even money. As he looks at the spider web reflecting the sun, it reminds him of a silicon chip. He recognizes the inherent intelligence that permeates all of nature. Its beauty is so overwhelming that he begins to cry. In that moment, he's connected to all the people that lived and died before him. Soon enough, he'll be dead and forgotten just like them. The complete insignificance of his own existence is both terrifying and liberating. And it was at that moment that he realized that the spider was just flexing on him.
This website doesn't use cookies. Got it. Don't show again. Click. Click. This website does use cookies. Got it. Don't show again. Now you're stuck in an endless loop. Hey, you're going to sleep. Yes.
Oh, shut the fuck up, video. It wasn't me to play Tech Off List? Let's see you again. 1. I can't play ATM 9. So it's just 32. 4. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, fuck me. I just want to play some more Create, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to feed.
Well, it's been a long time since the last time I saw that big old Pepper. He said he wanted to win the Wimble Challenge, so it's time for me to check out my good old pal, Peppermint.
Did I win?
Nope.
Who gets to...
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards?
Gang items. Yeet. I don't know how to fuck. Hey KJ is like, I don't care about KJ. Like, most people like, woo, KJ, we will vote that fucking thing immediately. Like dumbasses, just vote it. Pros don't. Just bought more land in the metaverse.
I've escaped the little gremlin's studio. I'm safe. There's no problems here whatsoever. Well, I guess we're trapped here forever. We're being hunted down by some guy named Dito or whatever. I don't know. I saw him on the street one day and he's like, "Hello, can I join your I was starting I wanted to start showing Nickelodeon. Maybe not Nickelodeon. That would be a bad idea. But somewhere. I wanted to sponsor Noise TV, but they didn't let me, so I needed to start my own show. So I started my own show. Dito asked to join. I said no, it's hunting me down. Help. Welcome to a video. I saw a video on in my recommended ones of someone playing this, and they were editing with Sony Vegas. No, not Sony Vegas, just Vegas myself. And I was like, hey, I did the same thing. So I'm gonna be like, yes. He's gonna hunt me down forever, so we need to get as many P ranks as possible to appease him. It's the only goal. It's no lap 6, but it's better than nothing, right? Oh god. Oh no, they're just gone. Oh, I'm back. Oh, okay. We're fine. Well, that wasn't too much stuff, because I don't feel like doing anything dumb, losing my combo, so I don't really have anything to...
One of my favorite forms of entertainment on the internet is urban legends and lost media. I usually love these two together because they both have things in common. The aura of mystery surrounding them, and our innate nature to find the answer. I think we as humans are natural completionists. We're drawn to these topics because we so desperately want to find the answer to something, even if it seems impossible. We don't want a question to remain unsolved. We want closure, damn it! Sometimes these mysteries are solved, and sometimes they probably never will be. In fact, I recently found out a Screamer video based on Mario 64 that scarred me when I was 9 is now lost media. Lost to the depths of time. I hadn't thought about this video in years, and now I found out it's probably gone forever. Don't know how to feel about that, really. It fucking deserved it! And that's one realm where I think this format really shines. The realm of video games. There exist tons of video games that were canceled and are now lost to time, but the thing that truly never dies out are video game urban legends. After that Mario 64 Iceberg video blew up, and the whole every copy of Mario 64 is personalized thing became a meme, this has gotten a ton of people interested in that sort of thing. Now, urban legends for Mario 64 have always existed, even back in the late 90s. The most popular being, of course, Luigi. People have been looking for ways to unlock Luigi in Mario 64 for decades. That's why that Screamer video got me. Piece of shit! But I think we're all fully aware by now. Luigi is nowhere in the game. You can collect as many coins as you want, stop as many Goombas as you can, but Luigi does not exist in Mario 64 in any fashion. Now, there was a huge leak of files on Nintendo a few years ago, revealing that Luigi was planned for the game, even as Mario was found, but as for the final release of the game all the way back in 1996, there is no Luigi in any form whatsoever. But due to the popularity of Mario 64 in this topic, I think it's sort of taken the limelight away from other games. There exist urban legends in tons of other games too, like Tomb Raider. Oh, there's the booby code. If you do enough actions and input a cone, you can see Lara Croft's pyramids. Oh, and then there's Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Oh, that's another well-known one. Oh, we can't forget about the infamous Stop and Swap in Banjo-Kazooie. Renifit's still in the game. All the collectibles completely useless, but they might do something at some point. There exist tons of these for tons of different games. And yeah, most are complete bullshit. But sometimes, on a very rare occasion, they turn out to be real. I know it seems hard to believe, but a few times these urban legends were legends after all. They're actually real. And I'm going to be showing you 3 of these cases today. I've decided to go for variety. So in this video, we're going to be talking about a cool urban legend, a creepy urban legend, and a whole game that was an urban legend. All these cases, they're legit. They're actually real. So strap in and prepare to have your mind blown. We're looking at 3 video game urban legends that are actually real.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave.
Real. I think Super Smash Bros. Needs no introduction. Since its inception since 1999, and especially with the release of Melee, Smash Bros. Has gone to become the best-selling fighting game series ever. The big crossover element was most likely a huge fact. Melee especially more than doubled the roster from 12 in the original to 26. That's a crazy number for a game series just on its second game. You can play from all sorts of characters from all sorts of Nintendo franchises. You can play as the well-known characters, the obscure ones, and the Fire Emblem characters, which hadn't even had a game leave Japan when this game was first released. You could even play as a black man. But there was one character, since even the release of the original Smash Bros. On the N64, that people wanted to play as, but never could. That would...
I'm editing some stuff so I don't see it right now, so... Okay, 3, 2... Okay, now I can see it. Now you can make me see it. Patreon. Whoopsie! Goro. Bill 26. Among. Middle's an A. E. What the fuck? Yeah. How was I supposed to know that? That guy cheated. Yo, phone! What the hell? Oh, where you smoke iron and you get 3 nuggies of iron. Yes, that's real. 3 nuggies of iron. You need to smelt 3 irons, 3 iron ores for a whopping ingot. I have 4 bikes. That's not working.
place. But that's not a problem, because I don't think that the for you. I can even tell you how they are delicious. I can pull up mostly made with fire, fudge, cats, and banana, heavy, drugs, and bombs. The penis a pizza too. Recommendation offers. I will drink you the best one in the world. I'm waiting.
Today is a good day. Oh, hello. Alright, let's hope. Just tell me how I get back. I just want to be playing again. So please help me.
Hey, look at all the sneak bars. You already know.
Yo! We know. We don't know. So, no. There's only better music.
I'm gonna play hell now. Yo, Cole, bring hell. Actually, another Minecraft mod. Instead of having blindfold stuff, instead you have mechanism and you go up.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars.
The Ugly Ape owners have made something worse than their ugly copy-paste NFTs. They made Ape Coin. I heard the part that I think represents the average buyer of this coin really well. Alright, so why is this terrible idea? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Let me tell you. So basically, people who own Bored Ape NFTs and people who made the coin got a bunch of free coins with this thing correspond. Sounds like an okay idea on paper, but then you realize that they own 14% of all these coins. 140 million of them, but collectively it's currently worth $15.4 billion. I wonder, will they just sell the coins? Oh wait, it's already happened. It used to be worth $27 a coin. Now it's only 11. This coin feels like a gamble to the highest degree. Alright, that's for the video. Thank you for watching. Check out the... Some dude actually just stole $1.7 million in NFTs, and I'm not just telling you to save in JPEGs here. The person who stole this actually got the token of these NFTs and owns them now. So much for NFTs being super secure. Now, the dude who stole these NFTs did not hack into some super secure server like you do in movies. Apparently, it was literally just a phishing attack to steal these people's NFTs. If you grew up online, you know to check all of your emails, especially if it's from your bank or your stock trading website, to make sure it is actually them. Because the easiest way for people like this to get your information is to get that information from you. So these NFT owners, the people who own the future of art and the future of digital goods, fell for a phishing email. Like literally, it's just your standard phishing email. And honestly, this just makes for a funny situation. There are people right now fighting for these JPEGs, and they all collectively agree that these JPEGs are worth millions of dollars and have real stakes to them. The dude who stole it is just sitting on his PC giggling, staring at the JPEGs that he has recently acquired. Honestly, he's probably just like Spiegel. And the people who lost these JPEGs are also staring at their same JPEGs, questioning their reality, asking how God can be so cruel to take the Bored Apes away from them. But yeah, that's been the video.
Anyways, welcome to hell. We have tomatoes. Wait, I got tomatoes? Alright, chapter 1. I'll make cobble, wood, and lava. There are some extra mods. Well, not really too many mods. Couple, so let's get some tomato seeds and a tomato. And let's go going down. Oh wait, you get automatically ugly island. Nice. Yeah, cool. You could smell, you could run gravel. I think that's why you made it. Andesite and island. Island! Everything must be automated. Automated. You have to make every chapter, and you have to automate everything. Lava, cobble, wood must be automated. I'm not kidding. That game really wants you to automate every single thing. Oh, thankfully. Everybody wants to be a superstar. Everybody wants to be a superstar. Yo, bro, the gameplay. Place down stuff. There's lots of stuff. Then it's hot up. Yo, village! Oh my god, it's abandoned. Yo, bro, look at my life. Look at my life. Look at the... Wait, what the fuck? The water. Wait, that's 2 waters that are not flowing? I'm gonna beat them up with a pickaxe. A stone and a black. Yo, I'm getting glitch. I got a stone and a black. Compass, speedometer, nature's compass. pay pool and even more money. Oh yeah, you are, yeah, ooh, How many groundwaters? That is one of them not flowing! What the fuck? Yo, what killed it? Okay, Peter sucks. I'm stealing this. Give me my brewing stand now. Give me more meat. I don't care, I'm going to hell. I don't know how the fuck would I found a ocean block.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see them all. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money for fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Take it to the bottom. Take it doesn't matter. What I do now to deserve this. You don't have to keep it going if it's hurt. The mansion on the farm, working in the strong. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock on the 30 trunk. Bust a check up down the middle, 9 fingers. I packed the hood out when the chick when first came up. Money brought pain before the fame, I was painless. Shit ain't the same, to get more money, get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leading, ain't famous. Broke on a few times, still feel like shit strange. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars.
Hi, you are using the internet right now. Obviously, you're on YouTube, and well, there's a lot of stuff on here. It probably has to take up a pretty big portion of the internet, right? Well, no. Things that you can search on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and even Google only take up about 1% of the internet. So what's in the rest of the 99%? Well, it's hard to say because you can't actually access it with a normal search engine on your phone or computer, but let me give you a sneak peek. Yeah, that's just a tiny piece of the 99% of the internet that you can't access. But wait, how is this even possible? Well, to understand, we need to know a little bit more about the internet. Wait, did I say a little bit? First of all, to find out why 99% of the internet is unsearchable, we need to know how the internet actually works, which is a lot more interesting than you might think. Then we'll explore what the dark web actually means, what's on it, and how you, yes, you can access it. And finally, we'll take a look at some of the most disturbing websites on the dark web and some of the most insane things that you can buy on it now that you know how to access it. Not saying that you should go ahead and do that, but yeah, you'll know how to, I guess. And by the end of this video, you are going to be terrified to go on the internet in general. The way the internet works is actually pretty simple. I'm just kidding. But let me give you the bite-sized version of how it works. Contrary to popular belief, the internet is not a cloud. It's actually a wire. Don't believe me? Well, if you had a wire and you hooked two computers to each end, they could communicate with each other through that wire. Well, congrats. You just created an internet. Obviously, this internet kind of sucks compared to the one that we use on a regular basis. The computers can only share the information that they have. And with only two computers, your brain that's broken from endless TikTok and YouTube Shorts would get bored pretty easily. Luckily, the internet that we use is connected to a lot of computers. And these computers are connected to even more across the entire world. To keep track of all these computers, each piece of the network has an address that looks like this, which is pretty hard to remember, so we usually turn them into something that looks like this. Each file that you send and receive has a known origin point and destination point. It'll then find its way to and from these 2 points by going through a network and telling each computer in the middle where it needs to end up. So that computer can send it onto the right path. So let's say you want to search something on Google, or maybe even your bank so that you can log into your account. You tell the computer, hey, ask Google to search my bank for me so I can easily get the link. Your computer then sends that message off to Google and it spits out a bunch of results at you where you can find your bank. Cool. You have just interacted with the surface web, and everything that you can communicate communicate with, just like that, is a part of it. But what's the use of a bank website if you can't actually log into your own account? And that's why you can't just Google your bank account and log in credentials. Because if that was on the internet, you're just looking to get hacked. If someone could just Google your bank account and get right into it, well, it wouldn't really be that bad, since in this economy, you're probably broke just like me. But in all seriousness, your specific bank account is not accessible through a search engine like Google because it's not listed on the surface web. And instead, it is a part of what we call the deep web. The deep web is anything that is password protected under a paywall or anything like that. And it actually takes up a majority of the internet. But there is another level. Right under the deep web, you guessed it, is the dark web. And I know that's what you actually clicked on this video for, because the dark web is where all of the illegal stuff happens. You like illegal stuff, right? Anyways, why does the dark web even exist, and how does it work differently from the internet? Well, it's no secret that you're getting tracked when you're on the internet. That's why when you look at a picture of a pair of shoes on Instagram, you get an ad for that pair of shoes a day or two later. And that's also why Target knew a woman was pregnant before she even did. Yeah, that's real. Look at that. Anyways, not everyone likes to be tracked by the government. And funny enough, you and the government have a lot in common, because they also don't want to be tracked by the other governments. Isn't that ironic? No, the government doesn't search up the same sus things that you do. I mean, maybe they do, but I wouldn't know. But what they do want is to protect the communications, secret files, and things like that. So in the 1990s, researchers at the US Naval Research Laboratory began working on something called onion routing, so that the Russians couldn't intercept government transmissions while they were being delayed. And this onion was basically the birth of the dark web. But why an onion? Well, unlike the regular internet that we discussed earlier, basically onion routing protects any data transmitted through it by wrapping it in multiple layers of encryption. Encrypting a message basically jumbles up the data within a file in a certain way, where only the sender and receiver have the code to unencrypt it. In onion routing, this encryption process happens multiple times, so it ends up being a secret code on top of a secret code on top of a secret code, and so on. But if you don't know how to decode all of those things in the right order with the right answers, well, you're out of luck. Let me take you through a little example. Let's say you have a super important file that you want to send over the dark web, because it's so important that if anybody ever found it, you would probably get in a lot of trouble. When you send it through the dark web, your file gets wrapped up in multiple layers of encryption, and it has to go through a bunch of checkpoints in order to be decoded. Only the file knows the path it is going to be taking to its destination, and each layer of that path only knows how to decode one layer of the file, where it came from previously and where it's going to be going next. Eventually, after traveling through all of the layers, the message is finally decrypted and can be seen normally. So this was great for the US government. They could surf the web and send files anonymously without anyone knowing it was them. Except you would 100% know it was them every single time, because they were the only ones using it. This means if any hacker would catch one of these onion files flying through the air, they could say, oh, well, this is obviously some super secret information from the government, and I am definitely going to be stealing that. Even though a hacker couldn't necessarily open the files, it's still not the best to let hackers know that you are sending the files at all if you are the government. That's the equivalent of putting $1 million in the back of a truck, saying you're going to go from point A to point B, and hoping that no one steals the money along the way. So they really only had one choice. They had to open this completely anonymous internet service to the public worldwide. That way, just like the regular internet, these files could come from anywhere and anyone. What could possibly go wrong? Well, everyone's selling drugs now. That's just great. If it wasn't already obvious, giving people access to a global network where they could stay completely anonymous wouldn't just attract the kids who got straight A's in school. Turns out it attracted the kids who got straight A's and were also really weird. The kind that would stomp on all of the ants to make sure they were all dead. But anyways, this is the Tor browser. You can't access the dark web with a normal web browser like Google Chrome or Safari. You need a browser that's able to access .onion domains, and the Onion Router, aka Tor, is able to do that. First, you want to go to the hidden wiki. This is the place where you can access pretty much every well-known website on the dark web. The reason it exists is because all of the links to websites on the dark web look like this. And I don't think that anyone is going to remember a name like that. You got normal things like blogs, social media, spicy content, stolen credit card information, illegal animal meat, people meat, and assassins. But let's talk about that stuff later. To get a real grip of exactly how the dark market works, let me take you on a journey to the Silk Road. Now, in real life, the Silk Road was a trade route that spanned pretty much half of the world and was essential to constructing how society works, even affecting how we live today. On the other hand, the Silk Road on the dark web was a similar network, except it was worldwide. But unlike normal goods and services, this was used for drugs, guns, and sometimes even people, or much worse. Hopefully, you don't buy any of that stuff. But if you wanted to, you might be asking yourself, how do I pay for that? Surely, if I just use my credit card, that wouldn't be very obvious. And you're right, if you use your credit card on any of that stuff, the FBI would be at your door within minutes. So instead, the dark web uses our good old pal Bitcoin. Yes, while everyone over here on the surface web is holding the Bitcoin until the end of time, can you believe there's actually people out there who use this digital currency to buy things? Disgusting. The Silk Road reportedly made almost $200 million in the first 2 years it was active. And if you want to try it for yourself, well, you can't. Unfortunately, the Silk Road was shut down back in 2013, and its creator was sent to prison for the rest of his life. It was one of the most insane busts of all time. But I don't have time for it in this video, so if you want to hear about it, make sure to subscribe. Anyways, if you still want to buy some crazy stuff, you're in luck. If you scour the hidden wiki, you'll come across multiple websites that basically sell anything and everything. These websites come and go every month, as a lot of them have to get completely shut down before they get too big to avoid the same outcome as the Silk Road. You'll most likely need Bitcoin to make any purchases. But if you want to make some really sketchy buys, you'll need whatever niche cryptocurrency the seller is asking for. Maybe it's Dingcoin. I don't know. Milfcoin? By the way, if you buy any of these things, make sure to never send it to your house. I don't know if I have to tell you this. It should be pretty common sense, but the marketplaces ain't like Amazon. They don't have nice trucks that come with drop-off verification or same-day shipping. If you get something from the dark web to your house, expect it to come in the most suspicious box of all time, and the delivery person is probably the most sus person of all time. That is, if it even gets to your house in the first place. But speaking of insane things to buy, yes, the moment you've all been waiting for, it's finally time to go through some of the most disturbing and illegal things that you can buy from the dark web. For legal purposes, I'm here to tell you clearly, do not buy any of this stuff, and if you do, you are officially warned. But you asked for it. One of the most common things that you can buy on the dark web is credit card information. Sometimes, if you go to a gas station or ATM, the card reader might look a little bit broken. If that's the case, then don't use it, because your credit card info is probably going to get stolen. It is possible to put a fake credit card scanner inside of a real credit card scanner, so that when you insert your card and type in your PIN, the fake scanner reads all of the information and stores it. After that, the person who put the fake scanner there can just come, retrieve it, and upload all of your information onto the dark web. Then they sell all of this information on websites for Bitcoin, which definitely sucks for you, but it's not that gruesome or anything, right? Don't worry. Unfortunately, we're gonna know. Why steal a credit card when you can steal someone's entire identity? Yes, on the dark web, you can buy things like fake IDs, driver licenses, passports, tax returns, and any other identification documents you might need in order to become someone else. These honestly kind of suck most of the time, and if you buy a fake passport, you're kind of an idiot, because nowadays passports have encrypted electronic chips inside of them and other minor details that help officers identify if they're real. Step into an airport with one of these fake passports, and I'm willing to bet you will immediately get banned from every country ever, and you're gonna get put in jail immediately. On the other hand, if you want to get into a club or a bar and you're not of legal age, I don't think the 25-year-old bouncer is really gonna be able to tell if the ID is fake or not. So you can probably get away with that, I guess. Not that you should. Another thing that you can buy on the dark web is fake money. You can get $10,000 of fake cash just for $100. It is literally money on sale. But just make sure you're not using any of that fake money in a store, because the person at the cash register has a brain. Most of the time, they're instructed to check this money, and you're probably going to get caught. And if you're thinking of buying fake money, just learn how to make the real stuff instead. Next, we have the social medias on the dark web, and this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. Because dark web social media isn't like regular social media. Big surprise, when you get people who want to hide their identity at all costs onto a message board, they usually don't want to post a picture of themselves at Disney. These people usually want to discuss things like recipes for deadly chemicals, which is concerning, or they all get together to talk about their least favorite race of people. And that is the nicest way I think I could have ever written that sentence, because it is so still messed up. But who has the time to make all of these deadly weapons of mass destruction when you can just buy them? It is very easy to buy some crazy tools on the dark web, and I'm not just talking about screwdrivers and hammers. Let's just say you can get some crazy realistic kitchen knives and Nerf guns shipped right to your door. But even if you want to destroy someone in a different way, the dark web has many different options for that. You can pay someone to fake documents saying something like, I don't know, your wife failed to pay her taxes for the past 10 years of her life and she owes the government $1 million. That will probably get rid of it. You can get people to spam fake gossip on social media to blackmail people you don't like. And you can even get people to fake spicy content and pretend they are someone else. Speaking of spicy content, the dark web has a lot of that. Like, a lot. And I'm talking about the stuff that is actually bad. See, there's regular stuff on the surface web, some freaky stuff, and even some pretty weird stuff too. But if you dive into the dark web, that is where you can find straight up illegal stuff, which I genuinely cannot even talk about here on YouTube, so you could just use your imagination. Actually, don't do that. I don't even know why I said that. Anyways, have you ever wanted to buy a giraffe? Well, in the dark web, you can, because on some websites you can find illegal animal meat. I'm talking lions, rhinos, pandas, and you know what? I think I just became a vegan, and I'm with that on this one. And last but certainly not least, Hitman. And just so YouTube knows, I'm talking about the video game. I'm definitely not. Yes, on the dark web, it is rumored that you can pay someone tens of thousands of dollars to take out any target of your choice. You just have to give them the information, and within a few days, the deed is done. But now, there's a few important reasons why you should never buy anything on the dark web or even use it. And the main reason is honeypots. Honeypots are the name of the game when it comes to the dark web. Most, if not all of the services that I have just mentioned have a 90% chance of being completely fake. If you stick your hand too far into the honeypot, you'll get stuck. Basically, sellers know that buyers on the dark web are desperate. More often than not, these sites that sell illegal substances or services take the money of the buyers and just send them nothing at all in return, which means the seller makes out with a boatload of Bitcoin for doing nothing at all. And the buyers have no way to track down the seller because first of all, the seller is anonymous and they can't just go to the police because what are they gonna tell them? Hey, I was trying to buy something illegal and the guy stole my Bitcoin. Good luck with that one, buddy. And a lot of the time, these honeypots are run by the government themselves. If someone ordered a hitman on a site run by the FBI, well, congrats. They have literally all of the evidence they need to arrest him. And this, among many other reasons, is why you should never go on the dark web. Yes, it is not illegal to download the Tor browser and surf some of the dark web sites. But as soon as you make a suspicious purchase, you're basically getting booked. And even if you don't plan on purchasing anything, just being on the dark web itself can get you into a lot of trouble with hackers. If you're not using a perfect VPN, you're cooked. If you accidentally reveal any personal information, you're on hit list. If you even dare use the dark web on a computer that has some of your other important files on it, you're getting everything stolen. So even now how you know the dark web works, don't go on it. It can cost you your life and even worse, a lot of Bitcoin. But you know what doesn't cost anything at all? Subscribing to Simplified Things and watch.
Among Us. Also, the YouTube guys are funny because it's super dumbass.
Okay, so this video is the same as the last one. If you guys haven't watched the last one, it's going to be straight in the description at the top. And also, join the Discord, man. I talk in there more than people think I do. Yeah. Okay, so we have two doors. Wow, no, not one of these. What is this redstone? I pressed the button. I pressed it, man. I pressed the button. Now we have one. It's like writing a book for British people. In the war against zombies, they shoot you in your leg. The army put you in a USA large hospital. Not a USA hospital. Not a small one, not a big one. They put you in a USA large hospital. But the zombies come to the hospital and make it for them. And take it for their own. They made secrets in the hospital. You want to escape? Well, no shit, I want to escape. Where do I go? Hey, where do I go? Okay, so I'm gonna break this because there's no way I can get in the pressure plate. Amazing. Another pressure plate. I think this map's I know. I'm really scared, but I know. Good job, you win. Amazing. I won it. I'm so proud of myself. This was probably the hardest thing I've done all day. This map is better with single player. This is the scariest Minecraft map you will ever. Rules. No bad. No, we got. So from now on, these eyes will not be blinded by the light. Wait a minute. Okay, so the guy that made this put down these signs. Just on a regular Minecraft world. He didn't even make anything. He just put the signs there and uploaded them. He didn't even make anything. There's nothing here. This is just a regular old Minecraft world from like 1 to 8. This is right. The guitar's getting it. Rules 1. Don't drink milk. Have fun. Click to play. You wake up inside your prison cell to find that something was demolished in the place. What in like the children's playhouse colors is going on in here? We got yellow, red, purple, bro. What is this about? What those? What? I don't think I'm supposed to be creative. The end. Until the next update. Oh, it's just a children's playhouse. Like a very small children's playhouse. There's nothing I can do from there. Amazing! This map is made. Oh my god. This is like made like 1,000 years ago. This was like before like half my audience was born. 1.75. It's supposed to have a texture pack, but that pack is long gone. Finally hit. Better hurry before it gets any darker. Is that good? Dead end. No, really? It looks like it's locked. Better look for something to get it open. Okay, let me in. I'm not going through all that. Wow, the mobs. I'm so scared. Bro, why is there so many? How would you even go through this map? What the hell? There's like half the universe of mobs in here. It just keeps going. To be fair, it's actually a pretty cool map, and I'm ignoring the law. But like, there's a lot of mobs. I think this is a big one. Where's it go? Where does it end up? That's the whole map, guys. This is actually very technically advanced for this version of Minecraft. The secret command block. Is it? Oh, okay. I wonder what happened if. I broke the map.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
It is not recommended to play this map if you have a problem with flashing light. Just one, not many. Just a single flashing light. Okay, scary. Start. Put this in the jukebox. Bro, it's actually sick. Hey, O'Brien. Oh wow, that was cool. Milk. Let's go. Yes, I'm gonna drink milk. That was really bad, guys. Hey, O'Brien. Hey, O'Brien. Hey, O'Brien. Where are you? Hey, O'Brien. Yeah, that's it. Bro, why do all these just end so abruptly with no like story? Hey, O'Brien. What do I do? What did I do? Am I missing something? No, it's just like this. We got the Pyramid of Giza, made a pyramid blocks and sea lanterns, and then we got over here. Hey, O'Brien. Yeah.
11 blood inside BLT.
Well, I loaded the map and my character was like this. Now that's one way that could have happened. Where the hell am I? Me! How do I have random items every time? Okay. Guardian. I didn't need to do that. No. Survival. Okay. Staff. I use a bunch of armor. Me. You must now fight. Why is it space? Let me guess. I use this. You were born to die down. Oh, this is the end of the map. Why did it spawn me here? Oh my god. These maps, bro. Turn around. You are now entering the House of Doom. And the House of Divan. Oh, that's what you do. And you were born to die down. You must now fight. And you fight. Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Oh? Me! Yeah, that's everything. That's it, man. Down! Down! That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
I'm going to strangle you.
Hey. No! No! That was random. Rip Bob Joe. Alright. Rest in peace. Our house. Looks like it's Reaper's house, not mine. Hi guys, I'm Green Power. Silly Egypt. What makes this horror? What makes this scary? Gun battle. Take a gun.
Number 12, Cockroach.
Okay, so this one's that old that it has to be converted. Now, this is the level that we're getting to now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do not press the lever. No, my creeper. It would be a shame if it's, you know, like, it was a massive shame. You know, it'd be a massive shame. The creeper would, Jesus Christ, TNT. Okay, boom. Let's get some TNT on it. Bomb back, lad. Bomb back. Wow. Just a big stone bullet. Yes, sir. Yeah, keep walking. Hello.
Tired of confusing dashboards and unhelpful chatbots when running your WordPress site?
I didn't get that.
End someone's life in minutes. Yet the OP kept posting about his worsening state for over 30 minutes after gas mask. On the 19th of September 2017, an anonymous 4chan user posted a picture of a gas mask, 2 bottles of vinegar, and a jug of bleach. Caption: about to test out his gas mask. While some brushed it off thinking that the OP was just messing around, a few showed genuine curiosity and egged on the OP to continue his experiment. Okay, post results a few there. However, this curiosity turned into concern when the OP returned with an update 20 minutes later, stating, what could go wrong? We'll report. Alongside this, he posted a picture of the vinegar being poured into a mysterious yellow substance, which looks shockingly similar to concentrated chlorine gas. For those who don't know, chlorine gas is a deadly war chemical that was used by the German army during the First World War. More importantly, the only chemicals needed to synthesize this dangerous gas are bleach and vinegar, the exact materials OP had with it. The OP either didn't know about the gas or seriously underestimated its danger. Unfortunately, by the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Because just a few minutes later, he returned with a disturbing update. Holy, it hurts. I have to go to the hospital. This also included a picture that showed his arm developing blisters and turning an alarming shade of red. These symptoms matched perfectly with known signs of chlorine gas exposure, sparking immediate concern for the safety of OP and anyone in his vicinity. You fool, that will burn your skin and soak into your surroundings. Legit question, please tell me you don't have apartment/pets or roommates. Depending on your mixture, you just messed up big time. Let's say you made only 4 ounces of gas, that comes out to 29,962 parts per million. Concentrations of about 400 parts per million and above are generally fatal over 30 minutes, and at 1,000 parts per million and above, fatality ensues within only a few minutes. Dude, go bend yourself somewhere and literally bathe with the garden hose. You are going to melt otherwise. It acts on flesh, not just on breathing pathways. It melts flesh, which makes people drown in their own melted lungs. But your arms can get messed up too. While the other users were panicking, the OP made 2 other posts, each showing his arm in increasingly worse condition. It's starting to peel and fall off, still hurts, with his last reply simply stating, goodbye. After posting this update, the OP vanished from the thread, leading many to believe that he might have actually passed away due to this experiment gone wrong. Some even claimed the incident had taken the lives of several of his neighbors. However, despite extensive searching, I wasn't able to find any news reports mentioning such a gruesome incident. If something of this magnitude had actually happened, it would have definitely made headlines. More importantly, I couldn't find a single credible source confirming just the OP's death either. In other words, we don't know what happened to him after his last post. The lack of any news coverage could suggest that the OP may have survived the chlorine gas exposure, possibly after calling emergency services and being rushed to the hospital. But that's highly unlikely. Even in moderate concentration, chlorine gas can end someone's life in minutes. Yet the OP kept posting about his worsening state for over 30 minutes after creating the deadly chemical. Which brings us to the other possibility, that this whole thing was completely fake from the beginning. To some viewers, the peeling skin on his arm looks suspiciously like makeup, or at most some well-done special effects. A now deleted user on Reddit even had a personal anecdote to back this theory, stating, I have a face mask exfoliator that goes on wet and looks pretty much the same as Anon's skin in the first pic, and peels off like following pics. See how the skin is peeling off and shows regular skin underneath? If he was actually burned, the skin underneath would look red and underneath. He probably just grabbed one of his girlfriend's exfoliators and slammed down because it looked red enough to fool people. If the whole thing was staged, can we also explain some of the strange behavior noticed from the OP? Things like, why did he stay in the bathroom with the hazardous gas for so long instead of washing it immediately? And how was he able to endure the excruciating pain he must have been in, all while taking perfectly framed still pictures of his arm? However, despite all the signs suggesting it was a complete hoax, there's still no definitive way to know for sure. Maybe one day a news article will be found that announced the OP's death, or perhaps the OP will come forward and reveal the truth. Until then, the gas mask incident remains one of the most disturbing threats in 4chan history. Bank robber. On August 20, 2015, a 4chan user posted his plans to rob a bank later that day, stating, "Okay, today is the day. I'm going to walk into the bank at 3 p.m. with sunglasses, a hat, a sweater, a BB gun, and this note. I'll get out, dump the sweater and BB gun, and ride out on my bike back to the hotel. I'm serious. Wish me luck." Alongside this was a picture of a handwritten note that he planned to hand over to the bank teller, stating things like, "I want $5,000, $150 bills only, and I have a gun in my jacket." However, threads like these aren't anything new on 4chan. More often than not, it's just some anonymous user who's bored, trolling, or desperate for attention. So, despite the OP's insistence on being serious about his plans, this one seemed no different. One user could recognize the OP from a previous thread where he talks about robbing the bank for $20,000 instead. To make matters worse, the OP didn't use a VPN before, allowing someone to trace his approximate location back to Jacksonville. By this point, most users saw the OP as nothing more than a clueless wannabe. However, while everyone was making fun of him, the OP did what no one expected. He followed through with his plans, setting off a manhunt that would last for weeks. It started with him showing off the BB gun he brought to the load and getting drunk to the nerves. From there, he stayed active in the thread and kept everyone updated on his whereabouts. He also ditched anonymity and began posting under the AnonDump username so others could follow his updates more easily. Minutes before the planned time, he posted about someone stealing his bike, which he was going to use for the robbery before going completely silent. This led many to believe that the plan was cancelled. But around 25 minutes later, AnonDump returned with images of the money he stole, along with a detailed description of what he did and what he was doing next. However, while he saw himself as a master criminal, the police weren't far behind. His hat and glasses did little to hide his identity, allowing investigators to plaster his face across news networks. They also put a $3,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. This left the OP fearing for his life as the gravity of his actions began to sink in. "Hey guys, guy who robbed the bank here. My face is on the news and there's a $3,000 reward for his name for capture. I'm scared. Robbing a bank wasn't worth it at all. I have like $4,800 left. I'm scared of leaving the hotel. I want to get out of here, but somebody may see me. I'm trapped." And this fear was justified. He was now a fugitive who was being actively pursued by the police. On top of that, he also had a BB gun on him, which looked like a real gun at first glance. If the officers barged into his hotel room and saw this gun nearby, there was a real possibility he could lose his life over a relatively small amount. Despite his growing fear, he continued updating everyone on 4chan about his whereabouts until the 21st of August, around 3 p.m., when, after hiding in a hotel room for nearly 24 hours, he managed to escape the city and vanish from the thread. Now, it's unclear what happened next, but based on what I've seen, it's likely the investigators were already monitoring his updates on 4chan, and his post about taking a cab from the hotel gave them the lead they needed to track him down. On September 2nd, 2015, authorities arrested 26-year-old Pedro Smith, aka AnonDump, about 70 miles from the crime scene in Gainesville. He was charged with armed robbery and faced a minimum of 10 years in prison. However, after a trial in September, he was sentenced to only 3 years in prison, which didn't make sense to some people on the internet. How did he get away with such a light sentence after robbing a bank and hiding from the police for so many days? A few people looked into his whereabouts after his release in March of 2018 and discovered that he was living in a luxurious home worth over $1.5 million in Miami. This pointed to the possibility that he had wealthy parents who could also afford top-tier lawyers to help reduce his sentence. In other words, the only reason Pedro had for robbing a bank and potentially risking his life was to gain the attention and approval of other users on 4chan. Researching these 4chan videos is some of the sketchiest research I do on this channel. Everything is anonymous, so you'll see people post pretty much anything. There is no way I would trust sites like these with my personal information. But as it turns out, even the more trustworthy sites that I do get my information to don't always keep it safe. If you Google your name right now, there's a very high chance you'll be easily able to find things like your address, phone number, make and model of your car, who your relatives are, and a lot more. Like for me, I was able to find my salary from previous jobs with literally just a few clicks, which is insane. This is because data brokers collect all of our information, package it, and sell it to whoever wants it. It can cost someone less than $1 to purchase this information about you. Thankfully, with my sponsor Aura, this type of thing can be prevented without me having to lift a finger. Aura is your all-in-one bit.
Instead of waking up in your own bed, one day you wake up in North Korea as a North Korean citizen. No big deal. Let me just do my normal routine of scrolling YouTube shorts for 3 hours. Unfortunately, you'll soon find out that every single website is blocked. You don't actually have a phone. The only thing playing on every single TV channel is the national anthem or propaganda, and your mom just said good morning to the Kim Jong-un picture on your wall. Oh my god. I gotta get out of here. Lucky for you, instead of barely having enough food to survive the next few years of this new life, I've gathered every single possible method of escaping North Korea. How you're gonna blend in while avoiding some insane laws before your escape with the family? Well, that's on you. Let's go back to the Kim Jong-un picture on the wall that your mom's been worshipping. Why is it even there? Well, it has to be. See, after Supreme Leader Kim Il-sung's death in 1994, a law was passed requiring every single household in North Korea to hang portraits of the Kim family. You have to keep these portraits extremely clean because the military will often come into your house and inspect them. And if they're not up to standard, well, there are punishments. These portraits are so important that if your house was burning down, you would be expected to save these pictures before any other thing, including your family. So just know that your parents would grab these portraits before they even grabbed you. Well, what am I supposed to wear for the escape? There aren't many options. Since 1945, blue jeans have been banned because the Supreme Leaders thought that they were too American. Skinny pants are banned for men. If you're a woman, don't even think about wearing shorts, and piercings are banned for everyone. And don't think that you can get away with anything, because the fashion police exist in North Korea, and they're allowed to reprimand you, put you in jail, or even endgame you if they think that the dress code is violent. I guess I'm gonna wear this, but how about my hair? Same goes for the hair. The men and women of North Korea are only allowed to choose from a set of 28 state-approved hairstyles. So don't worry about people making fun of your hair, because they'll probably have a bowl cut just like you. If you're a kid, it's time to head to school, and if you're an adult, it's time to go to work, so nobody gets suspicious of your escape plan later tonight. But how do you get there? Well, since barely anyone owns a car, since the only way you're allowed to is to have it given to you by the government, you have two choices: bike or walk. Well, it looks like we're going with this one. Once you get to school, you won't learn much. All education is, of course, government run, which in theory is fine. A lot of education everywhere else in the world is also government run, except for the Kim family, where they're not going to just make you do difficult math and science, but one of the most important subjects is learning about the Kim family's history and just how great they are. You'll learn how Kim Jong-un's dad is the inventor of the hammer, how the Kims don't need to go to the bathroom because they are perfect and never produce waste, and how the first...
Oh yeah. Kim's made hamburgers.
Kim was born atop of a sacred mountain, making them the closest thing to a god. So instead of learning this, you decide to start planning out the escape. Meanwhile, if you're at work, the government decides what you do, and it's all decided by the song button system. But what's the song button system? Well, it's pretty much the thing that controls your entire life. Based on factors like family background, political loyalty, and personal behavior, you're sorted into broad categories, with various subcategories under each. So basically, think of it as your aura. If you've got massive aura, you can land in a government office, a public position, or an urban post in Pyongyang. Low aura leads to labor in agriculture, factories, or even in remote regions. Lucky for you, your family comes from a trusted background, meaning that you've got a pretty comfortable job as manager, meaning today there is plenty of time to plan that escape. The first ideas you have are pretty good. You consider bribing the guards around smaller towns with easy crossings into China, stowing away on ships, and even forging documents, but then you realize there's some pretty big issues with these plans. Many desperate North Koreans have paid off guards to turn a blind eye during border crossings. However, in recent years, Kim Jong-un's regime has harshly cracked down on the corrupt border guards, and the cost of the bribes have now skyrocketed, so you know this isn't going to be possible. What if I had on a ship? North Koreans have attempted escaping by boat, sailing along either the west or east coast, but unfortunately they are heavily guarded by naval patrols, and they also routinely search vessels for this very reason. Now, some people have tried swimming to avoid detection, though this is even more dangerous, as the currents often drag people out to sea where they'll drown. And what if I made some fake documents? The problem is that North Korea is extremely strict with any form of travel documentation, so actually obtaining or faking these papers inside the country is nearly impossible. Even if someone does manage it, they still have to fool the highly scrutinizing border guards in North Korea, and if they do get caught, well, that's going to be the end of it. But just like that, the bells rang at the end of the school and work day, so it's time for you to head to some leisure time before coming up with your final escape plan. After school and work, there's really not much to do. Usually you'll go out with your friends. If you're in North Korea, that's not really looked at too nicely, and the police will probably demand that you go home. Once you are at home, well, there's nothing to really do. All the books, videos, music, and art must be vetted by the government before release. This means that, like I said at the beginning, there's no YouTube, no internet, just books about the Kim family, some low-key banger music about how awesome North Korea is, and TV shows all about the Kim family or how awful America is. And don't even think about importing secret DVDs or USB sticks with movies, because you'll probably get put in jail or even executed if they find out. So since there was nothing else to do, you decided to finalize your escape plan. Well, what if I tried to escape from Russia first? North Korea's border with Russia is extremely short and also heavily monitored on both sides. Sometimes people try to cross the Two-Man River where North Korea, China, and Russia converge. If they make it into Russia, the hope is to find an embassy that will help them get to a safer country. But generally, Russia will give you right back to North Korea even if you're found without papers, and traveling through Russia's vast Far East is extremely risky. Not only because of the nature, but also because North Korea operates labor sites inside of this part of Russia. Well, how about I use my job status or wait for a work trip? Now, these tactics are more reliable. Rich or well-connected individuals often work for the military, state businesses, or are sent abroad for study or athletics. The government still tries to prevent them from defecting by leaving their children, relatives, or spouses in North Korea, essentially holding them as leverage. And if you happen to be one of the few with official clearance to travel overseas, you already leave North Korea legally. So the main challenge is slipping away from your colleagues. From there, you can contact a South Korean embassy or request asylum directly. But the danger is that the handlers sent with you watch you closely and every single move. Any sign of disloyalty can lead to abduction back to Pyongyang and North Korea. And unfortunately for you, right now your job isn't high enough status, so only two options remain. Well, why don't I just cross directly into South Korea? The Korean DMZ lies between the North and South Korean border, but it's far from being militarized. It's one of the most heavily fortified places on Earth, with landmines, electric fences, and soldiers on high alert from both sides. And crossing here as a civilian is almost impossible. You'd likely get shot, blown up, electrocuted, or any other thing you could possibly think of. But one slight exception is that if you're actually a soldier stationed there, you might catch a tiny window of opportunity to run across, but even then, despite this happening before, it's almost impossible for you, so there's only one option left. It was now nighttime, and people had begun going to sleep. Packing up your bags and leaving your house, you've decided that your best option is to take the Chinese path across one of two rivers, the Yalu or Tumen. Most defectors prefer the Tumen River as it's narrower and shallower, but this route is heavily guarded by North Korean soldiers, sometimes hiding in trenches waiting to shoot anyone attempting to cross. So instead, you decide to use the Yalu, making it into China, but you're still not safe. China does not recognize North Koreans as refugees and usually sends them back if caught, so you'll need to use Asia's Underground Railroad. Good thing I saved enough money to pay these brokers, otherwise things could have been bad. After crossing into China and meeting up with the brokers, defectors rely on a secret network of safe houses and guides to traverse all the way to Southeast Asia. Once there, countries like Thailand will send North Korean escapees to South Korea or other Western countries. However, getting to Thailand involves going through Laos, where authorities continue to be hostile towards most defectors. This forces people to trek through the Lao jungle and mountains, then crossing into the Mekong River, which unfortunately has crocodiles. During the trip across China, buses and trains regularly check ID, so if you can't speak Chinese, Mandarin, or anything else, you'll probably be arrested. But lucky for you, there's one last option. Unknown to most, there's a route through China that leads towards Mongolia, crossing the Gobi Desert. This route is shorter but more hostile. You won't be dealing with too many people, but the environment is your enemy here. With scorching heat by day, freezing cold by night, and dangerous wildlife like wolves and coyotes, the upside is that Mongolia will send you to South Korea. And since you're young and healthy, you decide this is the route to take. Day after day, you trek through the desert, losing members of your group to various conditions, but at long last, you make it to Mongolia. Yet there's another issue. Are the guards going to befriend you and accept your escape, or send you back to North Korea since they're being paid off? Nervously, you approach and surrender, but thankfully they're on your side, and soon enough you're on a plane to start your brand new life in South Korea. Now that you've escaped, it was time to get back to reality. Endlessly watching simplified things and subscribing for more content on YouTube as you decide to never go back to North Korea again.
Avoiding tax.
Commit tax fraud. The bike of bikes. Holy Jesus Christ. How fast is a frickin' bike? Is it the Naruhino bike? I don't know. I said. Bike level 2, dude. Make a bike level 4 for like 1 billion tokens. Cause yes. Oh, we can make another movement, you know, the bike where you can own speed.
Do you design electronic systems?
Because your mom is so fat.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and villages with free...
First, get a rock. Then, smash the rock.
Now, you've got 98% concentrated silicon dioxide, now purified to 99.9% pure silicon dioxide, purified to 99.9999999% polysilicon metal. Put the polysilicon ingots into a crucible. Heat the silicon ingots to 1698 degrees Kelvin. Take a small seed monocrystal and dip it into the vat of molten silicon. Slowly pull the crystal out as it cools. Now, you've got a monocrystal of pure silicon. Next, cut the monocrystalline silicon ingot into thin slices. Now you've got pristine, freshly cut silicon wafers. Build it with some boron or phosphorus. Put photoresist on the wafer. Take your chromium etch with photolithographic quartz mask and shine a laser beam through it onto the wafer. The shadows produced by the photomask will control the location of highly localized chemical reactions on the surface of the silicon wafer. Now develop the photoresist. Acid etch the exposed parts of the wafer. Wash away the leftover photoresist. Now do some homoepitaxy, heteroepitaxy, pseudoepitaxy, diffusion building, copper interconnects, chemical polishing. Now you've got a finished silicon wafer. Cut your silicon wafer into pieces. Now you've got unpackaged silicon dies. Locate the pads on the silicon chip and attach bond wires, or use the flip chip method. The bond wires provide an electrical connection between the pins on the chip package and the pads on the silicon die. And that's how you make a seed.
Gold became heavy and dangerous. This was when the whole idea of money started to change. In 17th century London, trusted goldsmiths started to take in people's gold coins, promising to look after them for a small fee. In return, they would give the customer a piece of paper, a promise note that allowed them to retrieve their gold at any time. The key to this piece of paper was that the customer could go to any goldsmith in any town and claim back that exact amount of gold. The paper itself had no intrinsic value, but it became as good as gold. The notes were so convenient that people started simply exchanging them to buy and sell things. The goldsmiths realized that most people weren't actually coming to retrieve their gold, and so they started loaning out fake promise notes to customers, instant money that had to be paid back with interest, making the goldsmiths a small profit. This was fake money that didn't actually come out of their gold supply. If a goldsmith loaned out 100 coins, they wouldn't become 100 coins poorer. They'd simply write the customer a fake note that was worth 100 coins, which could be spent anywhere. Eventually, the customer would pay back the loan plus the fee, making the goldsmith 105 coins richer. On top of that, the customer would spend their money by paying someone for goods, making them richer. From that single loan, the total money in existence increased by 100 coins, yet no new coins were produced. This meant that more money was in people's hands than actually existed. As long as everyone didn't come to cash in their notes at the same time, everything would be fine. If we replaced the goldsmiths with banks and the promise notes with digital money, we have today's system of money. Nowadays, almost everything is bought and sold digitally. But did you know that data brokers buy and sell your own every hour of every day? This government facility in Washington, D.C. turns paper into money. In order to keep up with demand, these machines are running 24/7, pumping out more than $500 million into the U.S. economy every day. But this is only a tiny fraction of how much money is really made. Most of our money exists digitally, and this number currently goes up by more than $4 billion every day. But where does all of this money come from? Before it ever reached your bank account, it changed hands countless times, passing through people, governments, and businesses, all after being simply typed into existence on a computer. We modeled the entire thing to show you how money really works, and how it drives the country, inflates prices, and ultimately puts you in debt. But in order to fully understand how we got to this point, we need to go back to a time before money. If a farmer, thousands of years ago, needed a new tool, he'd go to the local toolmaker to buy one. The farmer didn't have anything to give him in return, so instead, they both just agreed that he owed him something in the future. Because the toolmaker trusted the farmer, his promise of future value was an acceptable form of payment. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, the farmer came back and gave him some food from his farm. To make transactions easier, people started to pay using more commonly used items like cattle, grain, and salt. Everyone needed these things, but they were hard to come by, and that's what made them valuable. The farmer could now buy a tool and pay for it right away, using a precise amount of grain that seemed like a fair exchange. This made transactions quicker, and both parties relieved with something valuable to them. But eventually, the demand for trade was too much, and paying with a random mix of bulky objects wasn't good enough. People eventually settled on using metal coins, like gold and silver, since they were small, extremely valuable, and would last forever. Unlike cattle or grain, suddenly trade around the world opened up, and things were being bought and sold all the way from China to Europe. But traveling with so much gold became heavy and dangerous. This was when the whole idea of money started to change.
Depuis que vous savez marcher, vous en avez fait des kilomètres.
In 17th century London, trusted goldsmiths started to take in people's gold coins, promising to look after them for a small fee. In return, they would give the customer a piece of paper, a promise that allowed them to retrieve their gold at any time. The key to this piece of paper was that the customer could go to any goldsmith in any town and claim back that exact amount of gold. The paper itself had no intrinsic value, but it became as good as gold. The notes were so convenient that people started simply exchanging them to buy and sell things. The goldsmiths realized that most people weren't actually coming to retrieve their gold, and so they started loaning out fake promise notes to customers, instant money that had to be paid back with interest, making the goldsmiths a small profit. This was fake money that didn't actually come out of their gold supply. If a goldsmith loaned out 100 coins, they wouldn't become 100 coins poorer. They'd simply write the customer a fake note that was worth 100 coins, which could be spent anywhere. Eventually, the customer would pay back the loan plus the fee, making the goldsmith 105 coins richer. On top of that, the customer would spend their money by paying someone for goods, making them richer. From that single loan, the total money in existence increased by 100 coins, yet no new coins were produced. This meant that more money was in people's hands than actually existed. As long as everyone didn't come to cash in their notes at the same time, everything would be fine. If we replace the goldsmiths with banks and the promise notes with digital money, we have today's system of money. Nowadays, almost everything is bought and sold digitally. But did you know that data brokers buy and sell your own personal data? This could be used against you for things like scams, identity theft, stalking, and harassment. On top of that, when marketing agencies get a hold of your data, they start sending you a never-ending supply of spam. The good news is that you have the right to protect and remove your personal info. All you need to do is sign up with Delete Me, today's Bro Pablo /Space. 17th century goldsmiths started handing out fake money. It had a profound effect on the economy. Before, no new money could enter the system, and so the money that did exist was simply passed around in a cycle whenever a transaction was made. But this system had a major flaw. Imagine a group of 4 people who have a total of $100 between them. If person 1 pays person 2 for some food, it moves the money around, making it uneven. Then person 2 pays person 4 for a servant, and the money moves again. Note that every time money is passed around, value is made and productivity grows. But eventually, the money supply becomes uneven, and less people can participate, slowing down trade and reducing productivity. This system only works if everyone pays each other the exact same amount at the exact same time, something that is impossible in the real world. By adding more money into the system, it speeds up the economy, allowing businesses to grow, products to be made, and ultimately advances our civilization. And so, a constant flow of new money is crucial in our current system. But how is this actually done? We think of banks as places that store our money and keep it safe. But that's not really what's going on. When you give a bank your money, they are in debt to you. The numbers you see in your bank account aren't real wads of cash sitting in a vault. They're simply promise notes, showing that the bank owes you money and that you can claim it back whenever you want. A loan is the exact same, but in the opposite direction. When banks lend us money, we are in debt to them, and we have to pay them back. This is where money really gets made. Just like the goldsmiths, when a bank gives out a loan, they don't get poorer. They simply type new money into your bank account. It's brand new money that didn't exist before. The only difference is that when you pay it back, the money gets canceled out, and the bank only keeps the interest. But with that loan, you paid for a new car, and that money eventually made its way to the employees of the dealership. Then they spent that money, and it continued to create hundreds of new transactions, powering businesses, creating new technologies, and providing us with food. All of this value and productivity would never have happened if new money hadn't entered the system. The problem is that productivity doesn't necessarily increase when we create new money, and that can cause inflation. If society starts producing fewer goods, but more money is added into the system, prices will go up, since there is more competition for fewer goods. Because of this, banks have to limit how much money they create. In the past, they could only lend out a portion of the actual cash they had in their backup supply. Nowadays, though, banks have almost complete freedom to create as much money as they like. If they are running low on backup money, they can simply go to the central bank and ask for more money. And that's where things get ridiculous. To create new money, the government creates a bond, which is essentially a loan that provides a steady income. Banks, corporations, and foreign countries buy these bonds from the US government, and this influx of money goes toward the government's budget. The government uses this money to pay companies and people, and it eventually makes its way back to the banks. The problem is, the US government almost always spends more money than it makes, so it is constantly in debt to those that buy bonds. In order to pay for that debt, it uses the taxpayers' money. Last year, the government spent almost $7 trillion, but your tax money wasn't enough to pay for this. And so the government had to create new bonds to receive more money, putting it further in debt, and the cycle continues. As crazy as it sounds, this system of adding more money through debt is how most of the world operates. It isn't necessarily a bad system. It's just not running anywhere near maximum efficiency. If banks created money for more productive things, like businesses, education, and infrastructure, all of this money going into the system could give us higher returns in the long run. And now, time for the Primal Space giveaway. The winner of the previous giveaway is Kristen. Congrats! In the next video, we'll be giving away this Space Shuttle Lego set to one lucky winner. All you need to do is sign up at the link below, like the video, and leave a comment saying which part of the money system shocks you the most. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, a million plus is just a mod pack. Whoa. Well, let's win this for Mac. Police. Wait, what the fuck is an Embedding plus plus?
Motherinth is the latest platform to be hit by malware that can steal your credentials. We first, of course, had ThreatTrizer a few months back, the self-replicating malware on CurseForge that could also steal your data, and then we had Bleeding Pipe, which was a smaller exploit allowing code to run natively on Minecraft almost like Log4j. And now we have this, an infected project on Motherinth. And before you go monkey mode and panic and throw your computer into the trash, you should know that as of right now, it's only this one mod with only a few thousand downloads. So why are you even bothering to talk about this if it's this small? I can hear you already ask from your corner of your room. Well, honestly, I think it's worth covering smaller issues like this, as those can help prevent the bigger ones later on. So today, let's take a look at the newest scare to take over the world of...
Oh my god, it's fucking play for free Minecraft.
Open your task manager, like this, right click, task manager, then go to processes. Then sometimes if you just a game, but for some games you have to drop down, you go to Valorant itself, then you go to properties, then you go to, hold on. Then you go to compatibility, then you disable full screen, and you check it, apply it, over and then reset your game.
Full screen. So if you guys don't know what windowed full screen is, so let's say we're just on an SMP or we're on any type of server doing whatever we want, and suddenly we want to go to our start menu, or we want to do something else really quick, but without getting out of full screen or without doing whatever. So simply, I can just press the start button, and bam, my whole thing just calls up, and I'm already in business. I can just open up Skype, I can open up TweetDeck, I can open up anything as much as I want. But if you're in full screen, you have to press F11 and get out of it and stuff like that. So I'm gonna teach you a way how to just go ahead and have something like this, where you just drag stuff on your monitors like this or anything like that. This is my voice meter. This is my recording software. Well, not my recording software. This is what I'm using, and other stuff like that. So let's just get out of Minecraft and let's just show you how this all works. So first of all, you're just gonna have to open up Google Chrome or any type of web browser you use, and you're just gonna have to look up WinEXP, just exactly the way I type it. If you're too lazy to go ahead and Google search it, go ahead and click the link in the description to take you to the website. And yeah, and you'll be taken to something like this page, just like this. And what you're gonna do, you're gonna scroll all the way down, hit download right here, and then just wait for that to finish downloading. I think I already have it finished downloading, stuff like that. Let me just open up my download folder, and yeah, I kind of have something already downloaded. I already have a file downloaded. So what we're gonna do, let me just open up this, drag out the WinEXP program, and let's just go ahead and delete this, because this is all we need right here. And you can go ahead and put this in your program files or wherever you really want. So I could just probably put this in my documents folder for whatever, just so I can keep it off my desktop. But just for the sake of this tutorial, we're just gonna go ahead and keep it right here. And to show you how it works with Minecraft, let me just get this off my monitor super quick, start up the Minecraft launcher, just so you guys can see. And actually, let me wait for this to start up. And let me just hit play and wait for Minecraft to launch. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna double click WinEXP, I can't even pronounce today, and just wait for this to start up. I'm gonna have it off on my other actually, no, I'll just keep it right in here so you guys can see, because I was gonna do something, but I need to show you guys how it works. So let's just go ahead and wait for Minecraft to start up and stuff like that. And let's just, there we go, perfect. Let's get out of this. And what we're gonna do, we're just gonna hit refresh on this, click Minecraft 189 LWJGL, which it should show your version and show this little acronym, which I don't know what it stands for. And what we're gonna do, we're just gonna click on style and uncheck everything in the left hand side right here, and you'll see Minecraft will go a little weird for a second. We're just basically destroying the border, just getting rid of it. And what we're gonna do for a little weird every second, we're just basically destroying the border, just getting rid of it. And what we're gonna do for general, I'm gonna press for left, I'm gonna put 0, for top I'm gonna put 0, for width I'm gonna put 1920, and height I'm gonna put 1080, because that's the size of my monitor. If you're 2560 by 1440, if you're 1440p, if your monitor's whatever size.
Hello YouTube. Click any of those. Follow this screen to this will be in the description. Download it and click this. Yes, Now, I just scanned this file right here.
What the f?
What are you Get out of here. Oh, that's cursed. Oh my god. Anyways, what's up, everybody? We're back with some more Pizza Tower with a noise update. We made some floor 2, so now let's get those achievements. Here we go. Set this game once again. Here we go. No! Whatever. We're going for the achievements now. I tried it. Alright, moment 2. Ah!
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the
It's a hot summer's evening in Paris. For weeks, a record-breaking heat wave has been cooking the city, leaving the streets empty and the Louvre quieter than ever. No one dares to go outside, but for one man, it's time to strike. Throughout the night, he pulls off the heist of the century, plucking the Mona Lisa from the Louvre and disappearing into the city. This set off a worldwide investigation, leading French police down a 2-year rabbit hole of false leads and famous arrests, before a mysterious letter eventually gave the thief away. We modeled the entire thing to show you how a single man stole the Mona Lisa, how he almost got away with it, and the elaborate plan behind the heist that was eventually revealed decades later. As the sun went down that Sunday evening, the last few tourists were trickling out of the Louvre. But just before it closed, a man entered the museum dressed in the Louvre's official white uniform. Blending in as an employee, he quickly found his way to a small storage closet, squeezed his way in, and waited out the entire night. The Louvre was closed the next day, so very few employees were going to be patrolling the museum. At precisely 7:15 the next morning, the thief emerged into an almost empty Louvre. With no one in sight, he quickly made his way into the Salon Carré, and there it was. At the time, the Mona Lisa didn't have its own room, and it wasn't nearly as famous as it is today, but the thief was about to change that. With no one in sight, he pulled the painting off its metal pins and carried it to a nearby stairwell. Using a screwdriver, he managed to remove the painting from its protective frame before covering it in a white sheet and heading straight for the nearest exit. But as he reached for the door, it was locked. At that exact moment, a plumber working for the Louvre appeared out of nowhere. He assumed that the man was a Louvre employee, and so he helped him open the door. And just like that, the thief disappeared into the city with the Mona Lisa under his arms. The whole heist was over in just a matter of minutes, but it would take another 28 hours before anyone realized the painting was really gone. That week, photographers had been going through the museum and taking the paintings to be officially photographed, so blank spaces on the wall were completely normal. But when the photographers showed up the next morning without the Mona Lisa, it became clear that something was extremely wrong. The Mona Lisa was officially missing. The police were called and a team of detectives descended on the museum. France closed its borders and stationed tanks around the Louvre. Just kidding, these tanks weren't used. But they can be used in War Thunder.
War Thunder is a free-to-play epic military action game where you can fight in dynamic battles using land, sea, and air vehicles spanning an entire century. War Thunder recreates the scale and intensity of battles with a wide range of iconic tanks, aircraft, helicopters, and ships, as well as rare prototypes from the mid-20th century. The new Storm Warning update now supports ray tracing and brings in a bunch of new vehicles and maps. With War Thunder, you can choose your own tactics, breaking through the front lines in a tank, providing air support from a helicopter, dogfighting high above the battlefield. The graphics, physics, and sound all create an impressive visual experience and fully immerse players in the battle. Download War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox by using the link in the description. All new players and those who haven't played for half a year will get special bonuses. You can also play War Thunder Mobile on your phone. Download it for free on iOS or Android using the link in the description. When the Louvre announced that one of its prized possessions had disappeared, it sent shockwaves all around the world. And the question was, where did it go? All the police had found was the wooden picture frame and a fingerprint left behind by the thief. To get the investigation going, local newspapers started offering a reward of $250,000 for any information that would lead them to the painting. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of people sent letters and showed up to police stations with all kinds of information, placing the Mona Lisa all over the world. 2 separate witnesses recalled seeing a man leaving the Louvre with a bulky object. But the descriptions of the man were completely different. One person claimed that the Mona Lisa was on a freight train heading through Belgium, and another claimed that the painting was on a ship which had already set sail for America. But perhaps the most promising suspect was the famous artist, Pablo Picasso. A secretary who knew Picasso wrote to the police and admitted that he had stolen several Iberian statues from the Louvre. He claimed to have sold these statues to Picasso, who went on to use them in one of his paintings. It seemed unlikely, but after checking the serial number on the statues, the Louvre confirmed that they really were from the museum. Picasso was arrested and taken in for questioning. Meanwhile, the police turned their attention to another famous suspect, American banker and art collector J.P. Morgan. At the time, art forgery was a big business, and paintings were often being forged and sold to naive millionaires in America. According to the claim, Morgan had commissioned the heist, and the painting was now on its way to him. Police in America stopped in search of a boat pulling into New York, but there was no Mona Lisa on board. Theories kept coming in from all over the world, but after 2 years of searching, the location of the Mona Lisa was still a complete mystery. As it turned out, the Mona Lisa hadn't gone far at all, and it was sitting in an apartment just 2 miles from the Louvre. This was the apartment of Vincenzo Peruggia, a 29-year-old Italian who used to work at the Louvre as a handyman. He knew every weakness of the Louvre. He knew that it was closed on Mondays. He knew about the photographers, and it was him who had made the Mona Lisa's protective case, which he dismantled so easily during the heist. After leaving the Louvre, he hid the painting in a trunk with a false floor, which he had made himself. But how did he get away with it for so long? Amazingly, Peruggia already had a criminal record, and his fingerprints were already in the system. But only his right-hand fingerprints were in the system, and the one on the picture frame was a left-hand print, and so a match was never found. During the investigation, police had visited Peruggia's apartment twice, but never found anything. Little did they know that the Mona Lisa was hiding right under their noses. Peruggia had pulled off a stupidly simple heist, and it seemed like he would get away with it. But after 2 years holding the painting hostage, he started to get impatient. He wrote an anonymous letter to an art dealer in Florence, the city where Da Vinci painted the masterpiece. In the letter, he claimed to have the Mona Lisa in his possession and said he wanted to return it back to its home. He signed the letter with the name Leonardo and took the next train to Florence. The art dealer and his associate agreed to meet Peruggia in his hotel room to authenticate the painting. With the doors locked, Peruggia opened up the trunk, and to their surprise, it really was the Mona Lisa. In order to further authenticate the painting, the art dealers took it back to their studio, assuring Peruggia that he would be rewarded for bringing it back to Italy. But just an hour later, the police showed up at his door and arrested him. Peruggia ended up spending just 7 months in prison and died just 10 years later. Although the search for the Mona Lisa was over, the truth behind what really happened seemed to have gone to the grave. But in 1932, a story was published that revealed a much more elaborate plan behind the heist. Written by Carl Decker, he claimed to know the man who was really behind the
How does anyone find that funny? I mean, seriously, how does anyone find that funny?
One day I was born, at the age of 4. My mama asked me a question, what the fuck are those? What the fuck are those?
From billion-dollar mega yachts to the fastest speedboats on the planet to life-ending disasters, this is the Billionaire Yacht Tier List. Bill Gates bought a $600 million hydrogen-powered, eco-friendly super yacht. F tier, Mark Zuckerberg bought a $300 million mega yacht named Launchpad for his 40th birthday. But the 4-story, 387-foot boat with a 50-person crew wasn't enough for Zuck. So he bought a $30 million super yacht named Wingman just to carry around his toys. Maintenance and crew salaries for the ships add up to $30 million a year, but that's no concern for the Zuck since he makes that in 3 hours. Mark Zuckerberg is my dream man. Despite only making $120 grand a year, Vladimir Putin has been linked to a variety of yachts. One of them being the 270-foot Graceful, which has ultra-luxury cabins, $34,000 designer beds, marble bathrooms with gold-plated fixtures, and a swimming pool that transforms into a dance floor. But in February 2022, in the middle of repair, the yacht abruptly left a German shipyard at night. The reason for the bizarre escape was given 2 weeks later, when Putin invaded Ukraine and retaliatory sanctions were placed on Russian assets.
We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts. We're coming for you, ill-begotten gains.
While Graceful managed to duck seizure, Putin's $700 million yacht wasn't so lucky. Talking about ill-begotten gains with Nancy Pelosi right behind you is crazy work. I say Putin gets a B tier.
Only one man can deliver a ride like this. Go on, the only. How you doing, man? What's up? You do not do small, do you?
In 2004, Diddy was partying on his $6.3 million yacht when it was raided by police. According to a party attender, Puffy just freaked. He's always worried that people are out to get him because of his fame, so he just ran for it. But it turned out the raid was an accident. The police had mistook the boat guests for a crew of thugs, and when they realized their mistake, they were most apologetic. Why they didn't find it suspicious that Diddy turned into Usain Bolt the second they showed up, I guess we'll never know. But it was a very costly oversight. As Diddy's empire expanded, his yachts got better and better. By 2022, he was a billionaire, allowing him to charter the $1 million per week super yacht named Victorious. And in December of 2022, Diddy made the most of this family-friendly yacht by bringing his 24-year-old son on board, which turned out to be a terrible mistake. According to a lawsuit filed by a former stewardess, Diddy had the yacht swarming with celebrities and delirious women, some of which had passed out on the floor after a few shots of Diddy juice, and was in the ship's movie theater where the stewardess alleges she was diddled by Diddy's son. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Snapchat co-founder Evan Spiegel bought a $200 million yacht when he was in his early 20s that he rides around with his supermodel wife. I pray that he hits an iceberg. In 1988, Donald Trump spent $30 million on a super yacht originally owned by a Saudi arms dealer and renamed it to the Trump Princess. The yacht is covered in gold and onyx and features an outdoor pool protected by bulletproof glass. And in case you still somehow get crook scoped, it's got an onboard hospital. But the Trump Princess wasn't cutting it for the Donald. So in the early 90s, he began working on the Trump Princess 2, which would have been the biggest yacht ever made. But after running into financial difficulties, he abandoned both of his ships, calling off the Princess 2 and selling the Princess 1 to a Saudi prince. Despite no longer being a member, Trump still gets love from the yachting community, thanks to tax breaks. For helping out everyday super yacht owners, Trump gets an A tier. Queen Elizabeth's yacht was cursed.
I named the ship Britannia. I wish success and to all who sail in her.
When Britannia was unleashed in 1953, Britain was still facing post-war rationing, so as a symbol of frugality, the Queen broke a bottle of cheap wine rather than champagne on the hull of her $100 million gig yacht. The 412-foot castle featured a garage for storing the Queen's whips, a water slide, and a massive dining table that apparently gave the Queen a secret button that signaled for the food to be cleared in case her guests got too boring. Apart from world tours, the boat was infamously used for royal honeymoons, all 4 of which resulted in divorce. Maybe the Britannia was cursed. Maybe taking your bride onto a floating island with 240 prime-aged men is a mistake, but after going 0 for 4, the royal family landlocked all future honeymoons and divorce rates have plummeted. In 1997, the Britannia was decommissioned, and it was one of the only times the Queen cried in public. Britannia's got some decent lore, but it doesn't have one and only god-tier status. In 2015, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman threw a massive party on a private island, where him and a few dozen of his Saudi boys flew out 150 women, STD tested all of them, took away their phones, and then had one massive prayer session. But after local news got word of his Ramadan, the Crown Prince realized he needed more privacy. So one day while vacationing in France, he saw a massive boat anchored on the coast that would serve his needs. And in the most expensive impulse buy of all time, he dropped $500 million on the Serene. This 7-story, 439-foot giga yacht has 3 swimming pools, an underwater viewing room, a snow room with real snow, a 5-person submarine, 2 helipads, and multiple gourmet kitchens. The prince's lavish spending was called out for being hypocritical as he was cutting salaries at the same time, but bin Salman wasn't the only controversial figure to use a Serene. The previous owner was a vodka billionaire, and to help offset the $40 million a year running costs, he offered the boat for charter. One of his guests, who paid $5 million for a 1-week vacation, was professional climate activist Bill Gates. Bin Salman is an A-tier baller. In 1998, during an Australian yacht race, tech billionaire Larry Ellison drove his racing yacht named Sayonara into the eye of a hurricane.
You literally exit the waves like falling down an elevator shaft. Surface tension in the water is such that it's literally like your boat being dropped off a 4-story building on asphalt.
The race ended in 6 deaths, but through sheer luck, Larry and his team managed to escape with only a few broken bones and took home first place.
If our boat had sunk, we all would have died.
Larry's one key takeaway from this brush with death was that his boat wasn't fast enough. His next racing yacht had a 20-story high carbon fiber wing, and with him at the helm, Team USA won the America's Cup for the first time in 15 years. But for his leisure time, Larry goes for ultra-luxury yachts like the Ronin, the Katana, the Rising Sun, and the Musashi, all of which were named and designed after the way of the samurai, which Larry has an obsession with. You're not a weeaboo, you're just poor. Larry is the quintessential billionaire sidequester. The $300 million motor yacht A and $600 million sailing yacht A are 2 of the most striking boats ever built, but there's one problem. Their owner is Russian. Luckily for Andrei Melnichenko, motor yacht A was in safe waters when the sanctions kicked in, but sailing yacht A was caught lacking in an Italian port, and here's the crazy part. According to Italian law, frozen assets must be returned to their owners in the same condition they were at the time of freezing. So thanks to staff salaries, insurance, and upkeep, the Italian government has been running up $1 million a month for this single boat to sit and do nothing. Once the sanctions get lifted, Italy might be able to send a bill to Andrei, but based on how things are going, that might take a little while. Free sailing yacht A. In 2009, Steve Jobs began working with the designer on a $120 million super yacht, but he had a problem. At the time, he was facing a battle with cancer, and after years of work on the yacht, Jobs told his biographer, "I know that it's possible I will die and leave my wife with a half-built boat, but I have to keep going on. If I don't, it's an admission that I'm about to die." In the end, Steve was half correct. He did die, but he left his wife Lorene with a fully built boat. 1 year after Steve's death, Venus was unveiled. The one-of-a-kind vessel resembles an Apple product, being an overpriced hunk of beautiful minimalism, complete with a charging port. It features floor-to-ceiling glass made by the engineers behind legendary Apple monuments, and it runs on 27-inch iMacs, which someone must have forgotten to update. Cool design but C-tier functionality. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, also known as Caligula, was the third emperor of Rome, and he was a turbo freak. But one of the freakiest things he did was build 2 gigantic 230-foot yachts that he put in the Nemi Lake. The surprisingly advanced ships were covered in gold, jewels, and statues, as well as vines and fruit trees. They were known as Emperor Caligula's pleasure ships, and I'm sure that in 37 AD, there weren't any parties like Caligula parties. History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. In August of 2024, tech billionaire Mike Lynch, aka the British Bill Gates, was celebrating a miraculous legal victory, where he had avoided a 99.3% chance of life in prison.
I had to say goodbye to everything and everyone. I didn't know if I'd ever be coming back. So now it's very strange, you have a new life.
To party to his new life, he had invited his friends and family on his massive super yacht named Bayesian. Upon construction, its 237-foot mast was the tallest in the world, only beaten years later by another bald tech billionaire. In the early morning of August 19th, the Bayesian was anchored less than a mile away from shore in Sicily with Mike and his gang on board when an extreme storm hit the area. The Bayesian was anchored at the perfectly wrong spot. After getting hit by a downburst as strong as a tornado, the boat lost power. Within a few minutes, it had flipped on its side and sank to the bottom of the Mediterranean. The exact reasons for this disaster, which experts describe as 1 in a million, are uncertain. In an effort to win mass measuring contests, the Bayesian may have been destabilized from a top-heavy design. Its keel was also retracted when it sank, which would have reduced stability. But the CEO of the company that built the yacht disagrees, saying that the ship was an unsinkable ship. Calling any ship unsinkable is insane, especially after it already sank. He blames the crash on failures of the 10-man crew, claiming the boat would have been fine had certain precautions been taken. But regardless of the cause, 7 of the yacht's passengers lost their lives, including Mike and his daughter. 4 of the victims had no water in their lungs, implying they had run out of oxygen in air pockets after the boat had sunk. This was what we thought OceanGate was. F tier for safety concerns. Film producer David Geffen spent $500 million on the Rising Sun. The 454-foot luxury yacht was known for housing Geffen's high-profile guests, including presidents, celebrities, tech billionaires, singers, and even professional climate activists. But David's yacht would get him into hot water during the middle of the pandemic. In a now-deleted Instagram post, he shared a picture of his super yacht, saying that he was isolating on it in the Grenadines and hoping all of us poors are staying safe.
That's his yacht. He is posting a glamour photo of his yacht. Stay safe, everyone. I'm avoiding a virus on my large yacht in the Caribbean.
That's probably the hardest flex of all time. The Lamborghini 63 is the only yacht that comes equipped with seatbelts thanks to its top speed of 63 knots, which is 20 knots faster than the Coast Guard. Its cockpit is ripped straight from a normal Lambo, including its fighter jet start buttons that control its twin V12 engines with 2,000 horsepower each. The first person to get their hands on the $4 million supercar of the sea was UFC champion Conor McGregor. It makes sense to me that the fastest and flashiest yacht on the market is owned by Conor and a guy that thinks he's Conor. Conor's not a billionaire. I just really like the Lambo. In 1880 all time.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you.
The Lamborghini 63 is the only yacht that comes equipped with seatbelts thanks to its top speed of 63 knots, which is 20 knots faster than the Coast Guard. Its cockpit is ripped straight from a normal Lambo, including its fighter jet start buttons that control its twin V12 engines with 2,000 horsepower each. The first person to get their hands on the $4 million supercar of the sea was UFC champion Conor McGregor. It makes sense to me that the fastest and flashiest yacht on the market is owned by Conor and a guy that thinks he's Conor. Conor's not a billionaire. I just really like the Lambo. In 1881, JP Morgan bought a 185-foot yacht named Corsair. But 9 years later, he needed something better to flex on his rich friends in the New York Yacht Club. So he built a 241-foot Corsair 2. But a few years later, after giving it to the military, he got the 304-foot Corsair 3. When it was launched in 1898, a journalist asked JP how much it would cost to operate such a massive yacht. The king of banking's reply would become one of the most famous lines in history. Sir, if you have to ask that question, you can't afford it. I wonder how much it would cost to operate such a massive yacht. Walmart monarch Nancy Walton's $300 million super yacht can't catch a break. In 2023, protesters in Ibiza sprayed it with paint-filled fire extinguishers, then held up a banner saying "You consume, others suffer." A few months later, another activist group blasted the yacht again in Barcelona. The protesters were calling out the waste of the ultra-wealthy, and the fact that the same billionaires preaching sustainability are the ones most responsible for deep-frying the planet, thanks in part to their leisure activities. After both vandalizations, members of the yacht's crew cleaned off the paint. Nancy Walton probably went back to her travels without even noticing. The protesters probably went back to Walmart to stock up on more paint. and the cycle of capitalism continued. Valve co-founder Gabe Newell spends most of his time at sea on his billion-dollar army of yachts. During the pandemic, he had his 220-foot support vessel named Dapple follow him around as a floating hospital. After COVID died down, he sold that boat to Zuck and now daily drives the 300-foot Tranquility, which was originally owned by legendary fraudster Jolo. But Gabe might have no use for the massive luxury boat once he gets done building his even more massive Project Y722. For exploring, he has a research vessel named Pressure Drop, but for more extreme adventures, his ocean exploration company Inkfish has a submarine that's been to the very bottom of the Mariana Trench. On their first descent, they mainly just found plastic, but if Gabe keeps on going, who knows what he'll discover.
You want the ocean gets remain.
Gabe's just living that peak gamer life. Elon Musk has bad luck with vacations. In 2000, when he was the CEO of X.com, he took his first ever break from work to go on a honeymoon with his then wife. But during the plane ride, Elon got ousted as CEO by X.com's board. On his second attempt at a honeymoon a few months later, he almost died of malaria. The next time he took a week off, his friend's rocket exploded. The time after that, it was Elon's rocket that blew up. According to the Musk, the lesson here is, don't take a week off. Keeping with that spirit, Elon doesn't own any yachts, and he's very proud about this. When Zuck copped his yacht, Elon said it looked cool, but he made sure to clarify that his work doesn't allow time for a yacht. He then took some pot shots at Jeff Bezos, telling him to get out of his hot tub and yacht so he could actually make it to space. In a world where the ultra-rich flex on each other with bigger and bigger yachts, having no yacht just might be the biggest flex of all. Elon Musk is a professional perception manager. In July of 2021, a freshly divorced Jeff Bezos spent his final days as Amazon CEO on his friend Barry Diller's yacht. The $200 million boat is one of the tallest sailing yachts ever made, complete with a hood ornament of Barry's wife. A few years later, Jeff took delivery of his $500 million boat, which is the tallest sailing yacht ever made, complete with a hood ornament of not his wife. When asked if the figurehead was carved in her image, Lauren Sanchez said, "I'm very flattered, but it's not. If it was me, it would need bigger breasts." Zuck would definitely agree. Jeff named his boat Koru, a Maori word for new beginnings, but his floating midlife crisis ran into problems before he even stepped on board. In 2022, Rotterdam announced they would be dismantling a historic bridge to allow Jeff's boat to pass through. But after thousands of outraged locals agreed to throw eggs at the super yacht, the plans were called off, and Koru was quietly towed below the bridge with its mast detached. But criticism still follows Koru and its $100 million support vessel everywhere they go.
For God's sake, tax the rich. This guy doesn't know what to do with his money.
The amount of capital accumulation at the very, very top is unrivaled in global history.
While his employees are literally found dead, he's going to spend $500 million on a stupid mega yacht.
Jeff has never officially responded to the haters, but if he did, he would probably just say 2 words.
Thank you, because you guys paid for all of this.
It's wel kind of funny.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift card?
From a $2 billion mega mansion to a $50,000 tiny home, this is a billionaire house tier list. Vladimir Putin has a net worth of $200 billion and he's got a palace with an underground bunker. S tier. Mark Zuckerberg bought 1,000 football fields of land in Hawaii so he could build a massive compound with a self-sustainable underground bunker, over a dozen houses including 2 mansions and a web of disc-shaped tree houses connected by rope bridges. Solid B tier. In 1984, Steve Jobs bought a California mansion called the Jacklin House. It was designed in 1925 by famous architect George Washington Smith for famous rich guy Daniel Jacklin. Steve Jobs wanted to burn it down. California said no, because of its historical significance. Steve Jobs really wanted to burn it down. He went on record calling the house a dump. He said Jacklin had no taste and that George Washington Smith was a nobody. He then abandoned the house and let it rot for 10 years. The house became such a mess that he was finally given permission to destroy it. 8 months later, He died, making the brutal destruction of this innocent house one of Steve Jobs' final victories. I don't get why you hated on this house so much. I say it's a strong C tier. World-famous pharmaceutical salesman El Chapo had a peak net worth of $12 billion. He was said to have houses at every single beach and a ranch in every single state. He also had the government looking for him at every single state. So rather than living in his luxurious mansions, he was forced to stay in the street-safe houses to avoid the law. These unassuming homes had hidden escape routes, connecting Chapo to a network of underground tunnels that allowed him to escape capture and keep his drug empire running. This man was a Harriet Tubman of crack, solid F tier. Donald Trump's official residence is a 17-acre Florida resort called Mar-a-Lago. After buying it in 1985, this man was a Harriet Tubman of crack, solid F tier. Donald Trump's
Oh, my ass is starting to bike, I guess. Oh shit, my Discord is not live. Yo, Cone. Cone, you good? I've been grinding a lot. With all the stakes begin for my entire state, and then just collect some stuff. Right. 5. And we have everything else. I have so many stakes. I might live forever. Good. Ah, that is the stakes. Mr. Agriculture. It goes up to level 13. One, 4, 4, 3, 4, 6, 3, 2, 4, 3, 4, 1. I can make all my seed tier magical. But yeah. Wait, you need to make all of that for planting shoes. I am placing blocks and shit. Yes, I'm fucking my god. I am placing blocks and shit. Yes, come on. Is that me? Dumbass. I bought $4,000 from my normal area. Thankfully, we start with torches, so you can just fix every point. I have no light. Now we don't have a crafting grid, so have to commit crafting. Crafting table and a stick. Complete. We have a Ollie sword, Bill's hoe, and my axe, which is actually useful because you can mine every single tree in one go. Also, there's a one care from no cultivation, which sucks. Yeah, you can't. Okay, good. I guess the final one you have to awaken it because it has the biggest area. It's over 3x3 or hey. Apparently another 3x3 are being useful. So just yeah. You can do anything with it. Anyways, let's start making some stuff. First things first, some slabs. I'm gonna get like 30 slabs. Then we'll save this recipe, then this recipe. Then we commit this, then we commit this, then we commit 2 oak crucibles, which is supposed to be for later, I guess, but I don't care. I need cows. Alright, let's see every seed. Okay, we have lots of seed. We have too many seeds, okay? No way, no way. To make infinite version, I can either do this or use the this thing. Yippee! It will make infinite amounts of. That's right. It will make infinite amount of Endstone, so I mean I don't have to gravel it anymore. Yeah. And nether rock. I think. Yeah, it can be made with the same way, except you need gravel and 2 lavas. But you can make it easier than like crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna go piss again. Shit, you jump scared me. Anyways, you're back. Cool, I'm playing Ultima Mods 9. Does not contain all the mods. It's from 1.20.1. That's Create. Cool. That's fucking Create. Hey, I love Create. I love Create. Anyways, it's a skyblock. You don't know what the fuck a skyblock is. You're stuck in the sky world, but and you gotta survive. But instead of gravel being almost impossible, instead gravel's so easy. It's just you touch dirt, it transforms into it does it to cobble up to 4 of them. Oh yeah, that's gambling. Yep, gambling. I'm just gonna start with clay, and then we're gonna get some good meal. Oh, it really wants dust. Huh. Not the hollow way. Like, no, really, I always went for the hollow way because, you know, that was like the only thing I know. Oh, shit. Here we go again. How to cock. I have 8 cooks. Shut. Hey, give me the hot dog. Give me a hot dog. Hey, give me a hot dog. Give me a goddamn hot dog. No, all good. I'm 14 years ago. 10 years ago, we had the dog that said, "Shut up." I have few crucibles for some reason.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see tomorrow. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fuck fancy frauds. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sticking to the models, yeah. Drinking out the matter, yeah. What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. in a mansion on the car and parking in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 thumb. We bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures. I packed the hood out on the jet when the first came up. Money brought pain before the fame, I was painless. Shit ain't the same, you get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave, and you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like shit a stranger. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. I think I be triple with a US pride. Back to back nails, need an extra garage. Lamborghini keys, touch screen when it start. Smoking on the exotic, you can smell when it's hard. Blicky, blicky, put an extendo on the FN with me. Let me spread in the head, now sticky, sticky. We just came up from the dead, now I'm shit. Yeah. Rose gold diamonds in my mouth when I smile, bitch. I just walked into the spot and changed the climate. I got bitches in the bag and on the side of me. He didn't bring me out my rat, so now he gotta leave. I just wanna smoke him cause he shot at me. Cash out in the mall is worth a quarter key. Red gang, so we get a lot of keys. Ran to the guy on my road. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive
Fancy girls.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money when I see them all. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money for a fancy bra. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not
Say no more.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Sticking to the models. Yeah. Drinking out the batter.
Okay.
What have you done to deserve this? You gon' have to keep a gun if it's dirty. Put a mansion on the car and park it in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 drum. We bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures. I packed the hood out on the jet when the first came up. Money brought pain before the fame, I was painless. Shit ain't the same, you get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave, you get you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like shit strange. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. I think I be tripping with a US bride. Back to back nails, need an extra garage. Lamborghini keys, touch screen when it start. Smoking on the exotic, you can smell when it's hard. Blicky, blicky, put an extendo on the FN with me. Let me spread in the head, now it's sticky, sticky. We just came up from the dead, now I'm shit. Yeah. Rose gold diamonds in my mouth when I smile, bitch. I just walked into the spot and changed the climate. I got bitches in the back and on the side of me. He didn't bring me out my rest, so now he gotta leave. I just wanna smoke him cause he shot at me. Cash out in the mall is worth a quarter key. Red gang, so we get a lot of keys. Praying to the God in my rosy. Everybody wanna be a superstar.
Get a lot of fancy cars.
Everybody wanna be
a superstar. Oh my God. Everybody wants to be a superstar. Get a lot of fancy cars. Everybody wants to be a superstar. Get a lot of money. I eat kids. Want to be a super.
Put a mansion on the car and park it in the slum. Got diamonds on me, got a Glock, hold a 30 drum. Bust a check up down the middle, 9 figures. I packed the head out on the jet when the first came up. Money brought pain before the fame, I was painless. Shit ain't the same, you get more money, it get more dangerous. It could be a motive when you leave, you get you famous. Fucked on a few times, still feel like shit strange.
Everybody wants to be a super. A lot of money.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fancy cars. I think I be tripping.
What the fuck?
Back to back nails, need an extra garage. Lamborghini keys, touch screen when it start.
Really? Roblox is made out of sticks. Huh? What? What the fuck? Yo, Cone, you wanna play some random games? I got told. Yo, Cone. Always like, yep, we gotta go soon. Like every time, dude, don't get there soon. Oh shit. No, don't die on me. I have an apple. What? How many cat flashes?
Official residence is a 17-acre Florida resort called Mar-a-Lago. After buying it in 1985, Donald made a few changes. In his yard, he put an 80-foot tall American flag. In his bathroom, he added a few classified documents from the White House. But the biggest change he made was turning the property into an exclusive club. For a $200,000 entry fee, you could become a Mar-a-Lago member and hang out with rich people, like Jeffrey Epstein. He was a member of Trump's club until 2007, when he got kicked out for hitting on a teenager. Classic Jeffrey. The club's been printing over $20 million a year, making Mar-a-Lago one of Trump's most lucrative investments. It's a somewhat controversial house, but it is a nice place. Being the Queen of England has a lot of perks. You get the coolest jewelry collection of all time. You get to drive a Bentley limo without needing a license. You get to pay taxes when you feel like it. But the coolest part of being the Queen is living in the $5 billion Buckingham Palace. This 775-room behemoth has everything you need to be the ultimate rich person. You got a throne room, a multi-billion-dollar art gallery, London's biggest private garden, and an ATM in your basement so you can take out a brick and flex on your 800 staff members. This place is so big, it has its own zip code. I think I'm too bored to be looking at this house. Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, has 5 private islands. What is Larry Page doing on his 5 private islands? Nearby locals haven't noticed anything unusual except for a few helicopters. But in the 2013 conference, we may have gotten a glimpse into the answer.
There's many exciting and important things you can do. You just can't do because they're illegal. So maybe we should set aside a small part of the world where we can try out some new things and figure out what is the effect on society, what's the effect on people.
So in case you can't read between the lines, Larry Page is using his islands to perform human experiments on children. S tier. In a 2010 letter to shareholders, stock market genius Warren Buffett said that his third best investment was his house. In 1958, he bought a $30,000 home in a quiet neighborhood of Omaha, Nebraska. The property is now worth over 40 times what he bought it for, which might seem like an amazing financial return. However, if he had instead invested that $30K into the stock market, he would have made $3 million. The reason Buffett considers his house such a good investment is not because of numbers, but because of the memories it brought him and his family. Mukesh Ambani, the richest man in India, dropped $2 billion on a 27-story mega mansion in the middle of the hood. Creative visionary Kanye West said this in a 2018 interview.
I'm gonna be one of the biggest real estate developers of all time. I'm tired of the McMansions, all the Spanish roof homes and stuff like that. Like, that shit whack, bro. Like, everybody house whack. It's trash.
Kanye bought this house in 2023. It was originally a church in Los Angeles that he planned to use for his Donda Academy School, but it's since been left to rot. In 2019, Kanye started building dome-shaped structures inspired by Star Wars that he believed would revolutionize affordable housing. He was seconds away from solving the homelessness crisis when California shut him down because they already have pens for that. Recently, Kanye bought a $57 million Malibu home, paid someone $20 grand a week to destroy it, then listed it back up for sale for $4 million less than when he bought it for. And on top of that, the guy that he paid to destroy it, turns out he never paid him. So now he's also getting sued. After taking L after L after L, Kanye officially announced that he'd be building a 100,000-acre city in the Middle East. Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, bought a $191 million mansion on the tallest hill in Hong Kong Island. It offers a beautiful view of the world's most unaffordable city. However, Mr. Ma might not be able to appreciate this view any longer because in late 2020 at an economic conference, he made the grave mistake of criticizing the Chinese government. Jack Ma isn't dead, by the way. He ended up reappearing in China a few months later. Hopefully Supreme Leader Xi Jinping let him keep his cool house. Michael Jordan's mansion could be yours for $14,855,000. It's actually been on sale for over a decade. The main reason no one's buying it is because it's in Illinois. On top of that, a lot of the home's features are too unique to Jordan. Not many buyers would want front gates with someone else's jersey number, a theater with someone else's logo, and a basketball court with the names of someone else's kids. Marking your territory is effective for keeping people from eating your pizza and also keeping people from buying your house. Now to the average broke person like myself, having a $15 million house that's not selling might seem like an absolute disaster, but for Michael Jordan, he's probably not that worried. Solid D tier. Jeff Bezos launched Amazon.com from the garage of a house he was renting for $890 a month. He's now the 25th largest landowner in the United States. Jeff has properties all across the country. His main home was a $10 million mansion in Washington until 2023 when he moved to Florida so he could be closer to his family and further from the IRS. He lives on a man-made island off the coast of Miami where he bought a $68 million mansion. 2 months later, he spent $79 million on the one next door. It's a pretty chill place, I'd say B tier. But he's also evading taxes, so that bumps him up to A tier. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman dropped $300 million on a French chateau. It has a nightclub, a moat with an underwater aquarium, and modern technology that can all be controlled with an iPhone. The building might seem like a historic landmark, but it was actually built in 2009 by Saudi businessman Ahmad Khashoggi. The wealthy developer probably won't be doing business with the Crown Prince anytime soon because in 2018, according to the CIA, the Crown Prince assassinated his cousin. If Ahmad and the Crown Prince ever link up again, that might be an awkward conversation. Sprinkle House. Billionaires Row is a New York City neighborhood with the tallest and most expensive buildings in the world. The people that buy these apartments aren't buying apartments; they're investing in furnished capitalism.
The majority of people who are actually living here aren't actually living here. They're using these apartments for places to store value. It's a brand. It's like a Birkin bag. Where you live, 157. Where you live, 111. Where you live, 220.
In 2019, billionaire investor Ken Griffin bought 4 floors of 220 Central Park South for $238 million, making it the most expensive real estate purchase in the United States. 220 holds the most desirable view in the city, being the only billionaire's row tower located directly on Central Park. I mess with Ken Griffin, but I think $240 million for a concrete brick is a little bit too much. Bill Gates has a $150 million complex in Washington. It has an epic library with a manuscript written by Leonardo da Vinci. That's the only interior footage of his house on the internet, so some of the following visuals will be made with AI.
AI is a brilliant tool.
Bill Gates has a 60-foot indoor swimming pool. Inside of it is an underwater sound system, but that's nothing compared to his personal Lake Washington Beach that is sand imported from the Caribbean. He also has a trampoline room, walls covered in screens, and his favorite tree that he monitors electronically 24 hours a day. There's some cool tech in this house. I'd say a solid B tier. In 2002, Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, got a letter from his accountant. It listed a few of his expenses, like his $25 million villa in Japan, $194 million yacht, and $200 million Japanese temple in California. Larry's net worth at the time was $23 billion, but his accountant was still concerned. I'm worried, Larry. It's imperative that we start to budget and plan. New purchases should be kept.
Oracle CEO and billionaire Larry Ellison just made a rather large investment or purchase. He just bought the island of Lanai.
S tier. Kim Kardashian bought a $20 million home in 2014 with her then husband Kanye West. They spent 3 years transforming it into what they described as a minimal monastery and what others described as an expensive psych ward. This house is a really cool art project.
Now, you're in the middle of this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions. And
I'm slightly sad about it, actually.
Well, if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
On May 1st of 2020, Elon Musk announced that he would be selling almost all physical possessions, including his homes, and he stayed true to his word, selling off each of his California mansions one by one. He then acquired a $50,000 tiny home.
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. They'll say, hey, billionaire, you got all this stuff. Like, well, not enough stuff. Now what are you going to do?
Elon's $50,000 tiny home is actually his guest house. His main home is a South Texas rental property. It's technically only worth $45 grand, but he also spent $200,000 building an 8-foot fence around it and covering it with security cameras. Elon says he got rid of his stuff when he sold off his $100 million real estate portfolio. But considering that only accounts for 0.05% of his wealth, he still has a lot of stuff after all.
Oh shit, we're teleporting. We're going to Hell Battleground. Take the guns. Steal the guns, actually. Ah! Yo, let me steal my weapons. Give me weapons. You feel odd. Oh shit! Hey, you're not my team. I killed someone. Yo, lamp, dive. And plane. Wait, let's dive. Hello? Hello? Me wanna... The game does not work. Cause yes. Oh shit, there's somebody. Maybe I just blew myself up. I'm gonna I just killed someone. How the fuck are they killing me? You see? Yo, don't mind me just playing random games. Yo, this is so fun game.
And I'm back on my grind. A psychic in my lifeline told me in my lifetime money will help light up the Chicago skyline, and that's why I'm 7 o'clock, that's prime time. Hoping to watch God calling from the hotlines. And I'm back on my grind. A psychic.
Anime. This is fucking anime. I wonder what's that Kanye West music. Yo, welcome to the peak of Roblox. Ben? Oh, dat is Pien. Shit. Shit, yeah. Get game. Get game. The amount of Roblox. Wow, I was holding W and nothing happened. Yeah, I'm gonna play Sonic. Yo, we got Sprint Blast, Spirit Blast, run. I'm running so fast right now. We got Fire Blast, Sonic. What the fuck? Help! Help! I'm stuck. Dee. Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, every day. Alright, let's see the shitty crack that the person made. Ooh, a Jeep! Alright, let's kart ride into the Doom. Move! Yeah! But what the fuck? Alright. Get up! Remember with me. Make off this map. Thanks, X Lego X. For letting him slash her use his tag sections. Kabeam! Boom. Alright, we're gonna go speed. Go faster! Oh shit! Ah! Oh my god, the speed! No! Oh my god! This one wants to kill me. Why am I spinning? Bomb! Fear. Also car. How to drain bombs at people. Kabeam! Alright, here's how to kart ride. Alright, let's go. Let's kart. Okay, good night, I guess. You always do this. I can just get it and like you stop. Oh! How to move a car. Yeah, I'm moving a car. The fucking car is moving. Get the car out of in heaven. Naturally. Let's go fishing. Are you gonna Alright, that's funny. There's a big old head. God, you stupid cart. Oh, stop. No. I'm gonna bomb myself real quick. With my car. Kabeam. Kabeam. I love Super Plays Bullet. Pause. I'm gonna buy some land in Metaverse. Now I'm getting paid. I'm cash with cash with cash with cash. Cash with cash. No, I ain't paying. Yo, what the fuck is this? No. So much nope. Alright, cool drift. What the fuck? Vamos. I just bought more. I'm bored. No, we're the family of the game.
This is the intersection of Liberty and Nassau Street in the financial district
Mom,
of New York.
Dad,
Thousands of
children.
tourists and white-collar criminals walk down these streets every single day, but what a lot of them don't realize is that this rather ordinary-looking block sits atop just over 5% of all of the gold in the world. If I were to drill 80 feet or 24 meters straight into the earth on this sidewalk, I would wind up here. The gold vault of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, responsible for guarding 6,190 tons of gold, the largest accumulation of gold in the world. And then shortly thereafter, I would wind up here.
Okay, cool, I'm gonna be a
because
McGoose
it turns
eater.
out that it is not actually legal to tunnel into the basement of a federal bank. But this giant pile of gold underneath Manhattan is worth more than you might think. This gold needs to be here in order for the world economy to function. Why? Well, it's a bit of a long story. Before we can understand why the US government buried approximately 2 Jeff Bezos' worth of solid gold 80 feet under a Dunkin' Donuts, we need to understand how the Federal Reserve actually works. Because the Federal Reserve is one of those phrases that you probably recognize, either from the top of the dollar bill or from that speech your uncle gave at Thanksgiving where he tried to blame his sports gambling debt on the federal government. But the Fed is a complicated institution and not one that most Americans actually understand. So let's break it down. Back in the early 1900s, banks did not work. They were private businesses, so if one of them went belly up, everyone just lost their money. But it wouldn't stop there, because then everyone at the bank across the street would say, uh-oh, or egad, or whatever it was that people said back then, and take all of their money out of that bank. But since banks aren't designed to have enough money to pay out every single account all at once, that would kill that bank, and all of those people would lose their money. And that would keep happening to bank after bank until the whole economy collapsed, or one of the miscellaneous bearded guys that had more money than God decided to personally pour millions of dollars of their own savings into one of the banks to stop it from exploding. Now, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure this is not how an economy is supposed to work. And sure enough, the US government thought so too. So they created the US Federal Reserve, which would basically act as a bank for banks. If there was a panic and everyone started taking their money out of a bank, that bank would borrow money from the Fed to pay everyone without going bust. There would be 12 central banks to serve different regions of the country, distributed in a way that totally makes sense, which of course means putting 2 of them in Missouri. Anyway, blah blah blah, fast forward a few years, America's looking at the numbers and has decided that it's now the best country. So they pitched an idea. What if America's central bank, the best central bank, was now a bank for other countries as central banks? And the other countries said, so true, USA #1, and sent their gold to New York. So all of that gold under Manhattan, well, the vast majority of it actually belongs to the central banks of foreign nations, primarily the Deutsche Bundesbank, Banca d'Italia, and the Nederlandsche Bank. Now, if you're watching this from one of those countries, you might be wondering why the hell your government handed over all of their gold to the most nukeable city on Earth instead of looking after it themselves, and that's primarily for two reasons. The first is the New York Fed's insane levels of security, which we'll get to in a second, but the second, weirdly, is convenience. Having all of the government-owned gold for all these different countries in one place makes trading it really easy. If Germany needs to send the Netherlands several $1 million as a birthday present, they can just move the gold from one shelf to another without it ever leaving the vault. But since such a huge and sensitive part of the world's economy is literally happening in this vault, it needs to be one of the most secure and discreet buildings in the world. So let's talk about how the vault actually operates. Gold enters the vault here, in the Federal Reserve Bank building. It's a fairly unassuming office building, 22 stories of limestone and middle-aged accountants, but on its western end is an elevator that descends 80 feet or 24 meters into the earth beneath the city's power lines, gas pipes, and subway tunnels. This is about as deep as you can actually dig in this part of Manhattan, because the island's bedrock is located only 7 feet deeper and is structurally necessary to support the weight of this vault. The vault itself is 3 stories, comprising the bank's basement levels C, D, and E. The top level designed to hold securities, the second for storing currency, and the deepest level dedicated to the vault's gold, all surrounded by layers of steel walls and 8 to 10 feet of reinforced concrete. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'll just walk through the front door. Checkmate the Federal Reserve, but don't be so sure. The single entrance to the vault that all gold, personnel, and overconfident YouTube viewers need to access is this: a 90-ton solid steel cylinder that rotates to reveal a passageway into the vault when opened and forms a complete hermetic seal with its frame when closed. Once the gold enters the vault, it's not only monitored by cameras and motion sensors, but it needs to be accompanied at all times by a team of 3, 2 members of the Gold Vault staff and 1 of the Fed's internal auditors. All of the doors inside the vault need all 3 of these people present to open them, so if your heist plan involves dressing up as vault security, you'd better hope that you have more than 1 friend and that at least one of those friends is a federal auditor. Once in the vault, the gold is locked behind 2 more combination locks and 1 more padlock in one of 122 different compartments. Each of these compartments holds gold for a different country's central bank, but none of the vault staff actually know which one is which. They're marked with anonymous account numbers, so if one country wants to pay another country, they can have the vault move gold from one compartment to another without tipping off the vault staff that, say, Canada has finally decided to purchase Taylor Swift from the United States. And that's what 5% of the world's gold is doing underneath Manhattan. It probably doesn't concern you unless you run a foreign country central bank, and if you run a foreign country central bank, I really hope you're not spending your time watching how it's interesting. Now, I know that you probably clicked on this video so that you can devise an elaborate plan to rob this gold vault to support your exorbitantly expensive habit of ordering an $8 coffee every single morning, but guess what? I have a better solution, and it's our sponsor, Trade Coffee. Trade partners with hundreds of the best indie roasters in the country to deliver fresh, delicious coffee beans right to your door, and better yet, they work with you to match you with the perfect roast that fits your palate. Before I started using Trade, I didn't really know anything about coffee. I just take whatever was available and dump a bunch of sugar in it. But now I can actually enjoy the coffee itself, and I actively look forward to trying new roasts that Trade matches me with. Lately, I've been drinking this blend from a nearby roaster called Huckleberry. It's chocolatey with a splash of orange acidity, and it's been a great way to start my mornings. So if you want to skip the coffee shop, upgrade your morning routine with Trade Coffee. Right now, Trade is...
Ever find yourself losing sleep over your work? Press site?
Some dungeon entrances and top heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave. But there's...
This is a NASA engineer trying to fix a hydrogen leak just before the launch of Apollo 11. The scary thing is, he is 60 meters up and standing right next to a partially fueled Saturn V. At launch, the Saturn V contained over 2,500 tons of propellant. If the rocket suddenly exploded, it would have the force of an atomic bomb, and everyone at the pad would be killed. But if there was an emergency that gave them time to react, like an uncontrolled fuel leak, there was a chance that they could survive. Located 12 meters below the launch pad is a place called the Rubber Room, a 1960s bunker that was designed to save astronauts and crew in the event of a disaster. We modeled the entire thing, and in this video, we're going to look at what's inside the bunker and how a group of 20 people could survive in here for several days. We'll also be giving away this awesome space shuttle framed print. So explode was in the would be pad at the mobile launch. How did they actually get there? The crew had to make their way to level A inside the mobile launch platform, the massive 2-story structure that supported the Saturn V. Once it arrived at the pad, a small hatch in the platform would connect to a structure that stuck out from the launch pad. This was a 60-meter long slide that started inside the platform and went down through the concrete launch pad until it reached the bunker. At the top of the slide, a sprinkler would spray the crew with water to help them slide down the chute more easily. In just seconds, they would start to pick up an immense amount of speed as they plummeted into the depths of the launch pad. After falling down the steep drop, they would burst into a place known as the Rubber Room. This room was lined by thick walls of rubber in order to absorb the energy from an explosion. The rubber at the end of the slide was also designed to slow the crew down, but this didn't always work. During testing, the water would build up at the bottom of the slide, and instead of slowing them down, it caused them to slide all the way to the end at an incredible speed. One worker actually broke several bones in his body after crashing into the end. From here, the crew would make their way through this enormous blast-proof door where the actual bunker was. This room hasn't been accessible for decades, and only a handful of people have been allowed to enter. One thing that is very accessible, though, is the range of interesting documentaries on CuriosityStream, the sponsor of today's video. CuriosityStream offers a primal spaced off. After making their way down the slide, the crew would find themselves in the rubber room. From there, they would enter through a passageway and into the blast room, a dome-shaped room featuring 20 chairs that the crew would strap themselves into. The dome itself was made out of super thick steel and concrete, capable of surviving a blast pressure of up to 500 psi. To put this in perspective, the blast pressure from an explosion starts to become lethal for humans at around 40 psi. In order to protect everyone inside from the immense shockwaves, the entire floor was floating on a series of 24 giant springs. These disconnected the room from the surrounding concrete, meaning the vibrations had less material to travel through. The blast from an explosion could cause an acceleration of up to 75 Gs, roughly double what you'd expect to feel in a car crash. These springs would absorb most of the acceleration and reduce it to just 4 Gs, keeping the crew inside perfectly safe. But if a large explosion occurred, it would create a shockwave so immense that it would travel all the way down the slide in an instant and kill the crew inside. That's where these enormous blast-proof doors came in, made from several inches thick steel. These doors would seal the crew inside and protect them from the shockwaves. These could be locked from either side by turning a wheel which caused 8 giant pins to hook into the wall. Once the crew were locked inside, they would remain in their seats and wait until the danger had passed. But with up to 20 people in a sealed room, the carbon dioxide levels would quickly start to rise, and breathing would become very difficult. And so, to treat the air, a carbon dioxide scrubber was placed in the center of the room. This machine worked by passing the ambient air through a special filter, which would attract the CO2 molecules and separate them from the air. The clean air was then pumped back out of the machine, keeping the CO2 levels low. In order to create more oxygen, there was a supply of oxygen candles, which would burn iron powder and sodium chlorate at around 600 degrees to produce oxygen. For every 1 kilogram of mixture inside, each candle could produce around 6 hours of oxygen per person. Next to all of this was the storage area, which contained all of the food and water supplies. The food was mainly C rations and K rations, a type of canned food that was developed during the Second World War. The K rations came in 3 separate boxes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Each meal contained stuff like meat, cheese, cereal, fruit, biscuits, coffee, and cigarettes, giving each crew member around 3,000 calories a day. There was an industrial waste bin in the center of the room and a toilet placed behind one of the seats, although it would be an unpleasant place to go. The crew could take care of business with a little bit of privacy. All in all, there was enough food and water to last for about 4 to 5 days, but in most circumstances, the crew would have only stayed for a few hours until the toxic fumes around the launch pad had dissipated. But how would they actually escape? When it was time to leave, the crew had 2 main escape routes. After leaving the bunker through the other blast door, they would enter into a narrow tunnel. This was 360 meters long and would take them all the way to an air intake building on the edge of the launch site. This building was essentially a giant fan that would suck in clean air and direct it into the rooms below the launch pad. After walking for around 10 minutes through a very cramped and dark space, the crew could finally escape to freedom. But if the tunnel was somehow blocked from the explosion, the crew would have to go back and choose the alternative escape route. Right next to the tunnel was a door that led directly into the environmental control rooms, a labyrinth of rooms and corridors beneath the pad that would eventually lead to the outside world. But with such a large explosion, the damage to the pad would be catastrophic, and NASA were concerned that the crew would become completely trapped inside the bunker. And so, to add to the list of safety precautions, they placed an emergency escape hatch at the top of the blast room. This didn't actually lead anywhere, but in the event of the escape routes being blocked, NASA would dig through the concrete and sand within the launch pad to reach the hatch and free the crew. Thankfully, none of this ever needed to be done. The bunker was never used, and after the Apollo missions ended, it was abandoned, leaving an incredible piece of NASA history frozen in time. Over the years, the bunker fell into disrepair, and various animals made their way into the bunker. Now, only a select group of people have access to this old relic, which will most likely remain untouched for many more decades.
And now, time for something really This is Echo, a giant metal balloon launched by NASA in the 1960s. Known as the most beautiful satellite ever launched, it had no electronics and simply bounced radio signals around the world using its reflective surface. Despite its simplicity, it worked extremely well. Soon after it launched, President Eisenhower sent a voice message from California to New Jersey.
This is President Eisenhower speaking. It is a great personal satisfaction to participate in this first experiment in communication.
Up until this point, all communication around the world had to be done using a crazy maze of undersea cables. So the idea of satellite communication was mind-blowing. But not everyone thought it would work. Some engineers thought that the Earth's ionosphere would block any radio waves trying to pass through. So before Echo was ever launched, NASA had to prove that satellite communication would work. That's when they realized they already had a satellite that could reflect signals. The moon. And so, in a series of tests, they successfully used the moon as a giant reflector to send voice signals from New Jersey to California. But how did this actually work? In the same way that light bounces off a mirror, radio waves can also be reflected. As the signal is bounced off the surface, it spreads out in every direction. A small portion of the signal will make its way back to Earth, where it can be picked up by a receiver in a different location. A larger reflector will return a stronger and more focused signal. And so, in order for these balloons to work, they had to be absolutely massive. Number 1 was made from a giant sheet of mylar plastic, 1/10 the thickness of a human hair. The sheet was cut up into over 100 gores, which were each covered in a thin layer of aluminum to give the balloon its shiny surface.
Let's go racing!
Pizza Tower just turned 1 year old, and to celebrate this momentous occasion, I and fellow Pizza Tower addict Nada decided to plan an event to bring the community together. We made a post telling everyone to download Pizza Tower United, a mod that adds online multiplayer to the game, and on the day of Pizza Tower's anniversary, Nada started a live stream and had everyone hop online at the same time. We ended up getting over 100 people on a single server, and it was absolute chaos. This video contains some of the highlights from the event from my perspective, but if you want to watch the full stream, you can find it on Nada's channel. Also, if you want to participate in stuff like this in the future, make sure you subscribe. Yo, what's up?
Hey man.
This is gonna be insane.
I'm already in the lobby. Holy shit.
Alright, I see a couple people.
I'm on top
oh
of the
my
building.
god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. How many people spawn in?
Oh my god! There's so many people.
Apparently, people said that this is like the most players they had like this whole month. So that's cool.
I had an idea before the stream of something we could do.
All right, let's hear it.
So basically, we could play a little bit of hide and seek. So we pick a floor and like I don't know, hide something. But well, actually, I guess since you're streaming, it would have to be me hiding. Because then people can just peek your location.
Oh yeah, that does make sense.
Maybe we could go to like, what's a good floor for hiding spots? Can we do Big City? Let's go like the taxis.
Alright, that's Happy Bot.
Oh, what's up? Let's see. How long should I get to hide?
Big City is, I'd say it's a decently long level.
So how about like
2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes is fine.
So do we just all try and find you, or is it only me trying to find you?
Well, everyone can like. How about make it so that everyone can like help point you in the right direction, but you have to find me in order to win. Because then you'll just have like you'll find me, and then like 50 other people will have found me already. So it'll be fun.
50 people would just like.
They're just all
yeah,
leaving.
this is like the better option.
Yeah, please, happy to work with me. I'm almost to my
Let me know
spot.
it's been 2 minutes. I like haven't been keeping track time.
It's definitely not been 2 minutes yet, bro. Trust me. All right, I'm in my spot. Ready or not, come and get me.
Let me like type in the chat. Come on, gang.
Here, should we set a time limit to make it interesting? Like you have to find me in like how many minutes?
Sure. I'd say give me like 5 minutes to start off.
5 minutes. Alright, just to start.
This.
Alright,
I
how
don't even know
about
why I'm, like, trying to
after
figure this
5
thing out.
minutes I'll give you a hint.
Good idea. Oh, this I should not have picked this character at this level.
Every crits.
Why can't I hit him? I like can't hit him. Oh, there we go. Okay, like I don't know why I wasn't letting it hit him.
What is Blood doing?
I will tell you, I'm completely. You might just want to press restart level.
Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna just assume that you're not in any of the taxi areas, so.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm not gonna tell you that. But I'll tell you right now, I'm not in any of the secrets. So you don't have to do those anymore.
Okay. Like, it actually works too.
Yeah. That is impressive.
And I'm no longer Anton now, I'm Gustavo.
You know what? I'll just go ahead and tell you your hint. I am before Gustavo in the level.
Okay.
So that eliminates like half.
Wait, you're before the Gustavo segment?
I am before you turn into Gustavo Umber. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how much you know about Pizza Tower, so you might not know where I am. Or you might not know how to get to where I am. Take a
No, I'm a fucking idiot. I have a feeling I know where you are. Yeah, because you mentioned that one thing about I don't know how much you know about Pizza Tower. I'm sorry, but you're talking to a Pizza Tower YouTuber, one that isn't very good at the game, but I know about.
Well, I didn't want to make any.
Stuff.
I didn't want to make any assumptions. You know? That was a little secret. Can't tell. Oh, yep. There's everyone just chilling in my hiding spot. Great. Well, now we just gotta wait for Nada and just catch up. Slowpoke.
I'm back.
Oh, what?
Wait, what are you?
You didn't say. You didn't hear what I just said. Right?
You're talking about Slowpoke, the Pokemon, right?
Yeah. Please get to the hiding spot.
I'm here.
Wow, you found me. Super scuffed hide and seek success. Let's go.
Super scuffed hide and seek. Oh, they have mansion.
Oh, like all of them? Yeah, from the...
Yeah, like I heard Pizza Tower Online had
Oh,
mansion.
it's calling.
Oh, someone at the door? Didn't think anyone would come around this time of day. Oh, yo, Snick, what's up? What are you doing here? It's a long time no see, man. Here, high five. Oh, what happened? Oh God! Yo, Snick, chill. Yeah, we can talk about this, man. Oh my God, I think I might have made him upset. Oh my God, where is he? Boy, I'm super excited to go to my favorite pizzeria. Oh man, I can't wait to see all my favorite animatronics and...
Do you design electronic systems with DDR memory?
Because your mom is
Maybe
so
using
fat!
data rate DDR5 components or even LPDDR?
Wow, they're just like I remember them. That's Freddy. That's Bonnie. And that's Chica. Looks like she put on some weight. Oh my god, and there's Foxy. Kinda looks weird though. Ah, it's probably nothing. Wow, I can't believe I get to see my favorite animatronics perform. This is so awesome. Oh, it's okay. I'm sure you guys didn't mean to kill me, right? Yeah, you guys are my best friends. You would never murder me, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna close this door for no particular reason though. Is bro still there? Oh, okay, he's chill now. Hey, you good, bro? I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect him to fit through the door. Alright, anyways, guys, you wanna play some checkers? Oh! Yeah, I have a feeling that these guys don't actually want to be, my friends. I think you're just trying to kill me. Do you have any answer to that? Look at his face. I can tell he's guilty. Alright, well, I feel kind of bad because you're just stuck in the wall, so I think I'm gonna mercy kill you and move on. Let's get a new and improved set of animatronics on the stage. Alright, so here's our new set of animatronics. They're a bit more 2D than they were previously, but I also gave them some upgrades. Watch this. Oh my god! Yeah, these ones are a little bit more destructive. Oh my god! That's terrifying! Open the door! Oh my god. Oh my god, they're so fast! Ah! Oh my god, bro. Okay. I'm safe, right? Eh, can't get in here. Surely they're just stuck in there, right? Oh my god. Of course they can get out. Okay. You know, maybe if I... Where did you come from? Maybe if I just, like, chill in the parking lot, they won't kill me. Oh, here they come. Oh my god. Yo, bro, that was my car. I had, like, 50,000 miles on that thing, bro. Why'd you destroy it? Oh my god. Bro, there's literally nowhere I can go. Oh my god. Where are they? Oh my god, they're right there. Let me in the fridge! I'm not here. Please! Where am I supposed to go, bro? Nowhere is safe. There's literally... I'm dead. Yo, I got a chair, bro. You better back up! Back up! Damn, this map's humongous, bro. I haven't even seen this room before. What? Bro, they're just spawn camping me. I can't go anywhere. One's literally blocking my exit, and then all of the other ones just close in on me. Yeah, I think I know a good place to hide, but I need to get away from these guys first. Right. God. Let me in! Oh! Oh. Sanctuary. Now I can just chill in the big old box. Alright, well, I guess I can't be in here forever, so I gotta go back. Oh no! Oh no! They were waiting for me! Oh my god! Yo, chill! Alright, you know what? I'm sick of being bullied by these next bots. It's time to fight back. Alright, here goes nothing. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Well, now what? Oh my god! What? There's so many! Oh my god. My game is actually running at like 2 frames per second. Oh my god! That just blew my eardrums out, bro. Holy. Well, that was an interesting adventure. Think I'm just gonna get in my car that was definitely here before and go home. Oh, what a beautiful sunset. You know, this house was dirt cheap and I just can't see why. Like, it's fully furnished, all the appliances work, it's got 2 floors, and it's in such a beautiful area. Like, it must be crazy to be selling it for this cheap. Hey, guys. Long time no see. You're not here to kill me, are you? Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! No, they're ruining my house. They're destroying everything. No. Damn. I don't think my house insurance is gonna cover this. Alright, that was a little traumatic, but luckily my house insurance did actually cover all the damages, so I managed to buy this little farmhouse. It's in the middle of nowhere. Shouldn't be any shenanigans going on, so I think I should be safe for the foreseeable future. I mean, this place is literally on a tiny island surrounded by water. Like, I cannot see how the next bots could possibly find their way over here. That being said, the house is kind of empty right now. Like, I just moved in, and sadly they didn't really furnish anything, so I might have to take care of that myself. What was that? Oh my god. You know what? Maybe they don't want to kill me. Maybe they're just dropping by to say hello. I should go out and greet them. Hey guys, you're not here to destroy my house again, are you? Oh my god. Oh no, bro, what is this house made out of paper? They're just running through it. Oh my god, it's so laggy. I can't even do anything, please. Just let the misery end, please. Please, what did I do to deserve this? Alright, well, I guess I'm in an eternal state of lagging now. Lesson learned. Never buy a house off of Amazon Prime. Alright, I've come to the conclusion that if I want to survive these next spots, I'm gonna need more protection. So I bought an entire castle. This thing is so sturdy. I mean, it's got like thick stone walls, lookout towers. Like, there's actually no way they're gonna be able to kill me. I'm just gonna sit up here and wait for them to show up. I'd like to see you guys try to break in. Oh. The walls are holding up. It's working. Oh no! It's not working! Oh, there goes my game. I think I ripped a tear in the fabric of reality. I've been defeated once again. I can't take much more of this. This was my final chance. I needed to find a way to stop these things. So I stole a tank from a military base. This thing's fully decked out. It's got a bunch of rooms, metal plating, and most importantly, this giant gun. I'm sure that with this thing, even the next bots won't be able to survive. Just to show how powerful this thing is, I'm gonna test it out by shooting Kermit the Frog. Alright, I can't really see anything, but here goes nothing. Oh, there's nothing left. He's just a pile of ash. Oh my god. I see them. They're approaching. Man the cannons! We gotta get them! They breached our defenses! Every man for themselves! I think it's actually surviving. Oh. Oh my god! They've infiltrated the ship! Run! Oh my god! Please! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Breath! Come at me, you cowards! I'll fight you with just my crowbar! Well, boys, it was a good run. I think it's gonna end here. Man, this game sucks. I think I found a way to kill the next bots.
Video game scams are a huge problem. Now, these can range from little free V-Buck generator scams all the way to attacks that steal thousands of dollars in personal info from innocent people. So I decided it would be a great idea to test and investigate some of these scams myself. Let's hope I don't get scammed. To start off, we got microtransaction scams. So this would be things like free V-Bucks and free Robux scams, which y'all might be more familiar with. Going into this, I'm actually not too sure what I should be expecting. I feel like surely there's gotta be at least one website or method that isn't a scam and that will actually get me some free stuff like free V-Bucks, Robux, or just benefit me in some way. I'm not too sure though, so let's see if we can find anything that isn't a scam. Free the V-Bucks, let's see what we got. It looks like this is an actual legit website that like shows you actual legit ways to get V-Bucks. The only way I can even see them benefiting from this is like the ads, so I mean, so far this is looking pretty good. A lot of these just give like errors, but some of them look like actual government websites, which I don't know why. After doing some more research, I found out about these account selling websites where basically you just pay a little bit and they give you some sort of account loaded with different skins, items, or whatever they have. I can finally get the Travis Scott skin plus rare skins for $150. But hold up a second. After digging around a little bit, I found this Reddit post asking if this account selling website was even safe in the first place, and I found several people saying that they bought from this website and got completely scammed. One common thing I see is that sometimes people do get these accounts, but not even a day later they get the accounts banned or taken away from them, likely because these accounts were hacked or stolen from actual players. I also found this YouTuber who made a video about it, and apparently they used to have a live support chat where they would tell you that you could get a free account, but all you gotta do is leave a long good review on Trustpilot. And what's funny is that now that I check on the website, they don't even have a live support chat anymore. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that this website definitely scams people, or is at least very sketchy. However, if you want to experience something that is actually free, then you should go and play World of Tanks, which is today's sponsor. World of Tanks is a strategic, free-to-play online multiplayer game which throws you into engaging and highly intense battles where the goal is to be the winning team. This game offers you a huge tank arsenal with over 800 tanks to choose from, giving you several ways to play, whether you're someone who likes to go in guns blazing, or maybe even someone who likes to take a strategic, thoughtful approach. Lately, I've been playing this game myself, and I've genuinely had a blast playing with my friends and with other people. There's over 40 battle arenas, and every single match you play is a completely unique experience. You can roll through open fields, climb up and strategize on hills, run straight through forests, and even have some crazy battles in urban and industrial zones. When you join through the link in my description using code COMBAT, as a new player, you will receive a Cromwell B Tier 6 tank, 250,000 credits, 7 days of premium access, as well as 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each. If you're already an existing player,
let's see. Your stamping tool. Then I can take from machines and build. And they do walk. They eat you up. I can. So.
you will get 3 days premium access.
Are you sure you want to make a big pile of cheese after eating that like yesterday? Of course, I messed up toilets after eating a burrito, but I didn't hear anything about taco.
He shot himself.
For every $1 donated to a streamer on this Minecraft SMP, 1 block of trash was removed from this island made completely out of trash, and this is how I broke the entire server. All the money the SMP got would go straight to Mr. Beast's Steam Siege charity. So when the event was about to begin, my business partner Redwoods and I thought to ourselves, well, if $1 equals 1 less trash equals charity, then how do we maximize the amount of money we make so that we could look insanely epic and, you know, also save the ocean? Well, get this. The trash blocks seemed to be unbreakable on first glance, and everyone thought they were. But it was when I logged in the SMP that the resource pack they used failed to load since my Wi-Fi sucks. That meant for a split second I saw that the trash blocks were simply retextured Minecraft Obsidian, which was when my co-founder Redwoods said to me, well, Ash, if trash is just Obsidian, we can just make more. And I said, Redwoods, you genius. He was right. If we could make trash on the server, that would mean more donations and more money. But there were some big problems. 4 issues to be specific. Number 1, the only way to get any items on the server was if viewers donated loot crates to you, and since both Red and I didn't stream and the donations were more expensive than a Lamborghini in 2005, it'd be very difficult to get even the simplest materials, which leads to number 2. If materials were limited, that would mean the amount of trash we produced would also be limited. That's not good. And speaking of not good, number 3, the admins. They would not appreciate our money exploit, even if it was for charity, which leads to number 4. If other players realized our secret, we'd lose all advantages and could even get... We still had one last person we needed to show. So, what do you think?
This is awesome. How'd you guys do this fast?
We're businessmen.
Welcome to the Arabian Peninsula, where people will build literally anything. The world's biggest picture frame, the world's largest clock, the massivest cube, the tallest structure ever, man-made sinking islands shaped after the world map from memory. These are cool. Let's build an even bigger artificial island for 20 billion. Of course, we can't forget about labor costs, so for that, let's budget in $10. Then let's buy every single one of those mega projects I just showed you for a total donation of $101,292,000,000 and $10 to our Middle Eastern boys. But while you're here, take a look at the Burj Khalifa, the current tallest building in the world.
Hi, you're on a rock floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you. How did this happen? A long time ago. Actually, never. And also now. Nothing is new.
So, I'm actually gonna change it from ugly to good looking. And yes, they actually had to change the entire. They had to build itself because, you know, they broke it. So, yeah. Cool. We have a boombox. And then we have a wiring like this. So if we click this, and then we configure this, so we'll play some jazz. Also, we're gonna change it from ugly materials 2022 and onwards to the new good looking stuff. We're just gonna have to I can now actually delete the taunt. Now we just gotta get some audios. There be treasure.
Picture this. You've got a big new website idea and you're
From $1 million hypercars to the strangest rides that you'll ever see, this is the celebrity car tier list. Leonardo DiCaprio drives battery-powered cars because he cares about the environment. F tier. Christian Bale drove a Lamborghini Murcielago in Batman, a Ford GT40 in Ford vs Ferrari, but in real life he drives a Toyota Tacoma. D tier. Mr. Bean, also known as Rowan Atkinson, is a true car enthusiast, driving everything from a modified Aston Martin race car to a vintage BMW Roadster. But he's most known for his one of 64 McLaren F1 that he bought in 1997. It has 620 horsepower, it weighs as much as a Miata, it has no stability control, no power steering, and no driver aids. Mr. Bean crashed his McLaren F1. Twice. The first time he rear-ended another car and damaged the hood. The second time he smashed into a tree and a road sign and his car caught on fire. The $1 million repair bill was the biggest car insurance claim in the UK, but thanks to the magic of appreciation, he was able to sell the F1 in 2015 for $11 million more than what he bought it for. It's a very tasteful collection. S tier. Kevin Hart is a subcompact human, but his cars are massive. One standout in his collection of classics is his 1970 Dodge Charger Hellraiser. The modified muscle car has a 7-liter supercharged engine with 1,000 horsepower and a lightweight carbon fiber body. The performance company behind the build also installed a roll cage for safety, a precaution likely taken after Kevin's last car got totaled. So unlike Mr. Bean, Kevin didn't make any money off his car crash, so he only gets A tier.
Hey guys, I woke up this morning to find this giant spider on my front doorstep. Check this one out. Holy mackerel. Wow. Man.
The LaFerrari is an ultra-rare hypercar. It combines Ferrari's most powerful V12 engine with an electric motor to produce 950 horsepower. The 499 recipients of the street-legal race car were handpicked by the brand for being their most devoted customers. If you want to get on Ferrari's exclusive list, just buy 20 of their cars, attend all their events, build insider connections, and be an ambassador to their brand. You'll have to ride Ferrari if you want to ride in a Ferrari. It's not surprising that Gordon Ramsay was one of the lucky 499. Not only does he have an insane Ferrari collection from the F12 TDF to the SP2 Monza, but he also has a strong relationship with the brand.
I think my career runs parallel to the understanding of
Alright. Co-op, Horrocco.
Yo, mama.
So it's been over 4 days since my last video came out detailing the situation surrounding Soul Driven Love and Forsaken. Since then, Soul has completely left the internet and has refused to make a public statement. They were seen stating in private messages to an ex-friend of theirs that they haven't changed their behavior since 2021 and expressed that there was no point in making a public response anymore. This was of course after Soul was called out initially for their extremely manipulative behavior and criminal actions that involved them manufacturing and distributing themselves to other and even posting revenge illicit content of other. Well, today we will cover allegations involving new alleged victims, detailing how deprived Soul Driven Love actually was, along with their new cryptic response which was picked up a lot on Twitter. So make sure to leave a like and subscribe so as many people as possible can be made aware of this situation, and let's get into it. So of course, following on from my last 2 videos, and even more proof and updates have been released regarding this entire situation that of course warrants another update video being this one. Essentially, as you all may know, Soul Driven Love's response document was leaked prematurely, showing that Soul had essentially just given up on everything and couldn't be asked on making a response to many of the points against them, despite even having someone who knew the law instructing them on exactly what to say. The damage was ultimately already done. Now, following on from that situation, and another victim had messaged me, which I want to make anonymous to respect their privacy. In Twitter messages, they highlighted how Soul had actually pushed them while they were to draw art of them engaging with her, which of course is a form of drawn, as it would be art depicting 2 characters engaging, which is highly immoral, and the fact that Soul requested this to draw that content is disgusting. And Soul, in her response document, was seen trying to address this point, but literally couldn't say anything about it, just typing the letter H instead. Other DMs provided by this victim during November 2022, you can see that an ex-friend of Soul, which is presented as deleted user who we will call Green, is seen stating to the victim that if they want to send suggestive images to Soul, they could just leave the GC. The victim is then seen stating that they don't want to send any suggestive images of themselves to So currently at the time, but they would probably engage in silly behavior with them in private DMs, proving that they did have some form of relationship with one another at this time, corroborating a lot to their allegations. Green, who was a close friend to So too, was seen stating at the time that So herself had done much worse stuff. And judging by the behavior that has been detailed only recently, we can assume all of that was just the tip of the iceberg, and that So in actuality has done many more malicious things. The victim was also then seen stating to me that So allegedly even commissioned artwork of their avatar behind their backs, and that she even helped her friend at the time, Green, get it as well, which if true is incredibly messed up. In another screenshot, Green was seen forwarding an image of the victim just wearing socks and paws for fun to So. So was seen in reply making extremely weird comments about the relatively innocent image, to which is pretty weird, and the victim even highlighted that they were not the only ones made uncomfortable by So's comments. And in fact, there was a long list of other people who were made uncomfortable as well, including an alleged 15-year-old that So engaged with, which they forwarded to me. So obviously cannot get away with any of this behavior, and to ensure that no one harasses the victim, I have ensured their protection, anonymity, and privacy regarding the situation. However, So's intent of wanting to push the victim to create drawn and also commissioning art behind this person's back is extremely sinister and needs to be exposed. Another victim in all of this as well was Mugen. Not only was Mugen one of the first people to really highlight how depraved So's actions were, but he was also one of the first people to be defamed, harassed, and attacked by So's fanbase for merely speaking the truth, which was absolutely disgusting to see at the time. It was actually so bad that Robo was seen making a Discord group chat with Mugen's leaked face and name, and was seen participating on a Discord call with their friends, prank calling establishments and wasting their time. In this call they can be heard attempting to order something from some fast food joint that was evidently not on the menu. Essentially in this call they were just saying to the woman on the call that they wanted to order and then Mugen's legal name.
This is fine, oh my god! You guys had meal?
I'm sorry?
So you guys had meal? Like
The cafe, like iced coffee and frappes and all that?
I said, this like the meal, like the burger, the fries, and like everything in
No,
there.
honey.
You don't have it?
No.
Alright, my bad.
This clip was then leaked publicly by one of the main contributors of this group chat to then use this to spite Mugen continuously in the process. Once again, just yet another example of callous and uncalled for behavior. Another point that went under my nose and many other people's noses was when So was on video literally admitting to commissioning but then drastically downplayed it as a stick figure drawing, cutting and stripping all the context away from it, but nevertheless admitting to the veracity of the situation.
The little party question is just like, literally just that. Like, I don't mean to like devalue it or anything, but it wasn't anything insanely bad as it.
And notice how she says nothing insanely bad as they're making it out to be. What the do you mean nothing insanely bad? You just admitted to commissioning that. How is that not insanely bad? Is that good in your books, or is that just kind of bad? What is insanely bad is this defense for commissioning such art, and also my negligence in not calling this out when it was first brought up, because this excuse is literally terrible, and it's insane that she admitted this on her Discord server in front of everyone, and barely anyone noticed it. Now moving on from all these situations, and I'd like to bring you all to Soul's painfully ambiguous and cryptic response. Essentially, someone was looking at the avatars that Soul Driven Love had on their account, and found out that she embedded some heartfelt apologies in the names of her characters. So allow me to read out this cryptic response to everything. It's a weird feeling being deplatformed like this, but I definitely had it coming, didn't I? No one has any right to believe anything I say, but you have no idea how horribly sorry I am for everything that's happened. I wish I genuinely just got help when I was 14 instead of just claiming that I was trying to change, but I can't do that anymore, and that's nobody's fault but my own. I also really wish I didn't get called a you-know for all of this horror, but I really a you-know for doing something I got coerced into when I was 13. Obviously not saying everything I did is from back then, but I I definitely wasn't perfect. I definitely wasn't even good in the slightest, but I really do mean it when I say that I tried my best no matter how hard it is to believe that, whatever any of this is meant to mean. And maybe someday in the far future when I'm older and have gotten the help I needed ever since I was 13, I'll be able to show that I'm trying through my actions instead of just, and then it just cuts off. And this was followed by Soul gradually mangling the response and becoming ever so more ambiguous, and I really just can't be to play into this Slenderman collect my responses to the allegations-esque route. The point is that Soul screwed over all her friends, lied numerous times, especially to me, claimed that they were the monster in all of this, and that they haven't changed since 2021. Now they are seen playing the victim card in regards to their age, and stated that they were trying to change, which doesn't make any sense. You can't just be Soul and state, I haven't changed since 2021, but now be seen stating, well guys, I really did try and change. Like, pick one or the other, bro. This contradiction is literally making zero sense. Now, apart from that response, Soul has been pretty mute on everything else, even being seen wiping their Twitter. So in regards to all of this will probably be my last video in regards to this entire situation. Soul understands that there is no fixing the damage that they've done, and there is no way that they can come back. And I hope that the victims find solace knowing that their voices have been heard. In regards to whether this will be my last video on the drama in general, I am contemplating whether to make a video addressing the ludicrous drama that has been facing me recently, so we shall see what happens. But anyway, for clarification as this video ends, this video is not intended for hate, harassment, or cyberbullying whatsoever. This video is instead intended for educational and informative purposes only, going over the entire situation as a whole in a documentary style context. I'd also like to clarify that this video is intended for more mature audiences as well, as more mature themes are actively being discussed, so viewer discretion is of course advised. All necessary content has been sufficiently blurred, and this video complies with all of YouTube's community guidelines. And with that all being said, thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you're new, and comment your opinions down below about this situation, and join my Discord server to contact me if you wish, or to get any updates. My Discord server is discord.gg/Paolo. Yo!
Yo.
Hold on. Wait.
Don't mind me. I stole a little thing that somebody made. Oh. I love that there's just the China music.
Red sun in the sky.
Yeah, I know.
Is that Part Labs?
It's propaganda music.
No, like the thing that you're doing.
No, it's not Part Labs. It's Studio. I'm just doing some dumb stuff because yes.
What kit is that? What kit is that?
I'm just gonna send you, but it's an RBXL file. It's a fixed stamp. It's fixed stamper tool. Look at the RBXL I sent you.
I wanna see Pin plushies getting tortured.
You can put it in a fire and waste money. I really want a funny dumb game, but I made this shit. Like if both of them are on, does not work. If they are both on,
Bro, I'm so sad, bro.
What?
All the Pin plush torture accounts have been banned for some reason. No, the one that they stick their pins in, like the push pins into the Pin plush.
Yeah.
It's banned. And then there was also one where they were burning it, and that one was banned as well. But I knew it was there like 2 weeks ago. It was there. I checked all my reposts and it didn't have that. And I tried to search it up on TikTok. The only one left is this account right here. The only one left is this account, and this account isn't even posting anymore. It has 2 videos, and the last post is March 15. So is the first post.
Also, I just want to say, for some reason, I built.
Fuck off! Boom boom. What am I?
I was able to, add this to Roblox, which is just stolen music, and it's like just for a fucking game. Oh shit! Whoops, something fell. Anyway.
Oh, I'm so sad right now. Yeah.
Anyways, so we have fun machines, which we have elevators.
I'm gonna connect to Tor browser, and then I'm gonna search it through there, see if the dark web has any results or not. Are we dead ass?
I think it's legal.
It is legal. It's just like if you buy illegal stuff on it, then that's not legal, obviously.
Yeah.
Like if you commit illegal stuff, then that's not legal.
I
But
think
like,
there's an alarm. Also, do you love the music I just sent you?
yes. Ah, monkey.
Pizza Tower.
Pin. BFBI Pin plush getting brutally abused. Why is light mode on? Why is light mode on? Why? Why is light? Pin, do you like free smart?
Is this how it's supposed to work? Why is it shaking? Yo, we have Smashy, the new Super Smash Bros. Character. What? I don't know what to build. Can you give me ideas?
I don't know, bro. Oh, I'm currently really sad.
You know, wait. I have a little idea. What if I make a James Bond dumbass thing? Like the laser stuff. Like
Oh my
lasers.
flipping days. Pin torture is a scum BFDI infamous.
don't mind me. I'm making wiring shit. Where's the wire? Oh, there we go. Laser.
No, not Pin. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we have now wires.
What is this wiki? Pin is an unfairly tortured character in BFDI.
Nah.
List of popular occasions she has been tortured. Placeholder.
Yo, hold up. Can you set an image?
Okay, fine. Look at this. Look at this. Wow, she's very, very unfairly tortured. Look at this.
Yeah, she's been tortured so much. She's been tortured in placeholder. And
Yeah,
placeholder.
she's been tortured in a placeholder. Oh my days.
Everybody wanna be a superstar.
I can't it's just a mix of a superstar.
Die.
Sneaky snitch. Sneaky snitch and superstar.
Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, might not see tomorrow. Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, fuck fancy cars. Everybody wanna be a superstar.
Also, there's an MP4, which is just the same thing except there's a image.
Oh, apparently, okay.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars. Everybody
Are we fucking dead ass right now?
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money.
I had a like 1 minute ad, unskippable. I'm gonna go insane, bro. Why did it not save? This stupid fuck.
Nah, you should watch this. It's very good.
So we all know about this character, right?
I don't want to. Okay, just.
Minus.
What is Carrie
So
screaming? Just
we
sound
all
like
know
a
about
pig
this character, right?
squeaking.
Oh my. Ah.
Don't mind me just placing 52 billion Tesla coils. Nikola Tesla.
What?
Nikola Tesla is so peak, he made Tesla for Roblox.
Where is the flippity?
Where's the Lario?
This
The giant. I like how I'm at a dark cloud that you have to avoid a singular laser. Like it's secret though. You can say, hey, what the fuck is this?
Oh nah, bro! The BFDI got people working in the Timu factory.
Wait, can you get an image? You send an image.
So I am.
I'm joking, but it's just a warehouse with a bunch of.
Oh.
I don't want to be awestruck by how big this place is.
You're Timu fuck. You're Timu
Guys, look
factory.
at these plushies that are. These are the ones that are, I guess, already.
Look at the Timu factory, bro. Look at the child slavery. Look at the children working for the BFDI plushies, bro.
Bro's gonna burn the entire plush warehouse. Fire.
That was the box of Woody plushes, and now we're about to see a box of Luca plushes. But before we do, I want to give a big thank you to Sergio, who runs this warehouse. Partner with Cartoon Network. Someday, you know.
Look guys, Fiery gets me famous YouTubers. Someday I got to show off the Fiery plush to YouTubers Matthew Beam and Cameron. And also there's Fiery and then going through the TSA, which is something that my friend Andrew Mumani had to do because I gave him one time.
Ah, I'm having such a bad crab.
Oh yeah, maybe they don't feel pain. These wings are very snug. And
Get real Mario.
Okay, so that was the box of Sergio. Smiling. There's so many of them. It was like 18. Well, I think it was probably like 100.
Oh, come on. This is not rare now.
Of Mario doing
Yellow face warehouse. Yellow face warehouse.
Yo, bro, is Bro in the face warehouse? Hey, Visa, Michael here. Mario, please.
What the fuck is this?
What, the video
No! Why is everyone keep single on my For You page?
But I like how there's just a danger of
It's totally reasonable, Dora. Can do. But what is it that you can do?
Among Us.
Everyone likes Battle for Dream Island. You like it. I like it. Your mom likes it. Everyone likes it. The show has sprouted.
My balls are really, really big right now.
Show community. And it's gotten big. Everyone likes Battle for Dream Island. You like it. I like it. Your mom likes it. Everyone.
I remember this one. I saw this like a year ago. My mom showed this to me. That's how I saw it first.
I found the original.
I know. I saw this because my mom showed this to me. It was random. She was scrolling Facebook and then she just showed this to me for no reason. That's all.
Showed you the World War III trailer?
Yeah.
Also, the under thing is that is under is just the original with no sound.
This is goofy video. What is this shitty animation? Oh my god.
What? Short clip of here. Peach. You're making bomb machines. I see okay, never do that. Like fucking Vegas before night. Yo, this is the real World War III trailer.
What is this bullshittery?
The China guy.
The China
minister looks like Winnie the Pooh.
This guy.
Likes it. The show has sprouted a huge community known as the Object Show Community. And it's got.
I'm gonna go to bed because I wanna binge something.
Well, binging alcohol?
Binging as in like watching a lot of the same thing, like in a row, like really like just basically like not care about anything else and then watching the same thing over. Alright, bye.
Bye. just about to land in the middle of his donkey. No, there's a part for every part. World War. Is there a World War IV trailer?
How's the lane mower? There's too many of them. What are we gonna do?
Strike!
Look out.
Roll again! Don't be scared, boy. Dealing with pinheads is right up my alley. There you go, Kyle.
In his career. Look out.
One day I was.
在老司机肉屁具有性的肉户头，嘿，全力其他做出头，乱定动线色全力。在老司机肉屁具有性的肉户头，嘿，全力其他做出头，乱定动线色线，其他参加的乱全通来自的是新生说起来的事情，就不必了。
Yo, gear ratios. The wheel is breaking. Let me get a clue. There's fucking Legos. Let me just do gear ratios. Maybe I might do when I don't pay my taxes. So, how to eat the catapult simulator. Oh no! I got this thing. No. Let's celebrate le rétro game. Yeah, I guess I can destroy the house. Where's the house? Who's the house? Gun. guys. Oh. Let's go escape. Bollen. Yo, Mario for Luigi 3's iPad.
Huh?
Oh, hell no, I'm out of here.
Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? The end.
Cool, I'm building a stand.
Now then, today we're playing a game where you build and fly your own aeroplanes, taking to the sky in your own contraptions. But in this playthrough, if you can call it that, we're going to be pushing the boundaries of what's possible by building quite possibly the weirdest contraptions anyone has ever made, and bringing the game to its knees in the process. Welcome to AV Assembly. Developers, thank you very much for the key. So we start off in the builder view, where we have access to a vast catalogue of parts to build with. We can start off with some fuselage, and we can attach a cockpit, some wings, and some other plane stuff. I can't remember what a plane looks like. Oh, looks like we've already got a warning about the plane being unstable. I don't know why that would be. Alright, here we go. First flight. Is the back supposed to be dragging along the floor like that? Oh, we have liftoff. Oh my god, we actually did a thing. We're flying. This is amazing. But that success was short-lived because we very quickly started running out of fuel. So we had to stop to refill the tank. Right, this might be a bit of a rough landing. Remember where we parked. And then we got given a quest to collect and deliver some batteries to the hospital. Or does this hospital run on double A's? So we set off again, only to crash right into the ocean because we forgot to refuel. So the next thing was to upgrade the fuel capacity of the plane so we could make it all the way to the wind turbines. And having collected the batteries, we needed to turn around and head back to the hospital to complete the quest. I can't be bothered turning around in the air. Can we just do it before we set off? Right, that seems to be really slow, but we are moving. Wait, how long will it actually take to turn around? This might take a while. Okay, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. But the good news is we are facing right towards the hospital. Right, let's get this package delivered. Shit. So we went ahead and changed our plane again, seeing just how long we could make it. Well, apparently the game thinks this is fine, so we're just gonna have to make it longer. Ah, yeah, that's more like it. Now the game's starting to fight back. I much prefer it when my actions actually have consequences. So now we've seen that you can make some more unrealistic planes. Let's hop into sandbox mode, where we can really start pushing the limits. So we started off by building a plane, but then forgetting like 90% of it. And would it fly? Oh my god, this is working. Why is this working? No! Oh wait, never mind. Now what you saw there was too much stress on the wings, but we had a very simple fix for that. Simple problems require simple solutions. Thank you, game. No more complaints. But what would happen if we added a couple more wings? Here we have our very normal plane. Oh, never mind. If this flies, I'll eat my own shoe. What the fuck? How is this even allowed? What the hell? Landing might be a bit of an issue considering I'm the length of the runway. So it was clear at this point that if we wanted to break the game, we were going to have to try harder. And the solution didn't come in the form of planes. Right, I'm going to try and build a rocket. It was time to test how high the game would let us go. Okay, we're ready for liftoff. Oh, right, that's an issue. So it turns out the game doesn't like it when you build something that isn't a plane. Who'd have thought? We tried adding supports to keep it upright, but it came out looking more like an office chair. But then we quickly discovered a different way to test the game's height limit. Right, I figured out if you just attach a balloon to a cockpit, you can like really quickly gain altitude. So I had to know, what would happen if you added a couple more balloons? Right, that should do it. Right, there's about 200 balloons here, but you wouldn't know it because they're all crammed into a single spot. Now let's fly. Oh, right. Not quite what I thought would happen there. Right, let's respawn. Try that again. Wait, what? Oh god, am I just stuck like this forever? Right, I've had to remove some balloons to appease the game. Let's see how this goes. Well, that certainly worked. Oh my god, look at us go. What the fuck is happening down there? Like a scene out of Doctor Strange. Wait, what happens when we reach the maximum altitude? Oh, right, it just resets. But it turns out we were still climbing higher. The game just refuses to show us exactly how high. But by the upset pixels, I think it's safe to say we were well on our way to space. Okay, I really think the game's quite upset with us. It's been like this for 20 minutes and it's only getting worse. So it's time to move on to our next experiment. And this is where it gets interesting. I'd like to turn your attention to this wonderful item here, the rotation joint. And it does exactly what you think it'd do. Any object attached to it will rotate. So naturally, we tried to build a car. Right, well that looks like a flailing toddler. I really don't know why I thought that would work. What if we use something like bigger for the wheels? At this point, we're quite literally reinventing the wheel. So it looks like the game doesn't have any friction implemented. A good sign that we're not supposed to be doing this. But that's not going to stop me from trying. So we added more weight to the wheels to see if that would work. Right, okay, that's not what I had in mind there. Maybe it just needs some grip. Okay, that does nothing. So we tried making the wheels less like wheels. Right, attempt 7.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and
something like that. Oh, for God's sake. I'm gonna whack some like feet on the end of them. Right, this should improve balance. Okay, we haven't how far we could take these rotation joints. Can we stack these together? Surely this will work. Oh my god, that's exactly what I wanted to see. So now it was time to see how far we could take this. Right, let's see what this abomination can do. Oh my god, it's beautiful. This is actually insane. I feel like I've accidentally created life. Alright, we've got to add more. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. And there was still a lot more to be done with this new knowledge. Okay, I've whacked loads of these joints on top of each other because each one actually doubles the rotation speed. So it was only natural that I went and made a helicopter. Well, sort of. I genuinely thought it couldn't get more stupid. But here we are. Okay, we've made a much better helicopter now. I mean, this one doesn't actually fly, but come on, just look at that majestic metal bird. Wait, I have an idea. The wings definitely seem to be helping with the aerodynamics. So now it was time to take our attention away from the skies and take on some more complex challenges. But we wanted to start off simple. So we built a robotic hand. This is sick. Hello all you mortals on the ground. So you can actually set up the rotators to respond to different keys on your keyboard. So we can actually control each one independently. So I'm gonna make some weird shit. At this point we had all the tools we needed to complete our goal. And what was our goal exactly? To make it to the end of the runway without using any form of wheels, jets or wings. Basically, no planes. Sorry game. So for our first attempt, we built a pair of legs and tried to walk our way to victory. But this was probably a bit ambitious. Oh god, oh it's all going wrong. Can someone please help me up? Well, we managed to move about 2 meters. Just a shame it's in the wrong direction. Okay, I've added another knee joint. It's basically closer to a human leg now. Right, let's see if this does anything. Right, I don't even know what's going wrong here. Like, I can't even begin to fathom. Okay, we've strayed away from the human leg and gone more towards something that can just shuffle along the floor. Oh, come on, man. In my head, that worked so much better. Okay, what if we just make this a bit longer? Oh, what if we had some feet? That could work. I've gone ahead and added a little face to this guy because I want to see him do well. Yeah, that's more like it. I mean, we're not moving anywhere, but... So even though we weren't actually moving, we were kind of moving in the right direction. Not physically speaking, but... Right, I've accidentally made him into a frog, but I think the new paint job's a good luck for him. There's not a chance this guy's making it, so let's give him a little helping hand. Whoa, here we go. Wait, what do you mean go up? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What would you do if you saw this flying towards you from the heavens above? Oh, here he comes. Here we come. Well, after that bombshell, I added some improvements to our little guy by adding some extra knee joints, which allowed us to control the leg to a much higher degree. This actually did help, and we're finally taking our first few steps. Come on. Oh, it's so hard. No, 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 no. Oh. I think balance was the issue, so we've added a couple more legs. Oh, now we're cooking. Come on, just edge forward. Oh, no, that's backwards. That's not forwards. Oh, this thing is actually just inept. I found the issue. It didn't have a face. Okay, this is promising. Just a little bit more. I actually think we stand more of a chance just holding the button down. Well, maybe not. We've just built what we did last time, just with extra steps. Like, I don't even know what this is at this point. Like, right, let's try something else. All right, I've had a brainwave, so we can't move things along the floor, but we can tilt them. Okay, I'm just going to cook up something just really weird. Just bear with me, though. Okay, here we have it. I don't want anyone commenting saying this is a wheel. This is not a wheel. So we can control all these red things on their own. So if we just like, yeah, and then it should roll. Okay, this is working. This is actually working. Oh, wait, no, we're sort of just stuck. Oh, for God's sake. Right, attempt number 2. Let's get a bit of momentum. No, no, don't do that. No, we're facing the wrong direction now. Okay, I've got one more idea. Instead of a circle, let's use a cube. It's the same principle as before, except we're only got 4 sides. And we still use these little arm things to kind of move us off the floor. Right, this is looking good. First, we need to retract them all. There we go. Now we should be able to roll. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. Oh my God, we actually rolled. And there we go. We've moved a 1/4 meter. And now we just got to repeat that again. Oh, you fuck. Right, we'll try that again, but be a little bit more gentle this time. Oh my, I can't be bothered. Wait a second. If I just hold it down, does he just move? If I flip him, he should move forward. Yes! Yes! Oh my God. We just accidentally invented something that works. Right, I've added a face to this guy because he is going to take us to victory. Okay, are we ready? You've got to go all the way over there. I believe in you, little buddy. Right, let's go. Okay, great start. Fantastic start. Well, buddy, you're veering a little bit off course there. Do you want to correct yourself? Okay, we're a little bit off course. We do need to correct this if we're going to make it. Oh my God, he actually corrected it. I have no way of steering. He just did this by himself. Oh, come on, mate. We're so close. Okay, we are off course, but if we go past that line, we do technically win. Oh, come on. We're so... Yes, come on. Yes, yes, we actually made it. Oh my God. The fact we did it by accident. Do you want to do a little celebration? You earned it. You actually earned it. Well, buddy, say bye to everyone out there.
Ever find yourself losing sleep over your WordPress site? Maybe.
Trampolines. Always equipped with the newest and greatest safety features in hopes to prevent incidents like this. And like this. Yes, that was me, and now you know how I broke my arm. Anyway, what would happen if you were to completely disregard safety and go the opposite route?
I'm gonna be attempting to create the world's sketchiest trampoline for no reason at all.
So basically, this is an old trampoline that I bought quite a long time ago, all the way back in 2021 to be exact. Last summer, I ended up purchasing this trampoline, which is bouncier, safer, and pretty much just better all around, which resulted in the old one to just sit without being used. But today, that changes, because I want to make it more fun, and the best way to do that is just make it more dangerous. Because if there's one thing that I've learned from being a man, it's that danger equals fun.
Obviously, the most important safety feature of a trampoline is the net, and to create the sketchiest trampoline possible, that has to go. Here we go.
I wanted to see how fast I could get the net down since I already had a head start from breaking this piece earlier. But anyway, I was using this new strategy that I discovered to get the poles undone, and it was working really well.
Boom. I don't know how many seconds that took, but that was fast.
Now, the net just needed to be moved off of the trampoline so that it was out of my way, and since everything was already disconnected, this was super easy, except for the fact that I almost fell on my face right here, but I recovered pretty nicely.
Now that the net's gone, the next safety feature that has to go is the spring pads.
Being totally honest, removing these is an absolute nightmare. You have to crouch under the trampoline and manually remove like 30 bungee straps one by one, but if you miss any of them, the pads will not come off. But now that they're no longer connected to the frame, after undoing some Velcro, they come right off. So now this is all of the safety equipment that just came off, and this is what the trampoline looks like. Obviously, you know I had to take a break and do some flips on it. I mean, that is the whole reason I have trampolines in the first place. Now, you may be thinking, this trampoline has no net, no spring pads, and these rusty springs exposed. Isn't it sketchy enough? Well,
this is the world's smallest rectangle trampoline that I just so happen to own. Basically, the idea is to take this jumping mat and attach it to this huge trampoline frame.
There's obviously a very huge size difference, so I knew that I needed to be pretty creative if I wanted this to work.
Instead of trying to explain to you how I'm going to do this, I decided that I was just going to show you. You can go ahead and show them.
I call this the spider web technique. As you can see, it consists of connecting multiple springs together to create one larger spring, and it actually works pretty well. So if I can just use this strategy on this trampoline just at a larger scale, in theory, it should work. In theory. Okay, deconstruction time. Just take them all off. Obviously, before we can even begin to build the world's sketchiest trampoline, we have to take the current jumping mat off. Once again, I just wanted to see how fast I could get all the springs off, and oh my gosh, I must be a professional because look at that rhythm. It's almost like I do this all the time, so if you like this type of content, just go ahead and subscribe. I'm getting so close to 100,000 subscribers, which has been my biggest goal ever since I was like 5. So just subscribe, and I'll love you forever. Anyway, call me a wimp or whatever you want, but this was so much more exhausting than I expected. I'm already exhausted. My wrist is hurting so bad. The last one, boom. That had to have only taken like 1 minute, which was actually decently close to how long it ended up taking. The mat was super heavy to move since all the springs were still attached to it, but once I got it all out, I realized that there were springs scattered everywhere. So we started picking them up and attaching them right back onto the frame that we just took them off of. I was really making sure not to lose any of the springs because we would need all of these if we were going to successfully pull off the spiderweb technique at this large of a scale. And I really just didn't want to have to buy new ones. I had this super cool idea to act like I'm jumping inside of the trampoline and doing a backflip, but now I realized that it just looks dumb. I brought in the new, much smaller mat and started to do some thinking on how this would even be possible. Since this mat is so small, we did some counting and realized that we only needed 12 springs on the short sides and only 22 on the long sides. That leaves us with this huge pile of extra springs. Now it's time to actually start connecting all of these springs. Don't really know how this is gonna go. Let's get an outline going. Obviously, it would need multiple springs on the sides to connect it to the frame, but there was no way for me to know how many without actually trying it. Yes, we got 1 spring connected. The main goal at this point is to just get the mat up so that we could visualize it easier. The mat is off the ground. Okay, now we can just fill in the blanks. After getting the outline built and visualized, we both came to the agreement that 2 springs connected to each other was the perfect length for the long sides of the trampoline. They were stretched just enough to keep the mat tight, but not too much where they could break. So really, all I needed to do was just continue connecting the springs to fill in the rest of the gaps, and to be honest, this was so hard to do. It took a lot of strength that I really just don't have. This may be the craziest forearm workout of all time. Plus, I'm scared of my spring tool breaking, which has happened in the past. That is the spring being slingshotted at the speed of light. Also, I just realized that I was building the same trampoline that I took the mat off for this video. Eventually though, all of the springs for the long sides were connected and it looked like this. I had the great idea to try and get on it, which was a little scary. Once again, I did not want to break any springs. That took about an hour, but the trampoline can officially hold me up. I'm not even joking, this is actually so comfortable. The way this thing forms to your body is actually like insane. I made my girlfriend try it and she liked it too. Someone please let me know where I can find a bed like this. As you can see, the short sides are much farther away from the trampoline mat. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need about 3 or 4 springs. I decided to try 3 springs first and it worked pretty nicely. It was pretty tight, but I think it'll be okay. Also, I apologize that my girlfriend doesn't know how to use the focus feature in my camera and I didn't realize until right now while editing. Connecting the springs was really slow. Oh gosh. So we decided to come up with this strategy to make the process a lot faster. Where she was on the inside connecting the springs together, then I pulled it and connected it to the frame. We continued to do this for another 30 minutes or so until we ran into a huge problem. Remember that giant pile of extra springs we had at the start? Well, now it's completely gone and we ran out. And as you can see, we have quite a bit left to do, but I have a solution. Since I am a trampoline enthusiast, I just so happen to have this box full of extra springs. The only problem is none of them are the exact same size of the springs that we've been using, so we're gonna have to get pretty creative. This box is so full of random springs and I don't even know where some of them came from. Like, what is this? I ended up coming up with this, which was replacing a bunch of the silver springs with these black ones to make the silver ones last a little bit longer. We're on to the last side, then we can finally jump on it. This is taking forever. We basically just repeated the exact same thing that we did on the other side with the black and silver springs since we now had enough springs. This was the final step, so anticipation was starting to set in. All I wanted to do was jump on this super sketchy trampoline, but I couldn't until I connected this one last... Oh, it's done now. Finally! And this is what the final product looks like. I'm gonna be honest, this trampoline looks like an absolute death trap. I think it's about time I jump on it. The way that the trampoline is set up makes it not very easy to get onto. Now time for the very first steps. Oh my gosh, it actually feels really good. I mean, I jump on trampolines all of the time, but this one just feels insane. Even after you're done jumping on it, it continues to shake constantly. For this to truly be a success, as scary as the trampoline is, I have to be able to do some flips on it. I'm gonna start off with some simple stuff. Backflip. Oh my gosh, that's actually so scary. It's just like shaking nonstop. I did manage to do this trick called a Cody, which very quickly became my favorite trick to do on here. It did take several attempts to land though because the trampoline is so shaky. I made my girlfriend try it out and she ended up doing this insane trick. Woo. Max height test. The trampoline ended up being so much bouncier than I expected. This is so scary. Oh gosh. Oh. I was having an absolute blast messing around on this trampoline. So much so that I ended up jumping on it the next day where I was able to do a double Cody. And even the next day where I was trying to land this double flip. No way, so close. No way, yes! And now that I think back to the beginning of this video, although I'm not able to do any insane triple or quadruple flips on this trampoline, the main goal of me creating the super sketchy trampoline was for me to make this old trampoline that I once used every single day more fun. And as I sit back and watch this video, I notice all the huge smiles on my face almost every time I'm on it. In my opinion, this just goes to show that this goal has been absolutely smashed. But before you go, I just have to know, would you jump on this thing?
If $1 then use. Oh, this is a waiting game right now.
Today, I'll be competing in a professional flipping competition against some of America's most insane flippers. But first, let me explain how I got here. This is my friend Maddox, who I met during another flipping competition in the summer of 2023. We hung out a lot while we were there, but we haven't seen each other since. About a month ago, I received a text from Maddox inviting me to compete in a flipping competition that he would be hosting at a trampoline park in Provo, Utah. I instantly agreed, but quickly discovered a huge problem. This specific trampoline park is nearly 20 hours away. So I did what I felt was the most responsible thing that I could do, which was to completely empty out my bank account and hop on a flight. After many flight delays and an over 12-hour travel day, we finally arrived to see these beautiful mountains. I was beyond exhausted, but there was no time to rest because I had a competition to attend. I got my first glimpse at my opponents, and to be honest, I was pretty intimidated. I had a lot of warming up to do. It just hit 6 o'clock, so we have exactly 1 hour until the competition starts. I continued to practice my tricks and get used to the trampolines, but my competition had the same idea. At this point, there was only about 30 minutes until the competition starts, so while I continue warming up, let me explain how the competition even works. To begin, all of the athletes are broken up into these 3 categories. Beginner, which consists of single flips and twists. Intermediate, which consists of double and triple flips. And advanced, which consists of quadruple and quintuple flips. Due to my many years of flipping experience, my skill level lands me right about in the middle of the intermediate and advanced categories. To keep everything fair, I signed up to compete against the advanced level athletes. But after seeing how good these people are, I'm beginning to rethink that decision. Each athlete must go up and perform their best flip combo so that these judges can score them based on their difficulty, creativity, and execution. I realize now that if I want to have any chance in moving on to the next round, I need to be pretty creative.
Boy. Are we in business? Because it's $9 every second.
Pet rock. In 1975, Gary Dahl sat in a bar listening to friends complain about their pets. He joked that the perfect pet was a rock. No feeding, no mess, no effort. Most people would have left it at that. Dahl put a smooth stone in a box, added some straw, and wrote a comedic training manual. People couldn't resist the absurdity. He sold over 1.5 million in 6 months. It's the dumbest product you could possibly sell, and it made him a millionaire. Slinky. A naval engineer accidentally knocked a spring off a shelf and watched it walk instead of fall. He took it home, called it a Slinky, and built 400 units. They sold out in 90 minutes after a department store demo. That was 1945. Since then, over 300 million Slinkies have been sold. It doesn't do anything but move weirdly, and that's all it needed. One accident, one catchy jingle, and suddenly you've created a global toy empire. The Snuggie. The Snuggie is just a backwards rope, but in 2008 it went viral. The infomercial showed families wearing them at football games, reading books, and drinking wine. People mocked it. Memes exploded, and that drove sales through the roof. Over 20 million Snuggies sold in the first year. It became a punchline, then a bestseller, then a weird piece of American history. The dumber it looked, the better it sold. Doggles. They started as a legit product, protective goggles for military dogs in harsh environments. But once photos of dogs and shades hit the internet, everything changed. Suddenly, people were buying them for fashion, not function. Doggles came in bright colors and even seasonal styles. Most dogs hated wearing them, but owners couldn't resist. Millions sold. Doggles became proof that if it looks ridiculous and cute, someone's going to buy it. $1 million homepage. In 2005, a broke college student named Alex Tu launched a site with one idea. Sell 1 million pixels for $1 each. Just blank space on a webpage. No product, no utility. Advertisers bought in fast, just for the novelty. Logos, ads, chaos. He made $1 million in 5 months. The site still exists, frozen in early internet glory. It's the ultimate example of internet era gold rush. No plan, no product. Just pure attention, monetized to perfection. Big Mouth Billy Bass. Big Mouth Billy Bass launched in 1999 and quickly became the most ridiculous must-have item of the year. A mounted rubber fish that turns its head and sings when motion is detected. It sang songs while flopping and lip-syncing with horrifying accuracy. People bought it as a joke. Then their friends bought it as a joke. And suddenly, the manufacturer couldn't keep up with demand. It sold millions. Celebrities had them. It showed up in The Sopranos and even got a version that connected to Alexa.
Vibe code tools for SMBs with Data Button.
With Data Button's AI, you can build any business tool you need.
Appeal, tacky brilliance. It was the perfect storm of novelty, absurdity, and timing. Billy Bass wasn't a toy or art or decor. It was nonsense that made people laugh in the ugliest way possible. And that's all it had to be. Chia Pet. Chia Pets hit shelves in the 1980s, but were originally developed decades earlier. The ceramic animals that sprout green hair became a household name. Add water and spread seeds. A week later, it's got a green afro. That's it. No batteries, no moving parts, but the catch was its absurd variety. Chia Scooby-Doo, Chia Obama, Chia Groot. It became part plant, part pop culture collectible. Sales exploded during holidays, and over 15 million were sold by the early 2000s. The gift angle was just irresistible. It was dumb, it was delightful, and it was extremely profitable. In an age before smartphones and TikTok, this was interactive entertainment. Your hedgehog could grow a beard. Plastic wishbone. Thanksgiving only has one wishbone, but what if everyone at the table wanted a turn? Enter the plastic wishbone. It does exactly what the real one does. Snaps in two so the person with the bigger half gets a wish. That's the entire business model. Made from molded plastic, sold in packs, and yet millions sold. It turned a once-a-year novelty into a party game. Teachers bought them for classrooms, brands used them in promotional events. The margins were ridiculous. You're selling breakable plastic that people literally snap and throw away. But that's the brilliance. It capitalized on nostalgia and family tradition, just mass-produced and monetized. Everyone wants to win the wish. Now, everyone could. Silly bands. Silly bands were silicone rubber bands shaped like animals, letters, and symbols, worn like bracelets. Kids went feral for them. By 2010, they were the hottest elementary school currency. Traded, collected, color-coded. Some schools even banned them for being too distracting. The company was pulling in over $100 million a year. They weren't even new, just rebranded normal rubber bands. The genius was the packaging and timing. Social media and word of mouth did the rest. You could get glittery ones, glow-in-the-dark ones, even limited edition holiday sets. They had zero utility and infinite appeal. It wasn't about the band. It was about the flex. Hula hoop. The modern hula hoop was launched in 1958 by Wham-O, the same people behind the Frisbee. But the idea was ancient. Kids have been spinning hoops for centuries. Wham-O just made it plastic and put it in stores. The result? 25 million units sold in the first 4 months. 4 months. It was cheap, weirdly addictive, and instantly viral in a pre-internet era. Parents saw it as exercise. Kids saw it as magic. Schools even used them in gym class. It became a cultural wave. There were hula hoop contests, TV features, even space-age redesigns. It's a plastic ring, that's all, but it made people millions. Slap bracelets. It was just steel ribbon encased in fabric. Straighten it out, then slap it on your wrist. It curls back instantly. Slap bracelets hit big in the early 90s, becoming the go-to accessory for every kid on the playground. Cheap to produce, easy to customize, and weirdly satisfying. You couldn't stop at one. People wore stacks. Then came the scandals. Reports of cheap knockoffs cutting wrists. Some schools banned them. It didn't matter. Slap bracelets were already a phenomenon. By 1993, millions had sold globally. They weren't safe, they weren't useful, but they scratched a primal itch, I guess. Snap, wrap, repeat. Head-On. Head-On wasn't famous because it worked. It was famous because of its commercial.
Head-On. Apply directly to the forehead. Head-On. Apply directly to the forehead. Head-On. Apply directly to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide.
No explanation, no benefits listed. It was somehow genius. The ad went viral before viral even existed. Everyone mocked it, then everyone tried it. Sales skyrocketed, and the product itself, it was just a waxy stick with no proven medical benefit. But thanks to that brain-melting ad, it became one of the fastest growing over-the-counter products in pharmacies. Whether you had a headache or not, this product definitely got in your head. Potato parcel.
A business built on sending anonymous messages, but on potatoes. No fancy cards, no packaging, just a real potato with your message or someone's face printed directly onto the skin and shipped to a soon-to-be confused person. It started in 2015 as a prank between friends. Within months, it went viral. Memes, YouTubers, and even celebrities got in on it. Then it landed on Shark Tank. It got backing from Kevin O'Leary and became a legit operation. It's dumb, it's pointless, but it's hilarious, and that's what sells. Potatoes are cheap, durable, and don't require protective shipping. They're nature's packaging. Potato Parcel turned absurdity into money printing business. It's the ultimate proof that with a good enough punchline, even produce can be a winning product. Santa letters. Imagine getting a letter from Santa Claus himself, mailed directly to your house, personalized with your name, and what you want for Christmas, and maybe even a naughty or nice rating. That's the pitch, and it prints money. Parents pay to give their kids a magical moment during the holidays. Behind the scenes, a fully automated print-on-demand operation. The business offers different letter templates or fonts, or even North Pole postmarks, maybe wax seals, and optional add-ons like elf certificates or reindeer treat bags. All designed to hit that perfect emotional soft spot. The cost to make each one is tiny, just paper, ink, and an envelope. But the value, it's huge. Some companies charge $10 to $30 per letter. One brand reportedly cleared $10 million in revenue. The genius is how scalable it is. It's nostalgia, tradition, and even a little bit of parental guilt rolled into one.
This YouTuber set a record so impossible, it will never be broken. And that's just one of many unbreakable records I gotta show you. Like this YouTuber who didn't sleep for 11 days, Mr. Beast's biggest flex, or the record that nearly ruined a man's life, and so much more. Starting with Ross Creations, because this dude didn't just break a record, he broke the law more times than any other YouTuber ever. See, back in the early 2010s, Ross wasn't just a prankster, he was a menace to society. I mean, this dude would do literally anything to get a reaction out of people.
The idea was just to like give strangers wedgies. It sounds funny, but it's not once you're the one being given the wedgie.
He's charged with misdemeanor battery on the movie theater prank and violation of probation.
Yeah, but that was only his first arrest, because over the next couple of years, he would attempt every prank in the book, from front flipping over police officers to removing stop signs from an intersection and streaking baseball games. Hell, Ross even impersonated a cop and gave out fake parking tickets. Bro was basically asking to get his ass thrown in jail with that one.
Impersonating a police officer is a felony, but the most important thing is he thinks it's funny.
And if you add up all of Ross's crimes over the years, this man's been arrested 6 times. That's 6 times more than any other YouTuber. God damn, he didn't just set a YouTube record, he set a criminal record. But this next YouTuber is breaking the bank, because KSI set a record for losing millions of dollars in a single day.
A year with me doing crypto, I managed to lose about 5 million, 5.1 million, yeah.
See, in 2022, JJ wasn't just buying crypto, he was straight up gambling. So when he saw Luna was crashing, he dropped $2.8 million on the dip, thinking it was the start of something huge. But instead, it was the end.
Oh my god, my 2.8 million. Oh my god, what f all? Bro, it's less than a penny! Ah, depression! Bro! Ah! Oh god!
Jesus Christ! The dip kept dipping, bringing the whole amount of his investment to just $1,000. Damn, that's a record-setting out. And speaking of L's, we gotta talk about James Charles, because he managed to make YouTube history for all the wrong reasons. See, for years, James had it all. Millions of fans, million-dollar brand deals, Hollywood friends. He even had his own YouTube reality show. Yeah, James wasn't just a YouTuber, he was a mainstream celebrity. But in May 2019, everything changed. And it all started with a single Instagram story. One that would betray the person who had stood by James the most. Tati Westbrook, a YouTuber, mentor, and close friend, who literally helped launch James's career. But when James posted that one sponsored ad for Sugar Bear hair vitamins, a direct competitor to Tati's own brand, Halo Beauty, this wasn't just business anymore, it was personal. So a few days later, Tati dropped a 43-minute content nuke on YouTube, titled Bye Sister. And with that, the internet exploded. Within just a couple hours, millions of fans who once loved him were all turning their backs, unsubscribing quicker than he keeps his apology videos online. And by the end of the day, James had set a record for the biggest subscriber drop in YouTube history, losing 1.2 million subs in just 24 hours. This man was really down bad. Actually, Speed is down even further, because he fumbled so hard, it literally cost him a house. One night on stream, while scrolling through the Roblox marketplace, Speed stumbled across one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. A damn Shrek t-shirt. That's $225,000 in real money. Speed can't be that stupid, right?
Did I just spend 18 million Robux on this shirt? There's no way I just spent $200,000 on this shirt. There's no way. God, I just spent $200,000. $200,000. Say what lie. Say what lie. I just spent $200,000 on Roblox. 18 million Robux. 18 million. Say you swear. $200,000 in my bank account.
That single transaction broke the record for the most expensive online purchase by a YouTuber ever. Jesus, that was wrong with this kid. And I'm wondering what this guy's doing too, because he set an unbreakable record for literally doing nothing. This is Norm, a YouTuber with over 1.2 million subscribers. And if you look at this dude's channel, he's pulled off all kinds of crazy challenges, from the longest time sitting on a toilet to spending 22 days in solitary confinement. But in 2025, he wanted to do something the world had never seen before. And that's when he came across a bizarre, almost forgotten record. The longest time standing without moving. A record which hasn't been broken since 2003. So he pulled up to an outdoor mall where everyone could see him and started streaming.
World record for longest time standing still. Yeehaw!
Yeah, this dude didn't move, didn't sit, bro hardly even said a word. And if that wasn't enough, within minutes of going live, people already started messing with him. Like people drew on his face, spray painted his clothes. One girl even stuffed a damn Lizzie in his mouth. But as time kept passing, the trolls only got worse. Until finally, after 38 grueling hours of torture, Norm was finally able to walk away with a record, and maybe a little brain damage. Man, Norm got it bad, but at least he's not Aiden Ross, because this dude set a record for getting scammed. See, over the last couple of years, Aiden's made one thing very clear. He's got more money than brain cells, and that problem is costing him millions of dollars. And it all started when he had Playboy Cardi on stream. Yeah, Aiden got him to appear for $2 million. $2 million! Thinking it was going to be the craziest collab ever, but what he got instead was one of the most boring-ass streams ever.
You guys got questions for him. You don't got him too long. Let me know.
Because not only did Cardi show up late, but he barely said a word, mumbled into the mic, grabbed his bag, and tipped just after 10 minutes.
Well, he was supposed to come on stream for about an hour and talk to me about his album.
and he came on and basically did the exact opposite. He came on for 5 minutes, grabbed a bag of money, and left.
Yeah, you're annoying.
Yeah, that actually happened. And just 3 days later, Aiden would have another rapper over, 21 Savage, for a friendly game of high-stakes poker. But things would take an unexpected turn when viewers of the stream noticed something fishy was going on.
They're scratched, bro. Yeah. These cards are both scratched.
Aiden lost 120K to 21 Savage. Now by this point, you'd think he would have learned his lesson, but no, because his biggest betrayal would come when purchasing his dream car. And not just any car, his one-of-one custom Mansory Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth $750,000. So when Aiden got the opportunity to buy it, he didn't think twice. After all, the seller was Artie Wires, a guy tied to A-list celebrities like Kim Kardashian and Travis Barker. I mean, dude's even got a show on Discovery. The man's legit. So to Aiden, this seemed like a done deal. He paid in full, signed the paperwork, and that was the end of it. But after months going by, his dream would turn into a nightmare.
Artie Wires scammed me. So Artie Wires came on.
Wait, who's
Artie Wires scammed me, Kyrie Irving scammed a bunch of people.
Wait, for like what?
$750,000 car.
So he got scammed? What does that mean?
He basically gave me a fake title. Yeah, so my car got repoed, and it was never paid off until I paid the money.
And somehow, that still wasn't rock bottom, because Aiden dropped 6 figures, thinking he was buying an unreleased Kanye track.
I paid $200,000 for an unreleased song. It was AI. I got scammed for $200,000 buying an AI song.
So by the end of it, Aiden's been scammed over $3 million. This dude needs help, and Nikocado Avocado needs help too, because he set a record for being fat. Yeah. See, when Nikocado first showed up on YouTube, he was just Nick, a quiet, soft-spoken vegan. It was skinny and healthy. But in 2016, things started to change. The meals got bigger, the portions got heavier, and the food, it went from green to greasy. But as bad as that already was, he took a step further and became a mukbang YouTuber. Yeah, from that day forward, it was all you could eat on site. Burger King, Chinese, pizza. He even pulled up to the Heart Attack Grill on 8 different occasions. And the more he ate, the more views rolled in. To the point where eventually, the algorithm had turned Nick into Nikocado, a full-blown mukbang monster. He blew past 410 pounds. His videos got louder, messier, and even harder to watch. But one day in 2024, he just vanished. No uploads, no explanation. The dude dipped, leaving everyone wondering, what the hell happened? Until a few months later, out of nowhere.
Two steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life. So I am the villain.
Yeah, Nick looked completely unrecognizable, not only because of his transformation, but because this was all an elaborate hoax. See, while everyone assumed Nick was still binge eating every day, he was actually posting pre-recorded mukbangs, all the while secretly working on a major transformation behind the scenes. Like the dude lost over 250 pounds without anyone even realizing. Man, Nick went from fat to fit, but we're gonna go from fit to fast, because we gotta talk about the world's fastest YouTuber. I show Speed. See, everyone knows Speed for his over-the-top antics, but what most people don't realize is the dude's a natural athlete. Like his backflips look like they're in slow motion. He can hit the cleanest bicycle kicks. He's constantly humbling pro athletes, and oh yeah, he's even a WWE superstar. But the craziest part is, behind all the memes and madness, Speed really does live up to his name. Because during an NFL Combine event, he sprinted the 40-yard dash in just 4.44 seconds. It's some damn Yeezys. That's only 0.2 seconds off the record, making him faster than the average NFL wide receiver. And if that wasn't enough, Speed even raced in a 50-meter dash against Noah Lyles, the current fastest man in the world, and literally gave him a run for his money. Damn, that's what I call fast. But look, going fast is nothing new to Badlands Chunks. Because he's got the fastest neck game of any human on the planet. During the annual Nathan's Famous Lemonade Chug Contest, he set a world record by chugging a gallon of lemonade in just 21 seconds.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Badlands Booker, a new world record. 21 seconds, a new world record. 1 gallon of Nathan's Famous Lemonade.
What? He swallowed it all? Jake Paul swallowed his humility because he set a record for wearing the most expensive outfit in boxing history. Yeah, see, as a YouTuber, Jake didn't spend too much. He bought some cars, a mansion, nothing too crazy when you got 7 figures in the bank. But when he stepped away from YouTube into the boxing ring, Jake developed an urge to splurge. $7 million on a watch, $20 million on a mansion, and $65K on sneakers.
I think that's the new record.
New record?
New record.
That's a W. Yeah, the bigger the spotlight got, the harder Jake flexed. And in 2024, leading up to his bout with Mike Tyson, he wanted to make a statement. So he had the shoe surgeon, an LA-based 80 covered Jake at the most expensive one, his $2 million place. Settling it out with their rivals, how ridiculous. Launching basketball off buildings, towers, and even cliffs, all for the title of the world's highest basketball shot. Yeah, these guys have gone back and forth for what feels like forever. But on May 20th, 2023, Duke Perfect wanted to end the rivalry once and for all. So they climbed 122 floors atop the Strat, hauled the basketball, and the rest is history.
This is the world's highest basketball shot. Come on, come on!
855 feet in the net. Man, that shot was cold. But Eric's record is hot, because he didn't just cook up a record. He fed a whole damn city while he was at it. See, in 2022, Eric made a deal with his fans. If he had 10 million subscribers by the end of the year, he'd throw a giant pizza party. Fast forward to December, and the channel was sitting at 11 million subscribers. So he put his head down and got to work, teaming up with Pizza Hut, securing a massive warehouse, and planning something the internet had never seen before. A pizza so big, it would need its own zip code. I'm talking 10,000 pounds of dough, 9,000 pounds of cheese, 5,000 pounds of sauce, and 500,000 pepperonis, breaking the record for the largest pizza ever made at 132 feet. That's not just unbelievable, that's unbeatable. But what if I told you there's one YouTuber that's snatching up all the records, and his name is Cristiano Ronaldo? Let me explain. Being one of the most famous people on the planet, all he had to do to make history was launch a YouTube channel. Because within 90 minutes of his very first upload, Ronaldo did the unthinkable. He hit 1 million subscribers. By hour 4, he was already sitting at 5 mil. But it gets even crazier than that. Because less than 7 days in, the man already unlocked the diamond play button. I mean, it took PewDiePie over 3.5 years just to hit 10 million. And before the first week was even over, Ronaldo even went up to Mr. Beast, officially passing 50 million subscribers in just 6 days and 19 hours, making his channel the fastest growing of all time. Damn, Ronaldo broke a record for being Ronaldo. And Norm broke a record for being nuts. Because this dude risked permanent brain damage for a record that doesn't even exist. Yeah, I'll get to that in just a moment. See, as we learned earlier, Norm's not your average YouTuber. But in 2024, he attempted something that would make all his other challenges look like a piece of cake. The longest time without sleep. And let's just say the last guy he did it in 1964 ended up with lifelong insomnia and permanent memory issues. So yeah, with all those health risks involved, he just didn't want anyone else attempting it. So they hit it with a ban hammer. And even after knowing all that, after seeing all the warning signs,
We're doing it again. We're trying again. I will not be sleeping.
And things started off just fine. He was chatting with viewers, cracking jokes, and just having a good time. But as the days started stacking, Norm would start to slowly spiral out of control.
day 10 finally rolled around. Yeah, not only did YouTube pull the plug on a stream, but he got his ass banned off Kick right after, forcing Norm to move over to Rumble. And with only 3 hours left, someone called the cops on him. Until finally, after 11 days straight awake, Norm had finally broken the record. This dude needs help. Mr. Beast needs help too, because he's got so many goddamn records, he's running out of space to keep them all. You see, Jimmy's all about this spectacle, and it all started with his very first viral video. A stunt so absurd, no one had ever done it before in one sitting, counting to 100,000.
97,712.
But as Mr. Beast got bigger, so did the scale of his videos. I mean, by 2018, this dude leveled up to giving away cars. And not only did he give away 40 cars to his 40 millionth subscriber, but by that point, he had already given away over 100 cars in total, more than any other YouTuber ever. But somehow, that's still nothing compared to what he did for 100 mil. Because in 2022, Jimmy decided to celebrate by giving away a $2 million private island, the most expensive prize in YouTube history. And by 2023, all that giving had paid off big time. Because Jimmy wasn't just handing out money anymore. He was earning it faster than anyone else. A record-breaking $82 million. 82 mil! My God! Making it the highest earnings ever by a YouTuber in a single year. But then came the insanity.
I'm gonna spend the next 7 days buried alive under 20,000 pounds of dirt.
Yeah, Jimmy was upping the ante with one viral video after another. But even underground, he was rising. Because during that time, he officially passed the T-Series, becoming the most subscribed YouTube channel in the world. And as of making this video, he's given away more money than any other content creator. Somebody stop this man. I mean, his Beast Game show alone earned him 44 world record titles, which at this rate means Mr. Beast might need a record for having so many records. Man, I'm a loser. So, if you've made it this far into the video,
Tu crois que les